Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 451 Joint Development. A true leader is not a perfect man, for no such man exists, but one with the awareness to recognize his shortcomings and faults, the humility to admit them to himself, and the wisdom to surround himself with people who can make up for them. Duke Forand. It was Duke Forand's first visit to the Northlands. He was shocked when he travelled through Delamoc. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the various fiefs' clearly defined borders, the wide expansive streets, and the farmland beside the road where criss-crossing irrigation routes could be spotted. It all completely turned upended his previous impressions regarding the province. Wasn't the highway supposed to be the empire's worst? The most costly, the longest, and the most indirect? I heard that in order to not infringe on the various nobles' lands, its construction was changed multiple times. It snakes across the land like a drunk reptile. I heard it was so expensive that all the nobles involved were rich by the end. What's with this flat and wide highway? Did Duke Madras build it? He hadn't passed through Southern, Winston, or Delamoc on his way to Yunge Chandler. He'd instead gone through Egret Swamp. It was a harder road to travel, but twice as fast as the alternative. The other dukes had also passed through the swamp. Ken Mays had told him that everything he saw was thanks to Duke Lorist's efforts. After conquering Madras, the Duke had relocated all the nobles to Winston and invested nearly 2 million gold forts and 100,000 captive soldiers in the new highway's construction. It had taken 2.5 years to finish. He also built irrigation channels. Once they were finished, he redrew the various domains' borders before sending over the fief's new lord. Why would House Norton invest so much money in developing a territory only under their jurisdiction? Duke Forand was completely speechless. Had House Norton really splurged 2 million gold forts on a province they only governed, but did not own? Who knew how many years it would take to recoup their expenses? While they controlled the territory, it belonged to their vassals. All they got from the land was 1/10 of its agricultural and resource yields in tax. Usually, highway projects of such magnitude were undertaken by kingdoms. House Norton could rightly demand financial aid from their king. However, when he thought of the king's personality, he knew it would never happen. House Norton really is rich. Ken Mays laughed. You think this is a huge investment? You might not know this, but House Norton invested nearly 20 million in the Northlands and another 20 on their military. How do you think their elite troops were born? Pure money. Ken Mays believed Lorist spent too much on his forces. In the same vein, Lorist believed he spent too much on leisure. He had heard Lorist mention before that half the house's annual income was spent on its military. Lorist had to be paranoid. He spent so much money on his military that it exceeded even the kingdom's military strength. No wonder the king was jealous. He could easily estimate House Norton's income. This was how he came to the conclusion that they spent at least 3 million on their military every year. Then again, the shade was always the best under a big tree. The stronger House Norton was, the more assurance he could get from hugging Lorist's leg. He could rely on the great tree to earn his money in peace without worry of anyone else setting their sights on House Ken Mays. Duke Forand was completely dumbstruck. So much gold. How did they get so much money? They took it. Ken Mays understood Lorist's background well. He had heard many stories about the northbound journey several times while drinking with Charade, Lowe's, and a number of others, and knew they had raided the whole way to the Northlands. You're joking, right? How could they possibly take so much money? Duke Forand shook his head. He. When that fellow was still studying in Moronti, he formed a convoy to return to the Northlands to inherit his title. On the way, the nobles wanted to take advantage of him, so he slaughtered his way through their fiefs. In the entire journey, he never lost a single battle. He raided everything he could along the way. His convoy grew powerful enough to clean out all of Andanak at His Majesty's request when they came to the kingdom's borders. He was the one that helped His Majesty ascend to the throne. You can only imagine how much he must have taken. He cleaned out nearly 100 nobles. They continued raiding through Madras and the Duke of the Northland's door. They took everything from gold to men and women, to even the young and old. They even raided Windbury. The biggest incident was when he completely annihilated the slave kingdom Hanayabarta. That alone should have netted them at least 30 million gold fords. Duke Foran's jaw dangled on his feet. Really? What would I get by lying to you? Even Lorist and his goons talk about everything in broad daylight. Just look at their expressions when they mention raiding. You'll never understand how terrifyingly efficient Lorist's men are at raiding. The places they've raided are cleaner than fresh parchment when they're done. Ken Mays spoke of House Norton's raiding with a tone of mocking and envy. He licked his lips. That fella even robbed me of my 100,000 gold fords. Lorist had just returned to the Northlands at the time, without his convoy. The first house he dealt with was House Kenmays. Not only did he set fire to their Viscounty, Redriver Valley, he even swept it clean of everything and anything valuable. Not even Kenmays's 100,000 gold ford stash in his secret room was spared. Though he now ran the Salt Merchant Committee and dealt with millions of gold fords and spent more than 100,000 gold fords on his luxurious life every year, the thought of his lost stash still drove knives into his heart. It was money he had siphoned from the House's guild over a decade. Even his father didn't know of it. That he had never benefited from all his hard work pained him eternally. The thought of him living so frugally after joining the guild to put each and every coin into his stash after wiping it clean only for it all to end up in Lorist's hands enraged him. He couldn't wait to fight Lorist at the time even if it meant losing his life. Regardless of the casualties his house suffered, he insisted on reclaiming Firm Rock Castle. His stubborn insistence nearly led to a revolt. However, his greatest trait his ability to keep a clear mind when dealing with official matters. After he understood he couldn't match Lorist, he heeded his father's advice and changed his tune completely, turning from Lorist's enemy to his friend. He even hurriedly submitted to him and ended up getting his current impressive position, allowing House Kenmays to get the whole of Siglar. Duke Forand had properly stepped into the Northlands when he put foot to ground on the north back of Metropolis. Along the way to Rage Bear, he finally got to see the changes brought by the tens of millions of gold fords investment. Is this really the rural and desolate Northlands? It's all endless stretches of livestock, farmland, highway, and tightly packed villages. He felt the same awe now as he did when he first visited the Great Andla Plains where the imperial capital was. Actually, the awe from that visit couldn't compare to the awe he felt now. The closer he got to Rage Bear, the busier it got. It was already winter and large feather-sized snowflakes drifted down from the white heavens, but the streets were bustling and merry. Ken Mays told him gleefully that the southern part of the Northlands wasn't the most prosperous in the region. The truly rich areas are the older Norton lands like Felicitas and North Sea. The former was one of the first areas to be developed and the latter was part city. Apart from having a mansion in Rage Bear, the largest mansion in the Eastern Special Noble District, Ken Mays also boasted the largest building in North Sea. House Norton is incredibly rich. Forand was quite assured he could borrow some money. However, after hearing Ken Mays's introduction of the Northlands, an idea suddenly popped into his head. He had to ask the Duke if he could survey his domain to see for himself what results House Norton's investments had wrought. The annual celebration was the largest House Norton had ever hosted, both in terms of budget and attendance. More than 1,500 nobles and their families were attending. Lorist felt Rage Bear's inner city was a little too cramped. It seemed an expansion was in order, he might even need to replace his castle with a palace. The budget was much larger this time to accommodate the many high nobles attending. There were the 4 dukes from the Alliance and Duke Fisibalin and his lover, Blade Master Xanthai. They were in a great mood. He also seemed to have the intention to build a manor in the noble sector to be close to his granddaughter and great-grandson, though he hadn't made the choice yet. Tradition dictated that Lorist should be the one offering him a manor near his descendants. It had to be at least as grand, if not grander, than Ken Mays's. Duke Forand was also participating in the celebration. Though they used to be enemies, he had submitted to Auguslo and they were now all fellow vassals of the king. Lorist couldn't just turn him away at the door. Quite the contrary, it was proper etiquette to hold a grand reception to celebrate a former enemy now friend's first visit. They had been fighting the day before, but now they had to welcome each other with smiles and open arms. This was all too common in the world of nobility. As for Duke Foran's request which Kenmays brought up, Lorist agreed to it without a second thought. Naturally, that money wasn't going to be lent out without compensation. Money lending among nobles was not so different from high-interest loans. There would also be a different interest rate if the loan was paid back within the stipulated date. For nobles on good terms, the rate was usually 9/11. In other words, one would have to pay back 11,000 gold fords for a loan of 10,000, of which only 9,000 was paid out. Stingier nobles would charge it at a 7/13 rate. Only 7,000 gold fords would be given out for a loan of 10,000. And 13,000 had to be returned in the end, almost double the amount lent in the first place. However, the rate Lorist charged Duke Forand was 9/12 for a period of 3 years, much to the latter's delight. After that, the Duke brought up his intent to survey the Northlands after winter before signing the deal of the loan. Lorist agreed to that without much consideration at all and even tasked Reedy with the Duke's safety. The Duke began his tour with the rainy season's end. Reedy escorted him with a squad of guards. The trip lasted around 2 months. Upon his return to the capital city, he asked to meet Lorist again and requested new terms. He hoped the house could give him manpower and skilled laborers in addition to a loan. He was willing to greatly increase the interest on the loan to compensate for the additional labor. The deal had changed drastically. It was no longer a simple loan. The Duke was now asking House Norton to send experts to survey his domain and propose a detailed plan for its development. He was basically asking the house to develop his lands on his behalf. This was the first time such a request had been made in the entire history of the continent. His request caused quite the uproar in the house's management. Approval and disapproval echoed in the halls with equal fervor and volume. The biggest doubt was whether the Duke was capable of repaying the loan at his proposed interest rate. He was practically bankrupt and his lands weren't worth much at all at the moment, hence his request for a loan to have it developed. Despite the risk, however, if the loan was allowed to sit for long enough, and the development was successful, they could repay it, though it would take several decades. Lorist's impression of the Duke was rather good. The Duke hadn't burnt his stores of resources when he abandoned his dominion. He was so beloved by his people that 100,000 volunteered to follow him when he announced he would be leaving the duchy permanently. Lorist was even more impressed that he was willing to incur such a debt so he could develop his lands. Though he had every mind to provide the Duke with what he needed, he could not make such a heavy decision without first seeing what he had to work with for himself. He and the Duke agreed that he would first survey his land before making his final decision. On the 3rd day of the 7th month, year 1785, the Duke of the Northlands mobilized his experienced men to do a complete survey of Yunj Chandler and initiated the first joint noble dominion development venture in the continent's history. Chapter 452 Contract Singing. Money is not something with intrinsic value. It's not worth anything sitting still in a warehouse. Its sole value lies in its ability to allow value to be transferred from one item to the next. As such, it is only worth something as long as you are doing something with it. Norton Lorist. To the north of Yunj Chandler are Litten Mountains and Yunj Hills on the coast. There isn't much arable land. South of that is Egret Lake, surrounded by a swamp. The only arable land is the long strip between the two. Not many people live there. Records indicate it should be around 580,000 people if we include the new arrivals, among them 145,381 youths fit for work. We've discovered 3 iron ore deposits around Litten and Yunj, 2 of which are medium to high in quality. There's also a moderate gold deposit. All in all, it should give Duke Forand 500,000 gold fords a year. We've also come across 7 low-capacity copper deposits. Besides ores, there are 20 other resources that the area can offer, the most plentiful of which is white clay. It could be used to start up a crockery industry. If we build a large dam in Egret Lake, we can turn Jungchandler's swamps into millions of acres of good farmland. In that sense, Jungchandler can not just become the biggest agricultural province this side of the Union, but also have a strong fisheries industry. Ideally, we'd want to plant flax so the province can get started on linen and textiles as well. It'll take about 5 years if we use 400,000 laborers, a few years longer if we only use 300,000. Either way, it'll likely cost around 7 million. Besides jump-starting industries, we'll also have to revamp their infrastructure. On the 16th day of the 12th month, year 1785, Baron Schadekampf, the one Lorist had put in charge of surveying Jungchandler, returned with the province's duke and made his report. Schadekampf had been Lorist's personal attendant from his childhood, but had since risen to become quite the figure in the house. He'd stepped away from his lord's side and now spent most of his time out in the field managing a portion of the countless projects the house always had running. He'd been given an honorary peerage as a baron a year earlier. He'd risen from humble servant to honorary noble thanks both to his own efforts and his lord's recognition. He'd gone to Jungchandler with an entourage nearly 100 strong and scoured the province for 4 months. It would have taken much longer, but he'd been willing to sacrifice a few pounds of his flesh to make things go faster. His stalwart attitude had also earned him Duke Foran's admiration. The Duke couldn't possibly be unawed at the sheer mass of talented and dedicated people House Norton had. All that said, 7 million fords was not a small price even for House Norton. Spiel objected to vehemently they had to wash the floor when he left. He was adamant that the house could only spare 3 million. That 3 was the house's emergency reserve. It wouldn't grow by just laying in the treasury, so in principle lending the Duke the spare change was only beneficial. But 7 million was more than double what they had to offer up front, and more than half of the house's entire static wealth. It was too big a risk. The house had a total static wealth of just 13 million, and that included the money they would be spending to build the new palace in the capital. Grandmaster Siroba was already designing it. His estimate of the project's cost thus far was 3 million. Spiel didn't dare to let the house have only 3 million in reserve given his lord's penchant for impulsive spending. Not to mention the possibility of some natural disaster requiring emergency spending. Normally, 3 million gold fords was enough to last a noble household a lifetime, but House Norton was not a normal noble household by any metric. It had over 2 million subjects, a lord who bled money and did so on rainy and sunny days alike, a massive military, and 3 allies that frequently needed money. He had to fight for every penny, not so the house could be rich, but so it could stay afloat. His life was a constant battle against the forces of evil, the foremost of which was the man known as Duke Norton Lorist. "Your Grace, why are you building a palace so suddenly? Thank the gods we're finally at peace, but you can't spend money like it grows on trees," asked Charade, unable to suppress his doubts anymore. Lorist smiled bitterly. This was one of the fundamental limitations of the times. Charade was already an astonishing achievement in the continent's circles of nobility. Even Auguslo pined for a supervisor or knight as capable as him. Unfortunately, as great as the man was at wartime economics, he was terrible at the same in peacetime. Even in the midst of the wars Lorist had fought over the last couple of years, the various development projects continued full steam. Their latest influx of new subjects had solved their manpower shortages so they could develop as quickly as their managers and supervisors could keep up. This development created great demands that private industries fulfilled and lived on. The current generation of projects was slowly coming to an end, however, and with their end, the market would collapse. "Have you read Spiel's report and Baron Bach's analysis?" asked he. Old man Bach had stepped up to fill the spot Hansk had previously occupied. Lorist had also made him a baron. He was the penultimate servant of the house, the idol to which all others should strive. He started as a common peasant, but, through his service to his lord he had become a massive figure in the house and a noble. I have. The house's income is decent and our reserves have grown another 2 million. This is the first time we've been this well off. I've also read Baron Bach's report and the number of workshops and factories in the Dominion has gone up by more than 1,300, with most set up by honorary nobles and merchants. The investments almost doubled our profits in the industrial sector. Its growth is also really consistent. It's expected to reach new heights this year as well. Charade's memory was good as always. He could clearly remember even the minutest, obscurest details. Lorist shook his head and took out another folder. Read this, he said, handing the folder to Charade. I had Howard send someone to investigate this for me. Charade saw it was a thorough report compiled by Fury Bear on the industries in the house with a focus on their stocks. 40%, 38%, 32%, 41%. Your Grace, this is... His eyes suddenly light up as he realized something. Lorist lifted the bottle of fruit wine on his desk and poured some for himself before he gestured for Charade to help himself to some as well. These past 2 years our ferocious economic development has been predicated on Duke Fisibelin's large orders and his permission to trade with the grassland barbarians. The value of these goods last year was about 1 million, the same was 2 million the year before. Our house's internal demand has also been a major dependency. The 400,000 refugees we moved over have settled down and gathered some savings, so they will purchase some daily necessities. There's also Supervisor Keaton's traffic revamp. The amount of meat and wheat ale consumed by the mountain barbarians working on it isn't minuscule. The private sector's expansion has been built on these demands. Our industries cater to these demands. Lorist downed the whole cup. Do you remember what I said earlier? Most merchants are short-sighted profit-mongering idiots. Many of the honorary nobles are actually merchants who wish to take advantage of the peace here and our large demand to make profit. While having lots of local investment is good, it can't be good when it all relies on just 2 huge business deals. If you read this report, you'll discover that the businesses the merchants set up are mostly what we already had. If there are too many people producing the same thing, the prices will collapse when demand lowers. The business will bankrupt themselves and the entire industry will collapse. The merchants will leave and we'll be left to clean up the mess. Has something gone wrong with Duke Fisibelin's order? Lorist nodded. The orders have been a show of goodwill. I told you they don't really need so much. They resell most of what they buy to the grassland barbarians. The last 2 rounds of direct trade have confirmed my suspicion in this regard. Everything has its limit. Just like House Fisibelin's orders, there is a limit to the trade with the barbarians. They are quite numerous, but most live in extreme poverty. Whether it be the goods resold by Duke Fisibelin or the products the committee brings over, there is a limit to how much they can consume. They can't consume more. A few days ago, Duke Fisibelin made it clear that their orders won't be over 1 million in the future. Duke Kenmays also confirmed future trade with the barbarians will at most be worth just over 1 million a year. That's why I had Howard investigate the businesses that keep on borrowing money. They'll realize too late that they've made more than our economy can absorb. And their collapse will affect the entire domain severely. One look at this map will show you our products can only be sold to our neighboring provinces. Other places can't afford our products or don't have a stable market for them. I believe I understand now, Your Grace. The palace's construction is actually a way to keep the demand up and the economy stable. No, that's only a small aspect, Lorist said with a smile. I will announce House Fisibelin's order in the first month of next year. I believe the news will cause many businesses in our dominion to panic about the possibility that they won't be able to sell their produce. Your job will be to rectify and support them. By rectify, I mean we only have to maintain 2 to 3 units. Split the order among those retained businesses so they will compete against each other to ensure quality. By support, I'm referring to the financial support of any new and unestablished industries. Encourage them to grow as large as possible. Currently, the house isn't in any tight predicaments, nor do we have any enemies. This is an incredibly hard-sought time. We have to give up on redundant production and encourage the growth of new businesses. For example, the palace's construction will need high-quality materials. Given that we are no longer at war, the peaceful lives the peasants lead will raise their standard of living. So, we need new production units for some more luxury goods. It will allow us to maintain our grasp on the market initiative and earn us lots of money. Other than that, the reason I agreed to develop Duke Foran's dominion is so we can turn it into a market for our goods. Think about it, 5 years from now when Yungeshandler's development is complete, we will have another market to dump our surplus produce into. Money must flow through the market for it to be useful. It shouldn't be kept in the treasury for emergency use like Supervisor Spiel thinks. On the 4th day of the 2nd month, year 1786, House Norton and House Foran signed an agreement to jointly develop Yungeshandler. House Norton will provide 7 million gold fords over the course of 5 years as funds for development and send Baron Schadekampf to be the chief advisor to aid House Foran in their dominion development. 5 years later, House Foran will start to repay House Norton at a rate of 2 million gold fords a year for 5 years, paying back 10 million gold fords in total. Chapter 453 Hostage. There can be no negotiating with idiots. Norton Lorist. Good news, Your Grace. Blade Master Shuss is back, said Genalio with ragged breath as he rushed into the study with a white silk cloth. It was an eagle message from Sai Laoaz. Let me see it, said Lorist, shooting to his feet. Shuss, who was guarding Sai Laoaz, went to the island's mountains 4 years earlier to break through. He left a letter saying he wouldn't return if he couldn't become a rank 2 blade master. While Lorist was worried, the recent war broke out soon after he left. He didn't have any time to visit the island since his return. He forgot about the old man. He couldn't be happier to hear Shuss was returning. The letter was penned by Baron Hector and Pajik. It said the fire crystal foraging team on its way to the volcano angered the white-headed sea condors. They were surrounded and attacked when Shuss showed up and killed their 7 attackers. The report said he broke through to the 2nd rank 2 years earlier but had stayed in the mountains to stabilize himself. He bumped into the team and helped them. He would join Lorist in a few days. Apart from Lorist, the house also had Englich and Shuss, both blade masters. Reedy was also now equal to a rank 1 blade master. Lorist didn't include Englich in his force count, however, the old man was a coward and wouldn't ever be of any real use. He wasn't just living in retirement at his home, not contributing to the house at all, he pushed every ounce of responsibility he could onto others. Besides, he had grown so weak even Reedy could defeat him now. In contrast, Shuss used to be a dueling slave in Hana Yabarta. He spent years struggling to survive, living in slaughter. His bloodthirst and killing intent were among the strongest Lorist had ever encountered. Even as a rank 1 blade master back then, he was on equal standing with a rank 2 blade master. His breakthrough added substantially to House Norton's might. He was the best sparring partner for Reedy, at the very least. Tarkle entered the study with a large stack of documents. Your Grace, something big's happened in the war in the south, said he the moment he was inside. What's wrong? The war was in its 5th year, yet nothing had changed in the last 2. The nations to the south of the war zone, those being led by Jigda, were completely disorganized. The Union swallowed up 3 and turtled. Everything was peaceful on the border, like there wasn't a war. Roman and Kaistan signed an armistice not too long ago. The fighting there has ended. Kaistan suffered slightly more and gave up a part of Kalia's land. Their new border is the Kesarabi River. Back with the Union's war, Jigda swallowed 7 nations stormed by Union forces. Their territory has doubled. They now rival Roman in size. Some of the remaining 13 countries finally woke to the scheme. Jigda and the countries suspicious of its intentions are now at war. The coalition army disbanded as a result. The Union signed a peace treaty with Jigda and recognized their sovereignty over all the land they now control. All the trade routes are now restored, and they signed a mutual defense agreement. Other than that, the Union gave Jugda a 15 million gold Ford loan, without interest. Our informants have yet to infiltrate their internal councils, so we don't know too much. The 13 remaining independent countries are split into 2 factions. The 5 neighboring the Union have formed a union of their own, called the Moransic Union of Kingdoms. They're preparing to negotiate peace with the Union. Maybe they think they can't keep fighting the Union and are trying to protect themselves? Either way, they want to end the war. The 8 countries nearest Jigda will continue to fight. They made Jekano's first prince, Yorksem, their new commander-in-chief and are launching a new campaign against Jigda. Duke Fustat is in command on the other side and is leading 100,000 men against the former's 140,000. They're expected to clash in what used to be the kingdom of Odma. We expect it will be another stalemate. Lundmord is still in Jekano with that prince. Also, the Union have yet to reinforce Jigda per their treaty. They've sent out envoys to negotiate peace instead. Loris choked on his tongue and laughed. What a joke! Who would have imagined this? It was flabbergasting. The initial 24 countries that formed the coalition had united against the Union. But now Jigda had betrayed them and eaten up at least a third of the coalition. Rather than unite to pool what strength they had left, they turned on each other. The coalition was now 2 broken factions. To top it all off, the Union was now playing the nice guy? How laughable! Nobody could make this prediction when the war started. Hell, nobody could predict this 3 months ago. They might as well just have skipped the fighting altogether. Just sit around a table and negotiate a few concessions. Loris walked over to the map of the continent hung on one of his study's walls. He updated it with a pencil to match the information Tarkal had just given him. Jigda's current size took Loris aback. This was the most complex and impactful plot he'd ever seen. What is it, Your Grace? Asked Tarkal. Loris shook his head. See this? You were right. This whole war was just a farce. It's finally been exposed, but it's too late. Jigda is one of Grindia's superpowers. The guy who came up with this must be a genius. But, Your Grace, Tarkal said with some dissatisfaction, don't you think this was a little rash, absorbing 7 countries? Everyone now knows what Jugda is up to. They can't do this again. It feels a little too bumbling to have been carefully planned out. They should instead have simmered their prey and taken them in slowly. They wouldn't be facing any backlash that way. You're wrong. Your suggestion will only work if Roman and Kaustan kept fighting. Unfortunately, the 2 countries are at peace. They'll go after Jigda the moment they recover. Jigda can't keep fighting in the north. They must focus on stabilizing their gains and building their military strength back up. If not, there's no way they can stand up against the 2 empires when they invade. They forcefully absorbed the last 7 countries so they can prepare for the inevitable invasions as soon as possible. The relationship between them and the Union is also very obvious now, so it's best that the Union sends no reinforcements. If they did, the remaining countries in the coalition will fight even harder to spite them and the war will just drag on. This is the only reason the Union is sending negotiators. It's the best move they can make. This will save Jigda's strength so they can better resist Roman and Kaustan. If negotiation go well, the coalition will also form a deep grudge against Jigda, so they won't make as much trouble for the Union. The Union at least fought them openly and honestly. Jigda is a snake, a traitor deserving of all the contempt in the world. This will also make sure that Jigda won't have any energy to spare to have plans for the Union. Despite Jigda becoming a superpower and gaining a lot of land, they didn't really get much. They now have a lot of territory with people that hate them. They are the sole opposition to 2 empires, and have at least 8 countries in their backyard that hate them and can't wait to get in a good jab. The Union, they are the real beneficiaries of this whole debacle. They got 3 countries' territory, forced the trade routes to open again, and got a strong buffer between them and Roman and Kaustan. The coalition are the real losers. They lost half their countries and are now split in two weaker factions and have another superpower on their borders. Lorist tsked audibly. They're all burning the midnight oil, hey? None are idiots. Tarkal, increase our surveillance on the Union and Jigda. Try to find the mastermind behind this. Understood, Your Grace. Janalio entered the room with a gold-gilded invitation card. Your Grace, Duke Kenmays sent an invitation to the summer party. It'll be on the 15th day of the 8th month at Platinum Beach. Lorist suddenly remembered Kenmays wanted to build a grand palace there. He wanted to make the beach a tourist destination. So he had finished the palace and was now holding the opening ceremony. I must attend. There are 2 months before the party. I have nothing better to do. Might as well go and relax. Oh, I should bring Sylvia, the girls, and the kids as well. All right. Tell him I'll bring the family along, answered he. Yes, Your Grace. Will you travel by ship? Lorist shook his head. I'll go by land. I'd like to visit the Dina barony along the way. Ariatali had given birth to a son named Dina Tariq almost exactly a year ago. She wrote Lorist saying the kid would be turned into the most impressive knight in the history of her house, and Lorist had no say in the matter. He could only pray the kid would survive his mother's demonic claws. Understood. When will Your Grace leave? Hasty footsteps stopped Lorist's reply. A moment later Howard burst into the room. Count Lower's whole family's been captured. Count Lower? Who's that? Wondered Lorist. Howard caught his breath and explained. Count Lower wasn't a member of the house. He was a noble from the capital. He'd bought his title of Count from Auguslo several years ago. The Count moved to the Northlands when he realized he couldn't do business in the capital and had even bought a commiserate title from the house. Lower had decent instincts. He had quickly realized House Norton's shade was a lot better than the king's. He moved to the Northlands 5 years ago and bought a plot of land in the 2nd Special Noble District. He also partnered up with a few people and built several factories and even started a merchant guild. It specialized in leather, wine, and other foodstuffs. His factories were already well established when Duke Fizibalin made his massive order 2 years ago and got the biggest slice of the pie. He had trouble finding places to store all his gold. His business expanded rapidly and his partnership soon had 10 more factories. Unfortunately for him and his partners, Lorist announced that the volume to be traded with House Fizibalin would be cut in half overall. Daily necessities was the section hardest hit. The coming years would be hard for the Count. While the factories could be closed and skilled workers fired, their money lay in warehouses as products that could now not be sold. This story rang true for most merchants all across the duchy. They either had to sell at trash prices, or hoped to sell things off over several decades. Charade's revamp project was also now in full swing. He closed many duplicate production units and arranged new jobs for the fired workers. His efforts were showing signs of stabilizing the duchy's economy. Their swift action limited the damage to the merchants. Lower had made the choice to keep his produce. He hired a mercenary band to keep watch on his warehouses, but most of them were killed off during an excursion to hunt iron spine crocodiles. They demanded he compensate them for their losses, but he had no money. A fight broke out and the band had taken the entire family hostage. Baron Ovides and the local garrison have surrounded the manor and Sir Charade will be on site shortly. The mercenaries insist that they won't let anyone go until their ransom is paid. They even demanded we leave. Apparently this has nothing to do with the house, reported Howard. Lorist quietly took his sword. Let's go look, said he. Chapter 454 Rescue. A fool he is who dies without knowing his death was coming. The Northlands proverb. The special noble district wasn't far from Rage Bear. From the city center to the first manor was just 15 minutes by horse. One arrived at the district's central lake immediately after crossing the moat outside the east gate. Stretches of green grass and fragrant orchards covered both sides of the road. There was such a high demand for noble housing that the house was building 8 special districts instead of 4. These districts had the continent's most expensive land. They were also the house's most profitable. Its sale alone had netted Lorist 6 million gold fords thus far. Charade and Spiel also nagged Lorist to build yet another 2 districts. All that was left was to build the final districts around the gourd-shaped lake. 2 of the 8 districts were for nobles, 2 for high-class commoners, 1 for luxury commerce, and the final for a variety of services. The 4 noble districts were completely sold. Half of the 4th district's manors were still being constructed, but the other 3 districts stood completed. Many of their windows already stood lit in the evenings. Only public facilities and final decoration work still needed to be done. The high-class residential area was also already completed. 5-floor apartment buildings filled the district. Each unit had 3 bedrooms and 2 general-purpose rooms. Merchant guild supervisors and high-ranking accountants or factory managers made up the bulk of the residents. A few nobles yet to get land in the noble districts also lived there. Most attractive of all the districts was the luxury commerce. The house owned all the shops, nothing was for sale, only rent. Clothes, jewelry, accessories, ingredients, spices, and rare herbs lined the roads. If you couldn't find something there, you would not find it anywhere else on the continent, save maybe Moronti itself. Of the 200 guilds licensed to do business in the Dominion, 100 rented buildings in this district. The things sold there were the highest quality possible, but also twice as expensive as anywhere else. The general district was much larger. The various facilities and sports arenas took up a lot of space. Northing was finished because they took longer to build. Though estimates said the district would be done by either the 7th or 8th month of the following year. Charade and Spiel didn't know if they should turn the high-class residential district into a noble district or not. It would save the house a lot of money. They had to finance and build the apartment blocks, but nobles built their manors themselves. It wasn't that simple, however. They could fit many more people into the district through apartments, the overall sales income would be higher, and the businesses serving the district would do much better. They could make more money from renting shops. Lorist took Howard and Genalio with him to the 2nd noble district where Count Lower's mansion stood. Nightingale Manor, as the Count called it, was surrounded by many busybodies whom chattered in quiet hushes. Lorist discovered the roofs of the surrounding manors were filled with people enjoying either a cup of max or tea. Do they think this is a show? Lorist dismounted located Charade. He was being crushed by the crowd and the angry Ovides. Shut up! What's going on? Shouted Lorist. Everyone saluted and shut up. Ovides wants to force his way in, Your Grace. Answered Charade. Why? Where's the hostage? The mercenary is impolite. He insulted the house. I want to teach him a lesson, explained Ovides. Do you have a clear picture of the situation? They have 7 hostages, Count Lower, his wife and children, and 2 servants. 2 other servants are dead and the rest escaped. Their captors are 13 strong, explained Charade. Lorist was pissed. How did 13 armed idiots get into the noble district in broad daylight? Explain this, Ovides. Ovides was in command of the city's guards. This was entirely his fault. They passed our patrols on Count Lower's carriages. The guards believed they were acting on the Count's orders. They noticed nothing untoward. This is on me. How did Count Lower and the mercenaries become acquaintances? What demands did they make? Charade answered this time. They belong to a band called Crimson Flame. It's about 100 strong. They registered with the house 7 years ago. Usually, they operate around Twin Mount Town. They only recently showed up in North Sea. We learned they often take on missions in the Magical Dragon Mountains and Black Mud Marsh, and occasional escort missions. Their commander is leading the group in the manor, he's a 3-star silver rank swordsman. Everyone considers them one of the top bands in the duchy. Crimson Flame was similar to a band his trusted subordinate, night gym, used to be in. Such bands were average in Moronti, but since there weren't many mercenaries in the Northlands, they were near the top here. The leader is called Lind, Charade continued. He used to work near the imperial capital and is an old acquaintance of the Count. The Count ran into him when he came to the Northlands to set up several businesses and hired him and his band. West, the Count's merchant guild, deals with furs and leathers, and run a shop in the luxury district. They need a lot of high-grade fur. The two worked together for 5 years and trust each other a lot. The band even invested most of their savings in the Count's ventures. Count Lower accepted an order for horse armor and needed iron spine crocodile leather. He hired Crimson Flame to get it. The band was wiped out while on this mission. They brought back the leather, but only a few survived. They learned of the Count's financial losses when they returned and panicked. Worried that their investments were all gone, they kidnapped the Count to force him to pay everything back. Unfortunately for both them and the Count, he does not have their money. It's all been invested in the products sitting in his warehouses. We understand he told them he couldn't pay them back now, but that his business hasn't failed yet, he needs more time. When they heard it would take them 30 years to get their money back, they lost it. He couldn't even pay the fee for their latest mission. The Count believed his long history with the band and his close relationship with their leader would make them trust him and be patient, but that didn't happen. The group kidnapped him and brought him here, hence our current predicament. How much money do they want? Have you sent anyone to negotiate? Asked Lorist. I did. The Count owes them 4,000 gold fords. His partners have agreed to pay the ransom and the mercenaries have calmed down somewhat, but they've become cocky. How so? They're demanding 10,000 now instead. They say it's interest. When the Count's partners agreed to mortgage his shop to pay the 10,000 gold fords, they increased their demands to 20,000 and told us to scram. Apparently this is a matter strictly between them, the Count and his partners, and we have no place butting in. The captain even threatened to make trouble in the Dominion if we don't leave them alone. This is an affront to the house. I can't let this stand, muttered Ovides. Where are the hostages now? Ovides pointed at the manor. We knew they're in the guest hall on the 2nd floor. It's the room with the balcony. The mercenaries have 2 men keeping watch. When Sir Charade went to negotiate, they brought the hostages to the balcony with blades pressed against their necks. The manor is encircled. Most are on the 2nd floor, in the back. A few are guarding the sides though. They'll see us no matter which side we attack. Our best shot is to sneak in during the night, Charade interjected. Lorist shot Charade a glance. If you understand the situation, why are you trying to go in? Ovides lowered his head. I couldn't stand that the bastards insulted us. They recently violated the 2 maidservants in the guest hall by the windows so everyone could see. They forced us to listen to the 2 women scream in pain and them laughing like devils. Lorist stiffened. He patted Ovides on the shoulder. I understand. I'll go have a chat with them. Stay here, don't follow me. A path ran on the other side of the back gates. It was wide enough for 3 carriages and connected to a semicircular plot of empty land. 3 carriages stood parked on it, the grey-white mansion behind them. Its entrance protruded from the wall, the space above it forming a balcony large enough for 2 tables. 2 mercenaries sat on the balcony. They shouted at a man clad in a black cloak approaching the door beneath, bows partially drawn and arrows pointing at him. I am Norton Lorist, Duke of the Northlands. Bring your leader out, the figure said. Its voice wasn't loud, but echoed throughout the manor. 6 people stepped out onto the balcony. A tall, lanky man stepped forward. When he recognized the face beneath the cloak, he shivered. It's really D. Duke Norton. Why your grace, D. Don T come here. Lorist's footsteps didn't stop. The man's eyes widened and his pupils dilated. Hostage. The hostages. BB bring them out now. Count Lower, his wife and children finally made their appearance. Two naked, weeping women were dragged out behind them, clutching scraps of cloth to try to cover up as best they could. The tall man grabbed the count and pressed his sword against his throat. "Why you? Stand still. If you don't, I'll kill him." Lorist stopped 5 meters from the entrance and stared up at the group, sighing. "You're Lind, right? I used to be a mercenary as well. I understand how you must feel. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong way to solve your issues. You even got innocent people involved. You have 2 options. Either surrender, in which case I guarantee you a fair trial, or continue resisting, in which case your friends and family won't even have a corpse to bury. I choose neither. Why you can't fool me." Lind shook Count Lower around emotionally. The bruised man moaned in pain. A thin line of blood oozed out of his freshly cut skin. "This bastard took the money we put our lives on the line for. We want our money back. Why you can't threaten us? You might kill me, but I'll make sure they all die with us. They'll only survive if you swear on your ancestors you'll let us leave your lands with our money safely. If you don't they'll all die and House Norton will be a laughingstock. Are you willing to gamble with your house's honor?" cried Lind. Lorist smiled. Yes. Lorist was less than 7 meters from his prey. They were well within Slaughter Domain's range. "I am the god of the space around me. It is my world." A crimson veil covered his eyes. What did you?" The mercenary's words were cut short. A wave of energy surged from below. It covered the balcony and everyone on it. The sky turned red. Lin's body only heard a single heartbeat in his ears before his body deflated like a sack of water poked with dozens of holes. He collapsed and life left him. They weren't lying. The Duke really is a sort saint. He hadn't believed a word of it at the time, but now, in his final moments, the truth was revealed to him. He died believing every word he'd heard. Lorist sheathed his sword and smiled at Count Lower. The man stared blankly at his rescuer. Lorist waved at the crowd across the street and Howard come rushing over. "Go! Don't spare anyone!" The family burst into tears. They cried like they'd just woken from a terrible nightmare. "By your command," said Howard as he drew his sword and rushed into the manor. Chapter 455 Sword Saint's Domain. What they don't know, can kill them easier. Blade Master Shuss. "Tell me what you know," said Lorist, staring out of the window. There were 3 people in the study. Charade sat on the sofa, Baron Kristen sat in front of the desk. Kristen had been a security chief on Silauaz when he joined Lorist and took charge of the duchy's security forces. He was made an honorary baron 2 years ago for his contributions in this capacity. The third person was Supervisor Doboff, the man in charge of the eastern part of the Northlands. He used to be the mayor of Twin Mount Town, but, given his contribution to the house in discovering barbarian gold mines, had been raised to a high-ranking official in the house. Lorist's interference resolved the hostage incident. His men slew the mercenaries on the spot. He'd served in a mercenary band in Moronti, so he understood their feelings. Anybody would be enraged if someone lusted after their hard-earned wealth. However, they picked the worst possible method to take revenge. Though they only wanted to take back their money, they forced House Norton to kill them by challenging their honor. Lorist had given them a chance to receive mercy. As long as they surrendered, they would be tried fairly. Crimes must be punished. They might have survived at least. Unfortunately, they had refused his magnanimity, so he had to kill them. He could not let the house be ridiculed, its reputation must be upheld. "Yes, Your Grace," Doboff answered, "most mercenaries gather in Twin Mount Town. Many form parties and settle in the duchy. Most choose the life because they lust for adventure and abhor servitude. Some are retired soldiers, many of whom served the house. They are more skilled with the sword than the sickle, so they become mercenaries. They dream of finding a great treasure and becoming rich overnight. Foreign mercenaries have to register for licenses to enter the wilds and sell their catches. Some go to hunt, some to gather, some to peddle wares to the barbarians. Charade looked at the thick stack of documents. We have registered 3,763 and more than 60 parties to date. The small ones tend to be around 10 strong and the largest around 100. Crimson Flame is considered one of the strongest 8. 2/3 of the mercenaries are foreigners. Some of our retired soldiers occasionally tag along without a permit. Chief Kristen, Lorist called, are these mercenaries doing anything illegal? How frequent are conflicts between them and my subjects and how are they settled? Conflict is infrequent, Kristen explained. Normally, the settlements are not in favor of the mercenaries. The towns and villages garrisons do not like them. They keep a really close eye on them when they're in town. Our garrisons are mostly well-trained and seasoned veterans from the army. The house is also famous for its strict handling of any offenses, so the mercenaries are very careful not to step out of line. Such conflicts are usually dealt with as civil security issues. Even when the garrisons step in on occasion, they generally hand things over to the local officers. It's rare for cases to be concluded in the mercenaries' favor. They never break the law with their rulings, but they definitely favor your subjects. Lorist nodded. We may have solved the current predicament, but it's clear there is a greater threat. We have failed to oversee and regulate the mercenaries. You three will come up with a solution. Find an effective way to manage the mercenaries. Will you start an organization similar to the Mercenary Guild, Your Grace? Asked Charade, shocked. Lorist chortled. Yes and no. You and I have had some dealings with the Mercenary Guild in Moronti. Though it acts as an intermediary that provides services to mercenaries, it is more like a business that tries to make money off them. The organization I envision will harness their strengths and fight for their rights. We both used to be mercenaries, we understand their pains, let's offer help wherever we can. For example, in the future, conflicts between mercenaries and our subjects will be dealt with by this organization. Take, for instance, this incident involving Crimson Flame. Instead of taking matters into their own hands, they should be able to lodge a complaint with the organization and have their case resolved through them instead. Publish a notice that only those who register with the organization may work as a mercenary. It is illegal to work without registering. Non-compliers will be sentenced to 3 months unpaid labor. Also, any request made by guilds or individuals have to be handled via the organization. House Norton will not be involved in resolving any disputes. I couldn't care less if mercenaries are killed because they took matters into their own hands rather than work through the organization. Figure out how this organization has to work. After you create it, appoint Supervisor Doboff as its manager under Charade. Kristen, you will also handle its judicial elements. You have to be fair and unbiased. Don't let either party's relation to us, or lack thereof, influence your judgment. I must stress that they work as an extension of the house. All mercenaries must answer any calls we put out in emergencies. Understood, Your Grace. 10 days later, the mercenary organization's formation was announced. It was to be called the Assembly of Free Mercenaries, colloquially known as the Assembly. Its headquarters stood in North Sea, with a branch in Twin Mount Town. Doboff acted as its chairman, with Kristen its chief enforcer. Blade Master Shuss arrived on the same day. Lorist couldn't be bothered with a banquet, instead, he dragged him to the training hall for a duel as soon as he set foot in the castle. The two fought for who knew how long. The fight finally ended when Shuss could go no further. A rank 2. Blade Master, like me, is a child. Compared to Your Grace, I couldn't attack, at all. The Blade Master gasped. Your swordsmanship improved a lot, Lorist consoled, you relied on courage and savagery before you broke through. But now your killing intent is hidden and makes you even harder to deal with. I fought Duke Fizzabelin but even he was not as imposing as you. A fight between you two will be a draw at worst. Shuss calmed his breathing. Can you deploy your slaughter domain, your grace? I wish to experience it for myself. Word of your domain has spread throughout your dominion after the hostage incident. Count Lower keeps telling everyone you're a sword saint. He said you enveloped them in a blood-red world. He blinked, and everything was back to normal, save all the mercenaries being dead. Lorist's lips curled into a troubled smile. He had used his slaughter domain to rescue Count Lower and his family. He couldn't help but enveloping them with it when he acted. It appeared the Count had blabbed about it to his friends. Lorist could have explained it as a hallucination if the Count were the only one who'd experienced it, but his wife and children, and the 2 servants, had as well. Sharp ears heard the rumors and sharp minds guessed at his true strength. Tarkal had rushed over to ask him about the blood world. Why do you ask? He'd replied. I'm going to publicize it, of course. The man had answered, the more impressive your grace's reputation, the more stable the house. The nobles who sided with us will also feel safer and our subjects will be even more loyal. Lorist didn't think Shus would want to experience it as well. All right, he surrendered. Shus took up a defensive stance. Ready, your grace. A gust of wind slapped Shus across the face. He closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened again, the world around him was crimson. It almost felt like he was standing in the middle of an old, arcane temple. He had done his best to prepare, but he was still overwhelmed and unnerved. His mind didn't dull, but his body was heavy and unresponsive. The world vanished just as he prepared to try to move. His gaze returned to where his lord had been standing before it all started, only to feel a cold line across his throat. His lord's sword was pressed against his throat. He dropped his sword, his expression somewhere between depression and despair. Is this the domain? It's too weird. It ended before I could react. Lorist returned his sword to its scabbard. I don't know if it's a domain or not. I can keep it up for a few minutes at best. My body can't handle any more. I don't know if a sword saint's domain is supposed to be like this. It's not like there are sword saints lying around I can ask. I named it my slaughter domain because it's the most accurate way I can describe it. This is definitely a domain, Shus said as he plopped his rear on the ground. I've heard a few slave instructors talk about sword saint domains. One had personally experienced one. He said Jigda's fire sword saint demonstrated it once. He said it was like his body was dumped in an oven and the entire world was burning. He was so frightened he pissed himself. So the fire sword saint's domain has the fire element, right? Don't tell me my slaughter domain is thanks to my battle force's blood attribute. Yes. His battle force attribute is fire, Shus affirmed as stumbled to his feet. I didn't think your grace had become a sword saint at such a young age. Grindia has never seen such a young sword saint. This is definitely an occasion worth celebrating. Lorist waved Shus's comments away. It's nothing worth bragging about. Keep it a secret for me. I don't want unnecessary chaos. Everyone is just guessing right now, all hell will break loose if you give them certainty. Keep this to yourself. I don't want lines of people begging me on their knees to be my disciples. Shus nodded. I understand. But please share some pointers with me from time to time, your grace. Of course. You're one of my people. I'm confident you'll become a sword saint too, in good time. On the 10th of the 7th, Lorist brought Sylvia, his concubines, and his children to Delamoc for a survey and accepted Kenmaze's invitation to the party in Siglar. After touring Delamoc, he stayed at the Dina barony for 10 days. He suffered greatly at the hands of his wife and his lover, both rapt with jealousy. He snapped when his attempts at appeasing them failed and rammed them into the bed for a whole evening. They arrived at Platinum Beath on the 12th of the 8th. Kenmaze organized a grand banquet. There were many familiar faces in attendance. Dukes Handra, Shabach, and Fizibalin were just a few of the names. Everyone, Kenmaze toasted, let's eat and drink and make merry. Chapter 456 Platinum Beach. The beach, like the balcony, has become such a cliché in modern writing. It is so ubiquitous it is easy to forget it all began with the scandalous Duke Kenmays and his love of partially unveiled female figures. Excerpt from a lecture by Nico Kendra on modern literary trends at the Nico Academy. Sunlight danced on the azure waters. Fine white sand glimmered golden on the beach. Platinum Beach lived up to its reputation. The near 100 nobles and their families present were having fun on the beach and playing along in the water. This was a fresh experience for Duke Fisibalin and the 3 dukes from the plains. It was a fresh experience. They had never played on a beach before. They'd seen the sea, sure, but this was their first time soaking in its water. The bravest among them even tasted its salty riches before spitting it out to a chorus of laughter. Many clean silks cast patches of shade across the beach. Washrooms and changing rooms dotted the gentle curve of the bay every 100 meters or so. At the peak of the arch several pavilion-like canopies hosted nobles resting out of the sun. Lorist lay sprawled over a footless rattan rocking chair under one such canopy. He dabbled in various delicacies, fruits, nuts, juices and wines. As he lazed a king of the world he saw the cool, moist breeze obediently wafting in over the waves. Servants danced around him like fairies, refilling the plates and trays silently. He was joined by Kenmays, filling his stomach with a bottle of fruit wine. The Duke clasped a palmful of sand, which he let flow between his fingers. People used to think the sand is gold, he said. I can imagine, Lorist replied, his gaze still lazily wandering over the figures dancing in the waves. They tried to refine gold, to no avail. Complete idiots, don't you think? Depends. True, they weren't wrong. Platinum Beach is a gold mine, they just had no idea how to mine it. This spot, right here, is the most enchanting sight in the entire cursed coast. It's not a mine you empty of its riches, it's a mine you let others come and fill for you. I've invested nearly 2 million gold fords to get it to where it is now. Any suggestion on how I could improve it further? Lorist leaned back in his rocker until his headrest pressed against the sand beneath and closed his eyes. There is nothing to improve with the accommodations. The castles, palaces, and mansions are perfect. The food has great quality too, but it lacks character. This is the same food you can get in the capital, or with some effort and money, even in the Northlands. Your food should be as unique as this beach. A fish dish that can be made only with what grows and lives here naturally will add to the experience and, if it is good enough, might become a draw in its own right. It's also a hassle to get to the beach. Make it easier for nobles to get from their accommodations down to the sea. A mode of transport that will also allow them to enjoy the sights along the way. Replace your dingy carriage with open ones. If you have to, give them a silk cloth canopy. Covered walkways that lead to the beach will also be good. Maybe decorated with grapevine canopies? Souvenir shops would be good as well. Let people take something from here with them to keep reminding them of it and make them want to come back. You also only cater to the lords. Most, like me, bring their families along, do something to entertain them as well. On top of that, the lords have fiefs to govern, they don't have a lot of time on their hands, but their families do. Take me as an example. I hardly even have time to see my family, much less disappear with them for a month or two. Sylvia, however. They can come here for several months every year. Lorist pointed at his large household as he spoke. They were dancing on the edge of the water and playing in the sand. Even his 3-year-old son, Ander Bale, was joining in. Deliana watched on as her 7-year-old Waldbeck lead his half-brother around to catch crabs and play with things they spot along the way. Her gaze lingered on the pair for a few moments before it turned to Lorist's other concubines piningly. You don't have anything here to make things entertaining and enjoyable for them. Build playgrounds for the children, or slides and other rides in the beach's shallow areas. I heard from some of the locals that certain sea creatures like dolphins are numerous a little further out to sea and often play with fishermen and swimmers. You could organize trips out to go see them or even raise a few here. You should also build a jetty and a hand railing into the deeper waters. Why would I build that? Are you stupid? Did you not notice many of the people here play in the shallows but never go into the sea? Most of them come from inland, many haven't seen the ocean like this before. The open blue awes them and scares them at the same time. Many can't swim but don't want to learn. If you make a jetty, they can experience the feeling of the open sea around them without being in the water. And the hand railing will give people the confidence to go deeper into the sea without needing to swim, they can just hold on to the railing. Kenmei's face reddened. He had thought he'd thought of everything, but Lorist easily pointed out a dozen things he'd missed. I'll work on it immediately. Anything else? Lorist motioned at the maidservants with his eyes. Isn't their clothing a little odd? Hey? I don't think so. It's standard servant clothing. Is it not sexy enough? Oh? Are you interested? You don't have to hold back. I can have curtains put up quickly. Screw you. Lorist grabbed a strawberry and flung it at Kenmei's head. I'm not a dog in heat like you. This is serious business talk. Yes, they're wearing standard uniforms, but it's inappropriate for the setting. The guests wear only shorts or undergarments. Some of the kids are even naked. The whole atmosphere is one of relaxation and unrestrained play and enjoyment. The servants destroy that atmosphere with their formal clothes. You're right, Kenmei agreed, wiping the strawberry juice off his nose. We're not hosting a formal occasion like a ball. We can have them walk around naked. I'm sure it'll draw even more people. Fool! Are you trying to start another paradise gathering? I literally just told you to stop catering to the men only. Just let them dress more casually so they help create the relaxing, playful atmosphere you're going for here. They could even be a part of the attraction. But how can I make the maidservants into attractions? Kenmei said in deep thought, maybe let them wear clothes made of only thin veils? I remember the servant at Princess Carrie's Paradise Gathering used to dress like that. Give me a beast skin and a pencil. Lorist barked, his patience running thin with his perverse companion. He sketched a few simple designs, one-pieces, bikinis, half-and-halves and so on. Kenmei's eyes lit up as he saw the designs take shape. Wonderful! I never thought covering up could be more sexy than revealing. I never knew you had a talent for clothing design. You learn something new every day. I'll have the tailors rush these out as quickly as possible. Lorist didn't know how to react. Make a few with the same kind of cloth for the maidservants. As for the nobles' wives, they are more conservative, so just use silk to make the last one-piece design that only exposes their calves and arms so it'll be easier to play in the water. Best make the embroidery and patterns different too. Kenmei snatched the beast skin and rushed off. He stumbled to a halt halfway out of the pavilion. What should I call these? He asked, looking over his shoulder. Kenmei's bathing suits. I'll let him take credit for this. I don't have the energy to deal with the commotion this'll cause. He already has a reputation as a scandal and a flirt, it makes sense he'd come up with something like this. Grindia's first bikinis made their appearance the next morning. It caused quite the commotion among the nobles. The lords couldn't help but stare lustfully at the bashful, semi-covered maidservants. If not for their family's presence, they'd have turned the entire beach into a paradise gathering. Lorist struggled to hold his laughter as he watched the scene unfold. He didn't fail to enjoy the alluring figures now unveiled on the beach either. This, he concluded, was the way to spend a summer. He had several duels with his laughter on the way back to his castle when he saw a number of lords walking around awkwardly, bruised and beaten. He had hidden his admiration well so he didn't suffer at his wife's hands as much as those nobles. He did not come away unscathed, however. Sylvia stuck to him like wet clothing, she didn't even let the maidservants serve him. His lovers finally mustered their courage on the second day to wear the new suits. They weren't bold enough for the bikinis, though, they settled for one-pieces. They were not the only ones. Most of the other nobles' wives were also wearing the bathing suits. The most daring chose suits that revealed arms and even, almost scandalously, thighs. That's what a beach should look like. Lorist shouted silently. His wife and concubines had tortured him the previous night. His vitality was non-existent today, so the scene he currently witnessed was a welcome recharge. Your Grace, Your Grace! Wake up! What's wrong? His Majesty is about to arrive. Duke Kenmei's wishes you join him for the reception. Hey? I thought His Majesty said he didn't have time for such frivolity. Lorist crawled up and rubbed his face. He secretly gazed amorously at the ill-covered servant. Her face, which she did her best to hide, was as red as strawberries. Lead the way. The two dukes awaited the king's arrival in the palace garden. Dukes Fizibalan, Shazan, Philim, Forand, Handra, and Shabaj accompanied them along with 24 marquises and counts. Lorist hadn't dressed formally like the rest. The weather was just too hot, he had no intention of sweating on his vacation. He just threw on some dry shorts, wrapped a towel around his shoulders, and stood with 2 sandals on his feet. His attire drew countless awkward stares. His grandfather-in-law, who stood next to him, couldn't stop gaping at him secretly. What are you looking at? Lorist asked. Don't you think this is a little too impolite? He's our king. You have to show him at least some respect. It's not like I asked him to come. I came here to enjoy myself, not to stand in the sun and wait for him. Don't come here if you want to talk about the kingdom's affairs. Sheesh, can't you guys let me enjoy my vacation in peace? The old man couldn't help but laugh. For once, you make sense. I cannot argue. The Duke was still trying to recover his composure when the trotting of horses echoed into the garden. Auguslo strode in atop his horse accompanied by Kenmeis and his guards. He stopped his approach halfway and stared at Lorist. Locke, what's going on? We're here to enjoy our vacation, Your Majesty. What else would you wear on the beach? We will return to the beach after receiving you anyway, so we might as well spare our clothes. This. Auguslo's words faded into laughter as he tried to reply. He dismounted and gave Lorist a hug. He tossed his cloak aside and stripped to his underpants. What are you doing, Your Majesty? Everyone shouted, their jaws paving the ground. Locke's right. It's only natural to wear less when you are on vacation. Duke Kenmeis, bring me some slippers and a towel, chirped Auguslo. Immediately, Your Majesty. The other nobles didn't hold back either. Soon clothes littered the garden and things started looking like a paradise gathering after all. Come, Brother Locke, show me around. I haven't had a chance to visit yet despite this place's fame. Auguslo acted really familiar with Lorist, like they were real brothers. The other lords gazed at the pair enviously. What was that saying again? When someone is being polite, they have a favor to ask. I wonder what in the world Auguslo is planning this time, Lorist sighed. Chapter 457 Refusal. Throw war to the dogs, I'll none of it. Norton Lorist. Whoa! The bikini-wearing maidservants shocked even the usually steady Auguslo. His gaze wandered to Lorist. I finally understand why you didn't want to wear those gaudy robes. Stripping is very troublesome, yes. Lorist did not expect the king to say that. This is Platinum Beach, they are House Kenmei's maidservants. Are you okay doing the deed in front of so many even if the servants are willing? Auguslo shrugged. You can find a way. The tents around the beach must be your lodging, correct? They are most alluring in their current garb. They match the scenery perfectly. Auguslo was a few centimeters taller than Lorist. The two had the same fit figure. However, compared to the scar-ridden Duke, the king's handsomeness and fair unmarred skin caught the maidservants' attention far more effectively. When they learned of his identity, they stepped forward to serve him with fire in their eyes. They flirted with everything they did, whether it was walking, replacing a tray, or filling a glance. It was quite likely that, if not for the many guests, they would have dragged him to a nearby tent themselves. Auguslo didn't try to resist or object either. Loris just sat, giggles swallowed, watching the play. Since Auguslo had said they were here to have fun, they did as they pleased. Only Loris stayed to accompany him. No noble worth his wit would step in and interrupt the two most powerful men in the kingdom. Perhaps they were discussing something paramount. Loris dismissed the servants when they were done. Locke, do you really like to see me make a fool of myself? I don't. You are the king. The servants don't meet someone of your stature often. Their enthusiasm is understandable. Besides, it didn't look like you were objecting much. I can't match your fair skin, anyway. My hard life has left me scar-ridden, so it's only natural that they have more enthusiasm for you than me. Haha, you like to joke, don't you? Auguslo laughed dryly a couple of times. Oh, I heard House Norton lent Duke Foran 7 million gold forts to develop Yunj Chandler. The term is 10 years and 10 million gold forts will have to be repaid. Yes. I must apologize in advance if your majesty would like to borrow money as well. This loan took up most of our funds. We will not have any money to lend until this current loan is repaid. Loris wasn't the least surprised Auguslo got wind of this deal. That can't be. 7 million is enough to dry up your treasury? I could have offered to double your loan in 10 years. Don't make these kinds of jokes, your majesty. I'm sure you understand I'd never lend you money, even if you are the king. Why not? Duke Foran borrowed money to develop the economy of his dominion and improve the lives of his subjects. In 10 years, our products will have a market in a developed province. If I lend money to you, you'd use it for war. It's a massive risk. You might break even if you win, but I lose everything if you don't. Duke Kenmays did tell me we could double our loan in 3 years if you win, but the risk is just too great. Business, too, is war. While there are many that can imagine its profits, most either can't or won't think about the risk of failing. Take the merchants and nobles who invested blindly into the factories in my dominion. Many suffered heavy losses and 3 even committed suicide because of their debts. That's why Duke Kenmays only resells materials. Sometimes, when there are too many products, they will cause economic disaster. That is why I am willing to spend 10 years to build up a market. We want another outlet to sell our products. The money we loan will go towards this goal. It is a safe investment. We're not even giving them much of the money immediately. They're getting it in steady installments over several years. Fine. Please don't lecture economics now. I was just bringing it up casually. I won't really borrow any money. I know you won't give me any face, I won't bother to ask. You are the man that brings me the most sleepless nights, but I cannot help but admire your single-minded dedication to developing your fiefs. I must admit not even a king can match you in that regard. You praise me too highly, your majesty. But, do you really think so badly of my efforts? You know what I'm talking about. Be frank. Loris shook his head. The Union is now very powerful, they're a match even for the Empire during its heyday. The difference between the kingdom and the Union of today is no different from the Union as it was compared to the Empire a century ago. We cannot match them, your majesty. You have received up-to-date reports from the Union, yes. Auguslo. Even you must be surprised by their war with the coalition's outcome. The 4-year war didn't just not bring them to their knees, they came out victorious. They almost doubled their strength and have a new ally of about equal strength. The most important thing, however, is they forced the trade routes open again. Their economy is back on track and their coffers filling up once more. They have the Windstorm Sword Saint and nearly 100 Blade Masters now. Andanak had less than 20 Blade Masters by comparison and no Sword Saints. Each of the 7 main guilds shave their own armies and they've been trained into elites in this war. The smaller guilds are weaker, but together they still contribute 300,000 men. All in all, the Union has at least 500,000 soldiers. Even with years of preparation, you've only gathered 300,000, and they're nowhere near as well trained as their Union counterparts. If you threw in every garrison under your command in the kingdom, you'll only match them. If myself and the other dukes join in, you have 800,000. But they can't match the Union's experienced troops. At best we'll be on par. But it's more likely that, even with a 300,000 lead, we'll be fighting uphill. On top of that, you have to remember that the Union has vast stretches of developed land with a strong economy. Our lands save the Northlands have been ravaged by war and can't support a prolonged war. You need at least a decade of focused development to fix that. Auguslo's resolve wavered, though only momentarily. No, Locke, you're wrong. Now is the best time to strike. I cannot miss this. We might catch up to where the Union is now in 10 years of development, but they will have continued to strengthen as well. The gap will only get wider. I must use this chance to take back our provinces and restore the empire. Oh? Best time. The Union will continue to view us as an enemy, a threat, even if we make no moves to take back our land. Auguslo's words were true. The empire had shattered into 3 kingdoms and numerous duchies and had no official heir, but the Union always held more suspicion and caution for Endenac than the other splinters. Trade embargoes were everywhere. Auguslo was also incredibly hostile towards the Union. You know the situation in that part of the continent. The fighting has stopped, but a true end to the war is still not certain. Until negotiations finish, the majority of the Union's forces will be in Chictor lands, thousands of kilometers away from the Union proper. 3 of the Union's 4 main legions will return and strengthen their borders with us. It's simple. When Endenac wiped out the 4 central duchies, Madras and Iblaya, the Union's trade routes there were cut off. They will try to force us to open the trade routes. You know my temperament, do you think I will yield? This is not a war we can avoid, and now is the best time to strike. Even if I were willing to open the trade routes, it would have to be to a fair deal, and we both know they would never give us that. Certainly not now that they think they are so powerful. Lorist had to admit that Auguslo spoke sense. It seemed the king was not as blind as he had first thought. The question was why House Norton should participate in this war. Sacrificing his subjects for the king's ambition was foolish. The king could offer him nothing to make it worth his while. There was no rank above duke that was not king, so there could be no promotions. And praise was far from enough. I'll admit you have good reasoning behind your decision, but I will have no part in this war. My ambitions do not stretch beyond my borders as yours do. My oath is to ensure a good and peaceful life for my subjects. I have lived by this oath from the moment I set my first foot on the road back home from Moronti, and I will not break it now. I will live in peace with my wife and watch my children grow up. Even if you manage to convince my allies to take up arms, mine will stay in the armory. I remain convinced this war holds no benefits for the kingdom. Of course, if we are attacked I will defend the kingdom, but I will not march beyond its borders. It is unwise to start a fight we cannot win. The king was severely displeased. Luckily no one had heard this refusal, so his reputation was not harmed. He had prepared himself for this as well. He knew the duke was not easily persuaded. A smile returned to his face naturally. We came here to have fun, so let us not spoil the mood with serious talk. Come, let us drink some more. I heard you swim pretty well. Care to teach me? I'm glad to be of service. Auguslo was really busy in the following days tending the other nobles. This was supposed to be a vacation, but Lorist felt the atmosphere slowly stale. Even the nobles' families slowly lost their relaxed moods. A few nobles packed and returned home. Their grim expression betrayed the thoughts on everyone's minds. War was on the horizon. Lorist was quite curious. The 9th month was on them. Rallying the army would take at least 2 months. It would be well into winter before they could do anything. Don't tell me Auguslo is planning to start the war in midwinter? Surely not. Even if he purchased all the beast skins from me to make winter clothing, he can only make 30,000 sets at best. Going against the union with just that is suicide. Kenmaze, Philim, and Chazin came to visit him. He could tell they'd come to an agreement with Auguslo. I will not discuss the war. I already refused the king directly. I will not listen to news of the war either. I will not take part, and that's final. Chapter 458 Lorist's Considerations. There is a point at which determination becomes foolhardiness, where the stubborn become the stupid and the determined the reckless. I'm not too sure on which side Auguslo sits. Norton Lorist. Though it was late, Lorist couldn't fall asleep. He lay on the inclined chairs under the grapevine and let the silvery moonlight shine through the leaves and dance on his skin. Why am I not willing to deploy troops? Lorist thought, because I am thinking about the house's future. I admit Auguslo is talented and has a good eye. He can see things clearly and grasp opportunities as they come. But Auguslo was determined to take the provinces while the Union's army was held up in Chictor's territory before the war formally ended and they returned. The Union couldn't turn their forces and march them north while the accords were still unsigned in the south. The only thing preventing open war from breaking out again was their presence in the region. If that went away, the remaining coalition members would lash out. Under these circumstances, the Union had no choice but to negotiate with the king. While Auguslo sounded audacious, he wasn't prepared to take back the provinces that had joined the Union of their own accord, such as Lormo. He couldn't go too far since he was relying on the Union's willingness to negotiate. If he insulted them too much, and they decided to duke it out, he would lose. As Lorist had said, the Union wasn't the small merchant state it had been during its war with the Empire. It was now a superpower that stood near the peak on the continent. It had rich and developed land while Andanak was barely anything more than a barren wasteland. The kingdom inherited the Empire's legacy, but not its power. This moment when the Union was distracted was a great opportunity. It was a moment that would vanish the instant the Union signed the accords with Jigda and the coalition. He would instead enjoy the Union's full attention and lose his last hope of re-establishing the Empire. The Empire First Prince broke the Empire when he rebelled. His entire kingdom, spanning Kenbana, Badalger, and Anderwolf, was now under Union occupation. Badalger, which boasted a huge mining industry, was now Wesh's territory. The lands bordering Andanak in the north of the kingdom had also been turned into the puppet duchy Zitram. Coupled with the two provinces in Lormo that joined the Union, the state occupied 5 of the Empire's old provinces. The king's ambitions would never be fulfilled until they were retaken. While Lormo was a difficult goal, the 3 provinces occupied by the Union weren't, so he had to, at the very least, get them. He planned to take the 2 provinces by force, then fortify the border with Lormo and annex the duchy in the peace negotiations. If he could do this, he would have restored the empire. He could then reform the empire proper, make his family the imperial family again, and write his name in the history books as the second founder of the empire. His plan sounded sound, but nothing was certain. Things could easily go just bad as they could good. Lorist admitted the plan would catch the Union off guard and the minimum goals of taking the 3 provinces would likely be achieved, but the negotiations thereafter were likely to either fall apart completely or end with far fewer benefits than the king hoped for. Even if Auguslo agreed to reopen the trade routes, the Union would not agree to give up Lormo. He might not even manage to get them to the negotiation table. The Union knew they were far more capable of fighting a drawn-out war than Andanak, even better if it was a war fought with stairs and standing armies rather than battles. Their economy could soak up the losses, Andanak's couldn't. He had advised the king against this several times. The best scenario was that they negotiated and came to a compromise that led to peace but disappointed Auguslo. The bad outcome was that the Union simply sat across from the border and waited for Andanak to collapse under the costs of maintaining such a massive army. But the worst case was that they retaliated with force. There was no way they wouldn't deploy their sword saint if they did, and Andanak had nothing to counter. Auguslo was convinced the sword saint wouldn't go to the front, especially not to target him. He was protected by thousands of veteran soldiers. He believed that, even if he did come out, he would just die eventually. The king had convinced Kenmaze to deploy his troops by promising to make the Salt Merchant Committee the empire's sole business partner. They would be the only guild officially endorsed and supported by the empire and the imperial family. They would get first pick of any business or contract the empire had to offer. The king promised Felim migrants, financial aid and tax rebates and exemptions to get him to agree to join the campaign. It helped that Felim was a knight at heart, not a lord. He lived for war and pillaging, not management and careful governing. Shazin also used to be a knight. Though he was a duke, he governed a piece of land the size of a county. He was still want for a proper duchy. Auguslo gave him written oath that, should he provide his forces, and Auguslo succeed in establishing the empire again, he would get Crimea, the province he had wanted all along. The king's oath and letter of guarantee, the poor fool was roped in yet again. Auguslo might have thought the three houses would convince Loris to join, but he would not even listen to their appeals. There was nothing he needed from the king, nor anything the king could offer. The only way he could go from where he was independence, but Auguslo would never agree. He would march every two-legged man in the kingdom on the duchy before he would accept a declaration of independence. Loris wasn't afraid of fighting him if it came to it, he would win without a doubt, he just had no interest in being called a traitor. Duke Forand had visited him earlier. He told him he had agreed to deploy his men. The king had promised to return his original duchy to him once the empire was reformed. The land there contained 200 years of his family's roots, they had built the summer palace, even his family mausoleum stood there, he would do anything to get it back. This threw their previous agreement down the drain. The duke wouldn't hold on to Jungchandler as well as his old territory, he would be trading it in. Auguslo would get the province back, and he would not abide by the agreement between the two dukes. The investments made thus far were worthless to the house now, there was no reason to keep throwing money down the drain. The duke didn't want everything to be cancelled, however. He didn't know if the war would end well for the kingdom, and, in that case, he wished to resume the program. Loris assured him he was willing to only put the program on hold and not cancel it outright. The duke was incredibly grateful. He told Loris that the same offer had been made to Madras, who agreed immediately. Among the four dukes, houses Forand, Handra, and Farkle were the first nobles entitled by the founding emperor, Krisan I. Their houses made countless contributions, gradually raising their titles to that of duke despite being only low nobles at first. It was easy to see why they were so sentimental about their territories. Auguslo's move made them willing to serve him despite their animosity. Loris was surprised, impressed, and slightly concerned. It was never a good thing to have a competent rival. As for Shabaj, his house was moved to their former lands by Krisan VI and weren't as attached to it. Additionally, it was obvious how badly Jigsaw was treated by the Alliance and Fizibalan. They didn't feel like going back to clean up the mess. Auguslo instead offered them Badalger. As he shared the same fate as Duke Handra, the Duke made peace with Auguslo and agreed to mobilize his forces. Currently, apart from Duke Fizibalan whose conditions were still unknown, only Loris had not jumped on the bandwagon. He counted 6 dukes with 280,000 men and Auguslo's own 500,000 made 800,000 already. If Fizibalan joined them, Auguslo might have up to 1 million men. No wonder the king was so confident. It wasn't impossible that the Union would be wary of a war against 1 million men and be willing to negotiate. It was far from certain, or even likely, though. And if they decided to continue the war, the million-strong army would bleed the kingdom dry in 2 years at most. Even if they did agree to negotiate, if the negotiations weren't completed within 2 years, Auguslo would still run dry and have to agree to whatever was on the table at the time. Auguslo's decision shocked everyone who heard about it. Luckily there wasn't the added shock of Loris participating. The primary reason for his decision to stay out of the war wasn't that he thought it would likely end badly, though he did think that, it was that he knew he would be next. Auguslo would never settle for having a duke that could rival him in his kingdom. He would turn on Lorist the moment the war ended and not stop either outright conflict or sabotage and subterfuge until he felt the duke was sufficiently suppressed and obedient. Lorist actually hoped the campaign was a massive failure. A successful conclusion to the war would signal the start of a protracted Cold War, possible even a hot one, between him and the king. But, regardless of his disdain for the reckless man, he had to respect his blind determination to his ambitions. Where there's a will, there's a way, the beast that lies in waiting will eventually catch its prey. The heavens won't disappoint hard workers, even a desperate rat can swallow a cat. Lorist's grandfather from his previous life used to quote these often. Always study hard, always aim high. Auguslo must have been one of his cousins from his previous life, he epitomized his grandfather's teachings. He stood up from one failure after another unwaveringly and always continued to walk on the path he drew for himself. There was a certain point, however, at which determination became foolishness. Lorist wasn't sure on which side of that point the king stood. Having a rival like Auguslo is troublesome. As his liege, he had learned from his lessons. He had a good grasp of his vassal's temperament and stopped at the right point whenever things were getting uncomfortable. They appeared amiable, even close, on the surface, but they both knew how guarded each was against the other. Take the king's move on Duke Forend. He appeared to not mind Lorist refusing to join the war, but went and vaporized Lorist's agreement with the duke. It was clearly a show of force. The king could have used any number of conditions to get the duke to participate, but he just happened to choose the one that screwed Lorist over. Lorist would not participate no matter what the king offered because the latter could offer nothing short of independence that was worth anything. But he knew how stubborn the man was. He would not let Lorist sit by idly. The only reason he hadn't made his move yet was because he was still trying to find out how he could rope him in. Lorist got up and went for a walk, feeling the onset of a headache. Half an hour in a light breeze blew by and Lorist stopped dead in his tracks. Who's there? Come out. Genalio, who stood beside him, drew his sword and stepped in front of his lord. A figure appeared from the man-made hill further ahead. It's me, Duke Fisibelin's voice echoed down the hill. Chapter 459 Secret Plot. Conspiracies are the lifeblood of nobility and the fairy tales of peasantry. Unknown. Duke Fisibelin revealed himself to the pair. He stood clad in a nightgown and slippers. Had no weapon. It looked like he too had just gotten out of bed to take a stroll. Lorist patted Genalio's shoulder. Why are you here? He asked. Haha, I couldn't sleep. I decided to come out for a walk. The moon is beautiful tonight. I wandered over without realizing, the Duke answered sincerely. Lorist pouted slightly and glared at the Duke oddly. Who are you kidding, old man? Your villa is 3 buildings away. You're telling me you wandered by 3 buildings to my particular garden by happenstance, without noticing? And did so whilst avoiding my guards? Is this your idea of a casual walk? It's blindingly obvious you want to talk to me in secret. Let's head to the study. Genalio looked like a brute, but actually had quite sharp senses and a strong wit. He entered the study first and lit the candles before closing the curtains. Does your grace need anything else? Bring us food, and a few bottles of wine from the cellar. You may rest thereafter, it's getting late, said Lorist. Genalio acknowledged and left. Duke Fisibelin looked around awe-filled. Duke Kenmaze is more respectful to you than he is to his majesty. Apart from giving you the best villa, he even hid all the fine wine in the cellar. He made his majesty stay in an inferior residence instead. Auguslo arrived unannounced a few days earlier. Normally, the most lavish residence should be offered to him. But because he came without informing anyone, Lorist had already occupied the best villa. Kenmaze didn't bring it up and instead gave his personal villa to the king. Everyone was expecting a commotion but was left speechless. Nobody dared to get Lorist to move out for Auguslo, nor did the latter mind it. He told the other nobles that since he came late as a passing guest, there was nothing he could complain about since Kenmays had moved out of his own villa on his behalf. Everyone knew Lorist wouldn't refuse to move out of his villa if asked, but would leave for the Northlands when he did. Auguslo could not let him do this, since his plot would not have time to be put into motion if that happened. Do you know how many bottles of wine Kenmays drank and pilfered from my place? It can't compare to how many you took, but it was at least half as much. He offered the Duke a seat, which the latter accepted. He'd interacted with the Duke a few times now and knew that, despite being a rank 3 blade master, he was a lustful alcoholic. He didn't know how he became a blade master. He was just like Kenmays. He couldn't go into Lorist's study to drink there, but had his own ways. He would disappear sometime during the final night of the New Year's celebrations and be found near the cellar. Lorist hadn't bought his collection. They were spoils of war. Most were from his conquest of Hanayabarta. He'd brought back 10,000 bottles. He had wanted to split it with his men, but Charade wouldn't let him. Even the cheapest wine was several gold fords per bottle, the most expensive could go for upwards of 3,000. In the years since, between the celebrations and Lorist's normal consumption, there weren't many left. And the last couple of years Fisibalin had stolen a good portion of what there still was. He would steal at least 3 bottles every day while he was present. 300 bottles went missing every time he visited. Spiel, who was responsible for keeping an inventory of the cellar, cursed the bastard to hell and back every time. "Why are you here in the middle of the night?" asked Lorist as he pulled up a chair. "Nothing, I was really just taking a walk." "Do you think I'm gullible?" Fisibalin slumped into the couch. "I had nothing serious in mind. I just wanted to ask why you won't take part in the war." "Do you even have to ask that? Why would I send my men to die for the king? He gave you guys great deals, sure, but what has he offered me? He can't offer me riches, he's poorer than me. He can't offer me a promotion, I'm just one step below him. And he will never offer me more land, not even in his testament. I will not accept talk of restoring the empire and building honor through contributions. I will not send my men to their deaths in a war that does not concern them." "I see. You make sense," agreed the Duke. This was the keystone of any and every noble decision: benefits. Relations were only sour when there were conflicts of interest. Even if an exchange promised benefit, they would carefully weigh everything up, even if the other guy was their brother or father or son. People who honestly believed in loyalty and generosity were known as fools. "What did His Majesty offer you?" "I haven't agreed to mobilize," replied Fisibalin. "What? Why not?" Fisibalin, whom Lorist thought would be the first to answer Auguslo's call, actually hadn't agreed to mobilize. Lorist's curiosity was piqued. "I told His Majesty that if you don't deploy, neither can I. We've always considered each other great rivals. How can I leave my home unguarded if all your forces are sitting on our border?" "You Pops, I am being roasted already. And now you're using me as a frying pan." The Duke hadn't refused because he honestly believed he couldn't leave his domain open to Lorist. He obviously didn't like the conditions and Lorist's refusal was just a good excuse. "Well played. Then again, do you think His Majesty will believe you?" "I don't know. I know I do." Lorist gave the old man a thumbs up. "Old man, you're far too shameless. You've been coming to the New Year's celebration and stealing my wine. Do you think His Majesty doesn't know? What kind of fool do you think he is?" "So what? Don't forget, I'm Sylvia's grandfather. What's wrong with visiting my granddaughter? Besides, the king doesn't care about me drinking my granddaughter's wine, he's worried that we're working together now. I've already admitted to him that the alliance forces me to buy lots of daily necessities and refuses to sell me military equipment. He's asked me to endure and avoid conflict, to consider the bigger picture." Lorist was speechless. As expected from the old fox. He managed to cut our relation clear with just a few words. He even spun it so he is only attending our New Year's celebration out of obligation. He made it sound like we're working together to suppress him. And of course that dim-witted fool believes him. Lorist sighed. You really are frivolous. You were the mastermind behind the second prince's founding of Iblaya, and yet the king believes you more than he does my loyal house. How ridiculous! Ha ha ha! Fisibalin wanted to say something, but a knock-on silenced him. Genalio entered with a few bottles of wine. A couple of servants trailed behind him with some snacks. Lorist dismissed them when they were done. Lorist poured himself and the Duke each a cup. Tell me, what unacceptable offer did the king make? He promised another 200,000 civilians. Lorist snickered. I figured it would be something like that. He can't come up with anything better than that. Don't forget that if House Norton ever falls, House Fisibalin will be the next biggest thing on His Majesty's mind. That's why I used you as an excuse. If the sky falls, you'll be there to bear it for me. He actually thought he could get me to slave away for just 200,000 people. He dreams big. Then tell me, what do you want? I want a province in the Inner Kingdom. Ugh! Lorist started so bad he almost flung his cup at his grandfather-in-law. Is that even possible? Dream on, old man. It's about time you went to wash up and sleep. You're drunk. Of course it's possible. The king will agree if you'll cooperate. I haven't even drunk a bottle yet. How could I be drunk? That's so? You sure sound like you're drunk. Think about it, you're just like me. We each have one hereditary title and 2 territories we only govern. Aren't we big enough already in his eyes? Mocked Lorist. That's why this is the perfect opportunity. We both know what he plans. It's entirely possible no huge conflict will break out. He's trying to pressure them to the negotiation table with his million-strong army. The plan has a decent chance of succeeding, so the risk isn't too great. The problem is we need benefits he isn't really willing to offer. He will, however, have no chance but to give in if we work together. I will not take part in this war, and that's final. So you're not interested in wild husbandry? Haha, and what of it if I am? His Majesty won't give it to me. What are you planning? Don't forget wild husbandry is technically yours. Something that will benefit us both. The king will come to negotiate with you again soon. Just tell him you want wild husbandry. You make it sound simple. How will I justify this? Foolish kid. Just tell him you want it as a buffer between us. If you have it, no one can attack directly at your core territories. It's entirely in line with your wants. As long as you insist, the king will eventually have to give in. Lorist smiled. And you'll ask for an inner province as compensation for giving up wild husbandry. There's still one thing I don't get. You're developing the northeast very well. Why do you want an inner province? Splitting your house might make you an easy target. You'll understand the real troubles of a family head when House Norton's branch families get stronger. If the house were in an inner province, I would have sent the branch families to the plains. But we aren't, so I can't. My house has 1,000 members at least. Naturally there are both good and bad apples. And everyone is constantly fighting for a better footing. Even as the rightful lord and title holder, I can only do so much without the family's permission. I want to kick the bad apples to the inner province. Sending them there will make it look like we're strengthening our bloodline by spreading out, but it's actually a purge. Duke Fisibalin downed the last of the wine and stood up, holding 2 more bottles in his hand. Well, now you're informed, it's time I left. Just remember to insist on wild husbandry. The king will come to me and I'll deal with the rest. I won't give him a choice, he'll have to agree to my conditions as well. He has no confidence in this war without us. Fisibalin left as unnoticed as he came. Lorist's study was illuminated until daybreak. Chapter 460 Deal sealed. Silence, too, is an answer. Why go to such lengths so we will do something we have no desire to do? Even without House Norden, you still have a million-strong army. You should have no trouble achieving your strategic objectives, advised Lorist with a troubled smile. Locke, my friend, are you really going to sit back and watch the war? You'll let House Norden be nothing but a spectator? What if your descendants ask about this? Would you tell them you did nothing but watch the show? Lorist rubbed the sides of his arms, he could feel the goosebumps. Stop! Doesn't that sound gross to you? It's making my hair stand on end. When did your majesty become a traveling poet? I will tell my descendants I was watching a bunch of fools tumbling around fighting each other, and it was quite a show. You! Auguslo glared angrily, not that the latter minded. He pretended to not notice anything. House Norden must deploy their forces. As Duke of the Northlands, you have to contribute to the kingdom. All right. As Duke of the Northlands, I am willing to serve the kingdom. How about this? I'll go to the front lines myself and charge the enemy myself. You may order me around as your vassal, but you have no right to order the needless sacrifice of my men. By the same token that you may order my person around, I may refuse any unreasonable orders where my subjects and domain is concerned. Ugh! Auguslo tried his best to release his anger. Lorist's argument was airtight. He couldn't do anything to him. What's this about going to the front lines yourself? It sounds impressive, but it's just an excuse to avoid deploying your troops. You think waving your sword and killing a soldier or two means you've fulfilled your obligations? You think you can just go back and watch the rest of the fight? How's that different from not doing anything at all? Fine, Brother Locke, tell me what you want. As long as it's something reasonably, I will agree. Auguslo seemed to have surrendered. All would be well as long as Lorist agreed to deploy. The conditions could be discussed later. In the worst-case scenario, he could just delay the fulfillment of his promise the best he could. I want a sense of security. Sense of security. Auguslo's eyes widened. The hell is that? I haven't heard of anyone asking for this before. If you agree to give me wild husbandry, I can send my men to war. Wild husbandry? Impossible. Then there is nothing more to be said. Genalio, please see His Majesty OU. Wait. Brother Locke, we can talk about this. What the hell? You can't send people off without giving them a chance to respond. Nobody negotiates like this. I return to the Northlands tomorrow. I wish you success in your campaign. Godspeed, said Lorist as he shook his head. No, Brother Locke, please tell me what you meant by safety. What does this have to do with you wanting wild husbandry? The king wouldn't leave until he understood what was going on. Lorist glared at the man like he was an utter idiot. Locke, what's the meaning of this? If you don't understand, please turn back and take a look at the map, Lorist sighed deeply. Map. Auguslo turned around and saw a map of House Norton's dominion on the wall. Different territories were rendered in different colors. What did they mean? Auguslo got up and walked over. The Northlands is green, the ocean blue, Delamock and Winston light green, and Southern and Sigler light yellow. The provinces around the capital and the 11 central provinces are golden yellow. Only House Fizibalan's East Wild and Gold Creek are dark red. Wild Husbandry is light red. Magical Dragon Mountains and the Wildlands are grey-black. What is this? Auguslo soon noticed the color legend on the bottom of the map. Green was for the safest areas under the Lorist's direct inheritary rule, mostly the duchy. Light green was for safe areas only under Lorist's jurisdiction. Blue was the ocean. Yellow marked the safe territories of allies, golden yellow territories under the royal family. Dark red areas were danger zones, and light red areas those to be monitored closely. Grayish-black zones were unexplored frontiers, the threat level of which was unknown. The map's clarity was immediately apparent. He soon felt a little uncomfortable. Why are the areas under my control not marked as safe areas or those of allies? You tell me, Your Majesty. These categorizations aren't decided on arbitrarily, nor did I or any or my people have a hand in deciding what went where. This map was drawn based on feedback from hundreds, if not thousands, of merchants. This is how they evaluate the different areas based on their security and stability. Auguslo couldn't find a retort. He understood that due to his efforts to rally his forces, he had focused most of his attention on the military. He hadn't paid attention to the civil side of his rule. It was good enough that his subjects stayed alive so they could join his army. Crimes like robbery and murder had gone unchecked and grown rampant. No wonder his lands were mediocrely rated at best. One could only feel relatively safe if one carried a weapon on one's person at all times. Merchants could not operate without escorts and had to travel in large convoys. He finally understood what Lorist meant by sense of security and how it related to his desire for wild husbandry. The Northlands had 4 routes connecting it to the outside world. The maritime route started in North Sea. The 3 others were overland. One went through Winston and one through Delamock. The final went through wild husbandry. Both Winston and Delamock were under Lorist's control. He had worked hard to stabilize the situation, so they were now rated as safe. Only wild husbandry was light red, an area of low safety that had to be carefully monitored. The recent war between House Norton and House Fisibelan had plunged the province into poverty and lawlessness, and without control of the area, Lorist could not feel safe about the crime possibly spilling over into his lands. It was also a route House Fisibelan could use to attack him, a place where he had no buffer. Haha! I didn't think Lorist would really treat Fisibelan as his most dangerous enemy, even though they've signed a ceasefire. It seems Fisibelan's claims about the alliance forcing them to buy daily necessities and open up trade routes were true. They're trying to squeeze all the gold Fisibelan gets from Gold Creek. Not bad. The more conflicts between them, the deeper their grudges will be. I might get a chance to exploit this if I play my cards right. Auguslo paced back and forth in front of the map. He only snapped out of his reverie after several minutes. Brother Locke, didn't Fisibelan sign an armistice with you? I also heard trade is doing really well. You are both Andanak nobility, you've even married the Duke's granddaughter. I don't understand why you still see Fisibelan as your enemy. Don't you think this is inappropriate? It was quite unnecessary for Lorist to want wild husbandry. He just has to cut the suspension bridge. With the bridge gone, Fisibelan can't attack him without either spending several months building another bridge, or detouring through a lot of Norton land. Fisibelan has long withdrawn his forces from the province as well. It's basically yours already. Why do you want to force me to recognize your control formally? Can't we just shut one eye and have a tacit agreement? Even if we ignore the fact that Fisibelan has full legal rights to the land, there is no precedent for this. This has never been done before. No noble has ever had more than 2 territories besides their hereditary fiefs. But you want 3? You're just making trouble for me. Wild husbandry isn't a great province either. It might be a lot of land, but hardly anyone lives there, and the few that do are raided by barbarians frequently. My forefathers used to exile people there, but you actually want it? Do you have so much free time you feel like trying to govern that shithole? Lorist smirked. If not for my alliance forcing Fisibelan into a corner, do you think they would be so easy to handle? They would have submitted to you? Have you already forgotten it was Fisibelan that drove the founding of Iblia? Do you think you can trust his loyalty just because you married one of his offspring? House Norton never forgets its enemies. Ceasefire or armistice or not. We remember well they were the ones who sent the barbarians our way, who killed tens of thousands of my people. Fisibelan bled my men for wild husbandry, now I want to see his face as I tear it from his hands without losing a single drop of blood. I will build a monument to my men there, where he can stare at it across the border as it mocks him from sunrise to sunset and throughout the night. I've already contributed greatly to your cause. My endurance of these losses, my making peace with that man, that is my contribution to your war, and it is a far greater contribution than any of my armies can get you on the battlefield. My men will sit patiently at their posts, waiting for our opportunity. Whether you agree to let me take that in or not doesn't matter. One day Fisibalin will turn his back on you, and we will march over the river and pry wild husbandry from his cold, dead hands. Auguslo was overcome with joy. He finally caught a glimpse of the true hatred Lorist felt for the Duke and finally understood he really wanted the province to placate his conscience and wipe away the shame of his loss there. Ha ha ha. It seems I have nothing to worry about. There's no way he will ever work with Fisibalin. This kind of hatred can't be faked. Letting Lorist take wild husbandry forcefully will shame Fisibalin as well. They'll hate each other to the bone and look for every chance to slit a few throats. Trading a useless barren expanse for House Norton's participation in the war and adding trouble to House Fisibalin at the same time was ideal. As for the limitation of each house having only one fief and 2 jurisdictions, Auguslo could circumvent it. The province wasn't technically his, after all. It would not be him, as the king, giving Lorist jurisdiction, he would only be acknowledging the exchange. It would not adversely affect his reputation, and he paid no other price for it either. It wasn't that simple, however. Since the land was not his, he could not just give it away. He had to convince the rightful jurisprudent to hand it over. Luckily, he felt confident in his ability to convince the Duke. He had all the leverage in that relationship. Fisibalin was being suppressed by the alliance and could only stand by the king's support. He could just threaten to withdraw it. He knew the Duke would demand compensation, however. How would he compensate the man? I can't have Lorist deploy and Fisibalin stay. Lorist won't stand for it, even if he has wild husbandry. He'll either withdraw from the offer, or only deploy a token force. I need his men to achieve my objectives. I can agree to let you administer wild husbandry, but the land isn't mine to give. It belongs to Fisibalin. I cannot forcefully give you the land either, even as king I do not have the authority or the right to. I'll have to convince Fisibalin to do it voluntarily, but I promise I'll get him to agree. Just give me 3 days before you leave, okay? Lorist bowed deeply. I shall do as your majesty pleads. If you can get Fisibalin to hand over wild husbandry, I will move my men to the front and join your offensive. Auguslo left in a hurry. Lorist cracked a smile. Perhaps wild husbandry was just a barren wasteland in the eyes of others. But to Lorist it was precious trade territory. His most profitable partners were the grassland barbarians. He didn't just want to trade with them, though. He wanted to make them pledge themselves to him and become his subjects. He would nurture them into yet another foreign market for his goods. The villa complex near Platinum Beach was quite rowdy for the following 3 days. The nobles learned by gossip of Lorist's conditions. Kenmays, Phelim, and Chazin each paid him a visit, but he kept silent. Silence, too, however, was an answer. On the first day, Auguslo went to negotiate with the Duke. Rumor had it the old man was so pissed he yanked his sword out of its scabbard and tried to march right over to Lorist's villa. Wild husbandry is my land. I won't give it to anyone else even if I have to kill them or die for it. That brat is going too far. Let me go kill him, he was said to have said. Luckily, he barked loudly but only nibbled. He would not really challenge Lorist. Auguslo only had to put in a sliver of effort to stop the Duke. He refused to listen to Auguslo's advice, however, and locked himself in his room for the rest of the day. The king visited him again the next day. The old man had cooled down somewhat. He listened to the kind silently. He didn't say a single word for the whole visit. The king made his third and final visit on the 3rd day. This time, the old man was far more relaxed. He was willing to give wild husbandry and join the campaign if he was enfeft a province in the center of the kingdom. Auguslo agreed after pondering for a few minutes. He didn't promise a territory he currently controlled, however, but one that he would if the war ended well. He promised that, if the first phase of the war was successful, Enderwolf, one of the reclaimed provinces, would be given to Fisibulan. Fisibulan wasn't the least bit surprised. Promising to give something in the hands of the enemy was a habit of Auguslo's. He agreed, nonetheless, but had him sign a letter of oath. The Duke went to Lorist's villa and handed over control of the province formally after he got the king's signed oath. Auguslo also signed the document to officiate it. After the procedure, Fisibulan flung the quill he used to sign the agreement and left angrily. On the 32nd day of the 8th month, year 1786, Duke Fisibulan, under the eyes of Andernach's king, Auguslo I and the nobles present, transferred the writ of wild husbandry to Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist, allowing House Norton to be the only landed noble house to have one direct dominion and 3 other jurisdictions. Chapter 461 Prepare for War. I never understood why people blame the soldiers and the generals for war. Is it not the nobles that start it all? Should it not be the kings and dukes that are hated for their arrogance, selfishness, and ambition? Most soldiers fight only to protect their homes, they join armies only to feed their wives and children. Nobles have no such problems. They stuff themselves with meat and wine and empty themselves with poor wenches. The soldier wishes only to return home safely to his loving wife, with enough coin to tide them over until the next harvest. The noble, however, lusts for power and fame. If only we could get the nobles to fight their wars themselves. When a commoner has an argument, he solves it with his own fists. When a noble has a disagreement, he sends others to die on his behalf. Sod noble dignity, to hell with aristocratic honor. I will respect it the day the nobles are willing to shed their own blood for it. Until then, I stand by my words, the basest of all life is not the peasant, nor even the slave, it is the noble. Excerpt from On Honor by Nico Telesti. 15th day of the 9th month, year 1786. Lorist, just returned from Platinum Beach, called a war council. His Majesty will split the army in 2. Our alliance will be in one of them together. We'll attack Enderwolf and Bodalger from Magic. His Majesty will meet up with Dukes Fisibulan, Forand, Handra, and Shabaj and the minor nobles and head for the 2 southeastern provinces. He intends to clean up the northeastern area first and eliminate Zitram before striking Kenbana in a 3-pronged assault. Lormo's provinces, Malivia and Yamania, will be won through negotiation. The war will be over once we hold those provinces, and the empire will be whole once again. Lorist tapped on the large map with his wooden pointer. The king is convinced this war will be no more than a year. More accurately, he cannot let it last more than a year. This is where we come in. For this to work, the attack has to happen when the enemy least expects it, and when it can least respond, winter. We are the only ones on the continent who can fight effectively this time of year. The rest are too soft. Everyone sneered. The king at least has this much wit. He knows Blizzard Blitz, the poor imitation of our forces he trained cannot match us. We could have told him this even before he tried though. Another round of sneers. It's likely we'll have to fight most of this war on our own. I doubt he'll take Kenbana before we're done. We might well have to press into Kenbana and then sweep back north to help him out in Zitram. It's nice that he knows we're so much better than him, Charade jeered, but he's given us the bone and chosen the meat. Don't you think a single province is a little meager for everything we're expected to do? Charade wasn't wrong. House Norton had to take 2 provinces, one of them Bodalger, the current dominion of Wesha, the guild well known for being the Union's principal weapon supplier. Their army would definitely be well kitted and fully armored. They had also only deployed a small portion of their army to join the Union's war in the southeast, most of their army still sat in barracks in the cities and on the border. House Norton's forces had the mobility to attack in the dead of winter, but their mobility was largely useless against an enemy that only had to hold the towns in which they sat and didn't have to move out into the frozen winter wilderness. The officers and commanders chattered amongst themselves in hushed tones. No one liked the deal. Lorist tapped on the table and the voices quieted. If they were allowed to continue, they might even veto his decision to join the war. Loyalty to their king didn't factor into this concern. As far as they were concerned, their only sovereign was Lorist. Stop complaining. There is nothing more the king is willing to give in return. The man only agreed thanks to Fisibelin's machinations. And what is done, anyway. All right, listen up. Here are your assignments. I want everyone to do their best. We cannot have delays in our development projects because of the war, and we cannot be seen to be doing a half-arsed job of our part in the campaign either. Lorist swept his gaze over his subordinates and vassals. Firm Rock and Tiger Soar will deploy together. You will take Anderwolf as quickly as possible. Spare no one who resists. I want only obedient subjects and corpses left for Fisibelan when you move on. Once Anderwolf is taken, Tiger Soar will clean it up and hand it over to Fisibelan. Firm Rock will roll straight ahead into Bodalger and take Frederica. Once the forces in Frederica are wiped out, Wesha will only have dispersed garrisons and small patrol forces left. They stand no chance at retaking the city, so you'll wait for Tiger Soar inside. The scattered remains of their forces pose no threat to us, so we can take care of them after you regroup. I must object, Your Grace, Jusk interjected, why aren't we deploying Jaeger? We already have control of wild husbandry, but the province is a complete mess. Jaeger is to clean it up. Wipe out the gangs and the barbarians roaming and raiding the countryside. I clean province ready for development to great me when I return from the front lines. However, don't just kill every barbarian you see. If they're willing to submit and become my subjects, then leave them be. Ideally they'll become no different from our current stock of sedentary subjects. Teach them husbandry, build small towns and settlements for them. Keaton, I'm making you the province's administrator. Make this happen. Lorist ordered as he glanced at the aging man. I am not holding Jaeger back because I doubt its abilities in a fight, there is just too much to do, and the weather isn't fitting for Jaeger. It's a light cavalry legion. Horses do not do well on snow, and Tiger Soar and Firm Rock are much better on foot. Neither of them, on the other hand, can fight the barbarians anywhere near as well as Jaeger can on wild husbandry's plains and rolling hills. But fighting the barbarians is no fun at all, Jusk complained, crestfallen, I want to fight on a proper front line again for once. Fine, if you can clean everything up in wild husbandry before year's end, I'll let you join us on the front with a few of your guard. The man had spent several years training Jaeger by now, so it was only fair he be given a taste of proper action again. Thank you, Your Grace, Jusk said as he pulled Els along by his collar. Come on. Let's go finish this quickly. Sit down. Sheesh. You have more than enough time, a few hours spent in a meeting won't make you miss the deadline, snapped Charade. Your Grace, how many men is Fisibelan sending out? The Duke is deploying as many as last time, 1 Frontier Legion and 1 Barbarian Reserve Legion. He's holding 2 Garrison Legions and the 2nd Frontier Legion back. They won't be full strength, though. Fisibelan told me he plans to pull men from the 3 to make a 30,000-strong Garrison Legion which he'll station in Anderwolf once it's handed over. Will this not affect our supply line? Charade inquired. Lorist shook his head. No. Fisibelan has agreed to only move the Legion over after the rainy season. They shouldn't arrive before the 6th month next year. They'll be escorting House Fisibelan's branch families over. He plans to create 1 marquisate, 3 counties, 7 viscounties, and more than 40 baronies in the province, all of which will be given to members of the branch families. The new legion will also be split between them. They'll pose no threat to us. This is also why Fisibelan wants us to clean the province up before they arrive. I understand. I can't help but get the disturbing feeling the Duke is actually sincere in his desire to keep a good relationship with us. Well, for the duration of this campaign, at least. But are we really going to help the old fox for nothing in return? Of course there will be benefits. Anderwolf has 600,000 inhabitants. I promised the Duke we won't ravage the place. We'll only take the noble's wealth and 1/6 of its population. Don't the 4 houses in the alliance tread the same path? Do we have to split this between the 4 of us? They get nothing. We are all 3 fighting this war together, true, but they have nothing to do with this conquest or this deal. They will only join in after the rainy season. Since we will take the provinces alone, we get all the benefits. They're only responsible for showing up and using their numbers to pressure the union during the negotiations. The same actually goes for all the other nobles involved. We and the king are the only ones expected to do any actual fighting. I'm still convinced we got the short end of the stick. No wonder the king kept pestering you to join the war. We're fighting almost the entire campaign. We might as well just march in and take everything for ourselves for all the work we do. That blasted king no doubt wants to be able to push all the blame on us if this fails. We don't have to pick this bone with him. The enemy can't gather up a force capable of fighting us as equals. Actually, the bulk of our benefits will be here. Loris tapped on Baudalger with his pointer. Frederica is Wesha's headquarters. Everything they own will be ours if we take it. Wealth is only a small part of the benefits we will gain. Talent is the biggest thing I'm aiming for. The province's population has exploded to 800,000 people since they took over. They've moved in thousands of artisans and other skilled labor. Almost the entire guild now lives in and around the city. We tried to start trade with the Union about 8 years ago, but Wesha crushed our plans. They deal primarily in weaponry and other military equipment, so of course they wouldn't let us encroach on their market. They are both our public and private enemy. Why not wipe this pest off the map while we have the chance? Even just the chance to rid ourselves of this nuisance is enough of a reward to deploy. A snake's head should be cut off when you fight it. With the guild having concentrated itself around this one city, we can not just cut off its head in one strike, but toss it into the fire pit entirely. Even if the Union wins the war in the end, Wesha will be done for. The Big 7 will be the Big 6 when this is over, no matter how it ends. How has the king told us to deal with Baudalger and Wesha? The king was too preoccupied with getting Fizzabalan to agree to the deal to think about that. I suspect he doesn't think we can take Frederica quickly. It does have a 48,000 strong military presence after all. This is nothing like when he took the city. It was only guarded by about 1/5 the forces then. Besides, he's already promised the province to Shabaj. Whether the province is in ruins when we let it go or not doesn't affect him at all. Maybe he also thinks we won't dare offend the Union too much and so will restrain our urges. Unfortunately for him, and luckily for us, he knows nothing of our grudge with Wesha. After a few laughs, a stern expression returned to his face. Firm Rock will stay in Frederica and oversee our extraction of Wesha's people. The province also has about 800,000 inhabitants. Strip it down to 300,000. I entrust this to you, Potter Fang, Malak. Understood. The 2 generals stood up and saluted. Understood, Your Grace. He returned to pointing his stick at the map. Today is the 15th of the 9th. We still have 3 months before we launch our attack. The road is long though. We have to cross Winston, Southern, Ramad, Messon, Jigsaw, Freewood, Parolina, Westwood, and Iramak to get to Magic. If not for our ability at traveling on snow and ice, it would have been impossible to be ready in time. Kimura, you are in charge of our move to the front lines. Shadekampf will be your aide. Set up a reliable supply line from here to there in these 3 months. I want at least 1 supply depot in each province. You don't have to worry about interference, I've already cleared this with the king. You have full authority to set up camps as and where you see fit. Freyar, I'm putting you in charge of security. I picked 2 divisions from the forces in Delamock and 2 from those in Winston. Form them into a temporary guard legion and keep the supply line safe. Put around a brigade at each depot. The rest will patrol the route and escort our convoys back and forth. I've also freed 2 divisions from the south of the Northlands. They'll fill in for Tigersore and Firm Rock and hold Anderwolf until Fizzabelin can take over. Also, Termin, your knights will move to Venades just in case. Wait there for further orders. I may need you on the front lines if things don't go as planned. Charade, as per the usual, you will be in charge of the household while we're off on campaign. Supervisor Spiel, help him with the migrants. Everyone understand their responsibilities. All the household officials and knights stood up and saluted. We understand, Your Grace. Start the war. That king's petty schemes were only ever enough to keep the boredom away, not enough to be amusing. Norton Lorist. We've just received a message from Baron Kimura. Genalio yelped as he rushed into the room, handing Lorist the white silk cloth he brought with him. Charade, discussing trade with Lorist, saw his expression change as he quickly scanned the message. What happened? Asked he. Someone's itching to do something. We should teach them a lesson, Lorist said, handing the cloth to Charade. Take a look. Baron Kimura's supply stations in Jigsaw, Freewood, Westwood, and Iramak were attacked. The local nobles didn't just refuse to cooperate with our investigation, they even blamed us for attracting bandits. They're demanding compensation. HRMPH. Darn thieves are calling blame first. How could our stations be attacked by bandits without the nobles' cooperation? I wouldn't be surprised if the bandits were the nobles themselves. I didn't think the cowards would become this daring the moment the king left. To think they want to prey on us. Do they think we're that easy to bully? As the main force would be split two ways, Auguslo had mobilized his army to the southwest in 9th month. He even left Wittelian at the borders of magic. That way, they could reach Lormodi border as the rainy season ended. However, with Auguslo and his army gone, the relatively peaceful empire quickly became rowdy. The nobles, previously pressured into good behavior by the king's massive army, could breathe freely enough to start exploiting everyone else. At least a dozen small wars were fought already in just 2 months. Some of the less scrupulous nobles even went straight to banditry. Lorist had never imagined, however, that they would actually have the balls to target his men. Either the provinces had been sucked bone dry by the king, or he'd truly killed off everyone with any brain cells at all. He had set up a dozen supply camps along the route and stocked them to collapse with resources in preparation for the war and subsequent migration. He had not been expecting this level of debasement among the nobles, so he had not manned the route with a lot of men. Even the biggest depots only had a brigade of guards. They were the perfect targets for unscrupulous nobles. Charade read the letter in detail. Kimura didn't mention casualties, so it shouldn't be too serious. The same can't be said for our schedule. We're badly behind now. Friar's forces are just too thinly spread. Lorist nodded. The route is too long. We didn't think of the nobles being this stupid when we came up with our plans. We have to increase the guard. I want to teach the idiots a good lesson too though. It's only been a few years, but they've already forgotten how deadly we can be. Genalio. Your Grace. Take this with you. Send an emergency missive to the king. Tell him we're about to deal with the nobles along the supply line. We cannot send our men into combat if we cannot ensure our supply line's integrity. Understood, Your Grace. I'll get to it immediately, said Genalio as he bowed and left the study. The war is just around the corner, we just have to ensure the line's integrity. Why get ourselves involved with those insects? Asked Charade. Lorist tapped his fingers on the desk. No. If this were a simple matter of keeping the line safe, it would be no trouble. But I'm worried the nobles will be angered by our retaliation and attack us foolishly even if it won't benefit them. They might be forced into a desperate corner. If things get really bad, we might even have to deal with spiteful sabotage. For the nobles it'll only be a venting of their anger, but for us it might cost us the war and hundreds of thousands of lives. We have to clean the root entirely of all the polyps growing on it. We have to uproot whoever attacks us, no matter who they are. Will the king allow it though? He will. Anyone who interferes in his plans are his enemy. As long as we launch our surprise attack according to plan, he will even close an eye to us wiping out every noble along the road. Lorist suddenly started. Fuck. We've been had. Hey? How so? Lorist paced about in the study. This might be exactly what the king wants. He plans to use us to clean up the aristocratic mess in his land. Charade's expression soured as well. Any proof? It's simple. He's given us the rights to set up these camps, everyone should know how serious he is about this. So why would they interfere and risk having their entire family exterminated? He must have not told them about this. Ha ha ha. Lorist's laughter turned cold. It's not just a gut feeling either. Think about it. This was the most important one he'll fight in his entire life. Do you really think he'll let himself make such a mistake when it concerns such an important element of his plan? Of course not. If he'd warned the nobles beforehand, no one would dare attack the depots. They would be challenging the king himself. There was no such announcement, however, so all they see is ripe fruit ready to be picked. At worst they expect this to just be a scuffle between minor nobility. So it's the same old trick he used last time. Charade commented, he first causes trouble, then gets us to clean his mess for him, and then even uses that as a leash to keep us under his thumb. He will ignore it now because he needs us in the war, but make no mistake, he'll bring it up the first opportunity he gets afterwards. So he gets a leash, cleans up a mess, and sours our relationship with the three dukes all in one shot? He must be really proud of his plan. If he can sour our relationship with the dukes, the alliance will be cut off from most possible friends in the empire and they'll be more likely to side with him against us. It would be a great power balancer. That is the kind of bastard he is. We are at least as strong as a full-fledged kingdom. Only my loathing to be called a traitor is keeping us under his wings. He will never trust us. Lorist continued, but is there a point? All he achieves is being looked down on even more. As long as we don't lose the strength we have now, even as an emperor at the head of an empire, he will be defenseless and fangless against us. Short of declaring open war on us, there will be nothing he can do to try to tame us. I doubt he'll really go that far, Charade offered. He might have an army of 500,000, but he knows they're not our match. Our biggest issue is how we're going to deal with this. Tigersaur and Firm Rock are on their way to magic. Should we divert them for them to the trouble areas? No need. The two must rush to prepare for the attack. The 10th month is closing, we don't have much time for rest. Don't waste their time for a few bandits. Mobilize a division from Jaeger. Just can lead them. They'll help Freyar keep the line safe and patrol the area. Call Els and Reedy back as well. Send them over with 1,000 men. They can deal with the nobles interfering in house business. What will Jaeger do without either of its commanders? Don't worry. There's still Yuri and Waxima. They are more than enough. It's time for Jisk to see some proper action again, and Els is only a fill-in for Yuri, who can now take over again. It's time Els got a decent position anyway. I'll put him in command of a legion after the war. On the 31st 10th, year 1786, Lorist sent the general of Jaeger, Jusk, with a division to the supply lines to combat the threat of the unidentified forces of the bandits and nobles. At the same time, he had Reedy and Els lead 1,000 guards to investigate and obliviate the noble forces and bandits that played a part in the raiding of the supply stations. All the way until the 30th of the 11th, House Norton cooked up a bloodstorm along that supply line. Near 100 bandit bands were wiped out by the sudden attack of Els and Reedy's guard brigade, as well as the ferocious pursuit of the Jaeger troops. More than 50 landed nobles were wiped out for involving themselves with the bandits. Their dominions were also raided clean. Back then, Auguslo enfeoffed less than 100 noble houses in the central provinces, yet House Norton wiped out half in such a short time. All of a sudden, House Norton's savage reputation spread like wildfire across the provinces. Apart from a few doomed fools, nobody dared to approach the supply line. Even if they had to cross it, they'd rather take the long way around. No one dared to get close to the depots. On 20th of the 11th, Lorist led 1,000 guards to Magic, accompanied by rank 2 Blade Master Shus. Sylvia, the 4 concubines, Lorist's 2 sons and a few officials were there to send him off. After bidding them all farewell, Lorist told Belnick, general of the 1st Local Defense Legion, "I leave the Northlands in your care." Belnick made a knight's salute. "Please rest assured, Your Grace. I won't let you down." Lorist nodded. Depart. Chapter 463 Baranabat. Winter is your worst enemy. This is true enough under normal circumstances, but when the Nortons are involved it becomes gospel. Duke Fizibalin. The clouds filled the skies. Cold winds blew. Ice feathers fell from the sky, covering the plains and mountains in a white sheet. Winter descended on the world again. "I guess I'm getting old," thought Baranabat. No matter how brightly the flame burned in the fireplace, he still shivered in his chair under his thick blanket. His hands clasped it to him and he sipped fruit wine from his golden cup shakily as he stared at the pale world outside his window. His thoughts went back to the day he would gather his mercenary friends at a local tavern and make merry. Ah, what good days! But, they were not to be any more. The band no longer existed. Pale Eagle was no more. He still remembered how their leader used to announce he would make the band one of the best in the Union in his many drunken stupors. Everyone, none less drunk than him, would loudly swear their aid in realizing this ambition. The one-eye owner of the tavern, M.O.T., would always smile at them kindly if somewhat helplessly. Everyone would cheer with them. No one mocked the young men's dreams. Everyone wished to turn their band into Moronti's greatest back then, back when Moronti still was the continent's home for mercenaries. It was the highest honor a band could get. It took them 2 decades of walking on the edge between life and death, but, with great effort they made it into the 20s. They were just a few ranks from their goal, but that would be their end. Everything changed when the Union became a feudal society. The War of Glass came nearly immediately after. Pale Eagle's leader moved the band to Tarabo. He wanted to carve out a small title for himself. To win a place he and his comrades could call home. Everyone was in high spirits when they departed. They were no longer a small-time band. They were 21st on the rankings. All 3 leaders were gold ranks and everyone in the band were silver ranks, about 100 of them stood behind the leaders. Things went great for them initially as well. They successfully raided 3 noble manors and got a lot of spoils. Everyone was convinced this was the right decision. Abbot had even gotten to bed several of the noble ladies he could in the past only admire lustfully from a distance. Their glory was fleeting, however. 10 days into their expedition, their leader caught wind of a massive bounty on a blade master. He left their camp with 40 men. Only 3 returned. Pale Eagle was crushed in an instant. Rifts formed between the remaining members as everyone fought for control of what was left. Abbot and the band's third-in-command fought each other tooth and nail. He suffered a severe wound to his arm whilst the other had an arm and a leg broken. Abbot won in the end, but his opponent, unwilling to accept his loss, left with his followers. Abbot had skills, but lacked the charisma needed to hold everyone together. His men slowly slipped away one by one. With the band on its last legs, he called in a favor from one of Twin Dragon's deputy supervisors. He'd gotten acquainted with the man by a lucky twist of fate a while back. Through his connections with the guild, he used the band's funds to buy a small barony and its associated title. The heavy wooden door to the room suddenly swung open and the cold wind burst in from outside. Abbot snapped out of his reverie and clutched his blanket even tighter. He gazed at the door through squinted eyes and saw 2 familiar figures. A huge man stood in front, his chief knight, Adrian. He was an old friend and comrade from the Abbot's mercenary days. Behind him stood a slender middle-aged fellow, Krigar Pale Eagle's former logistics officer, and now his chief treasurer. "We have returned from our patrol, my lord," The snow is piling up, it's almost to my knee. The livestocks are still fine, though, we've only had one death so far. The slave in charge of it will be punished accordingly, reported Adrian. You didn't have him beaten to death, did you? Asked Abbot. I have not, my lord. Don't worry. I know how to punish. Those pathetics won't be obedient unless they're punished anyway. They're tough so they'll survive the winter regardless. The Baron nodded silently. You did well. Appropriate punishment is necessary. They'll slack off otherwise. We spend money on them, so don't kill them. Every death is money down the river. The war is over now, so it won't be cheap to replace lost slaves anymore either. Slaves will become more expensive now again. I understand, my lord. The Union had caught hundreds of thousands of soldiers during the war. It could not afford to keep and feed them, so the Big Seven sold them off as slaves. Well, they weren't technically slaves. The Union always made a big ruckus of individual freedom and condemned slavery. The slaves weren't sold as property, instead the captives' labor rights were what was sold. A civilian served a 3-year prison sentence and a soldier 5. What was bought was the right to use them as labor for the time they were prisoners. They technically had to be released when their term was up. Few people expected this to happen though. This was one of the Union's most profitable and successful policies to date. It got rid of the housing and feeding burden, sated the nobles' demands for labor, and made a lot of money in the process. Anderwolf had 80 new nobles, one of which was Baron Abbot. Unfortunately it had been cleaned by Andernach's king just a few years earlier. It was barren of wealth and desolate of people. When Abbot came over 7 years ago, there were less than 1,000 people in his entire fief. And most of these were only there because they didn't have a skill they could sell elsewhere. He had managed to cobble together a few thousand people through recruitment efforts and wars with his neighbors. His barony had just over 10,000 subjects now. His was the strongest territory in the region at the moment. The only problem was that the majority of his subjects were elderly and could not do much hard labor. To alleviate this problem he'd bought 300 youths from the Union. Everything is good in the manor as well, my lord, reported Krigar. You two did well as well. Come, let's have a drink and warm ourselves up. There's a small cow leg over there, Adrian. Bring it over and we'll roast some. Abbot didn't put up any airs in front of his companions in private. He may be a noble by title now, but he was still just a common mercenary at heart. It made him beloved by his old friends and kept his old subordinates loyal, but left him isolated from noble circles. The other wannabe nobles from his region didn't like that he wasn't upholding their new, pretentious customs. The three sat around the fire enjoying the warmth and food together. Now this is life, Abbot groaned, we should build a proper stone castle next year. He wasn't troubled by the other nobles' mockery, but his lack of a stone castle irked him. This was his 7th year as a noble, but he had yet to put a single stone on top of another. Proper nobles had proper castles, but he lived in nothing more than a hut. It wouldn't even be considered a wooden castle, it needed a palisade to be a wooden castle, and it lacked even that. We need not defend the borders anymore, so we'll have the manpower soon enough. But what will we do about the materials and costs? Asked Adrian. Augusloi attacked their neighboring duchies 4 years earlier. Word only reached them via an envoy from Duke Handra asking for help when they were all but overrun already. The nobles were utterly bewildered. Some immediately marched for the duchy to help defend it, whilst others packed up and prepared to run to Moronti. Just as everyone was about to scatter their own way, Wesha's vice president toured the region and calmed everyone down. They were all Union nobles, a superpower on the continent. Yes, most of their forces were caught up in the war to the south, but they were far from defenseless, at the very least they had a sword saint. The king would not anger them even if he only had half a brain. His words calmed everyone and time proved him right. After the dukes submitted, Andernach ended the war and withdrew. They left Wittelian behind, but they only took up defensive positions and stared at Anderwolf across the border. Things weren't completely golden, however. The many minor nobles banded together and formed a 10,000-strong standing army just in case. Several years had passed now, however, and Andanak had showed no movement that indicated any intent to invade. People were beginning to ask whether the army should perhaps not be disbanded. The army cost the nobles most of their budgets, ones that were already strapped thin because of their land's desolation. They couldn't just leave the border undefended, however. What would they do if Andanak did decide to invade? Their solution was to put everyone on a rotation of sorts. They would draw lots every 3 years and the losers had to man the border until the next round. To keep this from disproportionately affecting smaller, less populated fiefs, it was decided that each lord only had to contribute 1/20th of his population to this duty. This system only counted for the men, however. Everyone would contribute the resources needed to feed, clothe, and house the forces. Abbot, the lucky man, had drawn a losing lot. He could not refuse, so he sent out 500 youths and Adrian. His term would be up this winter and his men would finally return. Their absence were why he had to buy the 300 slaves. Abbot smiled. You might not be aware, but Auguslo is rallying his forces. He's preparing to invade the Union. We're lucky, though. His forces are gathering in the southwest so we won't have to fight this time. He must be wanting to push straight for Moronti, and there is much closer. No wonder Wittelian left the border. Their side of the border now only matches ours. I suspect they might even be greenhorns. That said, they haven't slacked. I saw no gaps in their defenses before I left. We couldn't sneak any scouts through. Adrian commented. At least we have nothing to worry about. We can watch other fight from the sidelines. We should focus on our own business when the war starts next year. Viscount Wamus must be the one who rigged the draw. He made me waste 3 years. We'll use the fountain as an excuse to start a war with him. He only knows how to talk, he can't fight. He only has 200 men and only 3 of them are silver ranks. We can steamroll him easily. It's just too bad we aren't allowed to kill other nobles. We'll just strip his land and castle clean. The worst the Union can do is send someone over to keep an eye on us for a while. They might not even bother if the war gets serious enough. We'll take what we don't have from our neighbors. Haha. We didn't waste the 3 years we spent on the border. I should thank you, Adrian. You've trained our men into a strong force. Krigar looked incredibly elated. It's about time we dealt with that prick. He openly mocked us last time we met. So what if we were mercenaries? They were just merchants. Abbot laughed heartily but cut it short mid-laugh. I hear something outside. Soft rustling broke through the wine's lonely wails. Adrian stood up. Let me check. A couple of people dressed in white capes and pelts rushed into the room through the door. Their eyes, swords, and spears glinted viciously in the flickering firelight. Don't move. One yelled, keep your arms where I can see them. Drop your weapons and kneel. Surrender and you'll be spared. Chapter 464. Surprise attack ongoing. Fate is fickle and wretched. It robs a man of his friends and swamps him with enemies. Some, it even turns from friend to foe. And the worst part of it all is that man makes his own fate. Norton Lorist. The wooden houses in the distance burned brightly. Crimson streaks stained the white ground. Pained cries echoed out of agonized mouths and mixed with the wailing winter wind. The last 3 days' heavy snow had stopped just in time to fail to cover this horrid scene. A few streaks crisscrossed the thick clouds, giving glances of the blue sky. Needles of sunlight mocked the world below. Lorist's expression gloomed at the hut in front of him. 173 Tigersaur soldiers' bodies lay in neat rows on the ground in front of them. Many were missing limbs and several had severe wounds on their torso. Their crimson-stained bodies were tragic against the pure snow. What happened here? How could a ruddy manner cause so many casualties among my men? Pale words seeped out through the gaps between Lorist's teeth. Who knew what kind of fire burned in his heart? It's my fault, Your Grace, Dulles said as he stepped forward. We didn't expect this old manor to be Baron Abbot's dominion, the one Sir Tarkle warned in his list we should be extra careful about. He used to be the Union's 21st ranked mercenary band's vice-captain. He was a gold rank known as Gold Eagle. One of the troops from a scout company discovered this rundown manor. None of us associated it with Baron Abbot. They rushed in to force its occupants to surrender, but found the Baron and his knight inside. The entire company was wiped out. Baron Abbot prepared to attack us, but we caught up too quickly. We lost 421 people in total, 173 of them lie here, dead. The Baron only lost 70. Everyone's been beheaded. House Norton's military units were divided into squads of 10, their leader a sergeant. 10 squads made a company, their leader a lieutenant. Per the house's winter protocols, the scout company would watch a spotted target from afar undiscovered while it waited for the main force to attack. Fury Bear finished their investigation of Anderwolf's nobility more than a year earlier. Their informants donned various disguises and roles and scoured every corner of the region. They recorded everything, from the number of the nobles' men, to the daily routines of their servants. Tigersore only needed to look through Tarkle's list and act accordingly, and the region could be taken in a few weeks. The only mistake they'd made so far was the one currently being confronted. The Baron was marked as a target of concern requiring caution because of his retinue's size, but 3 days of incessant snowfall made it almost impossible to match map to land. So, despite his mansion being marked on the map, no one realized the unassuming hut was his residence. Most people assumed all decent nobles lived in stone castles, so no one thought the little wooden Mott and Bailey castle would belong to Baron Abbot. At best they thought it belonged to an inconsequential, broke minor noble. It might possibly even just be used as whilst the noble hid out the winter in the nearest large town. Given their disposition, the officer launched an attack without proper preparation or consideration. When the soldiers rushed in, the Baron and his knight fought back ferociously. The 2-star gold-ranked Baron, his 3-star silver-ranked knight, and his 1-star iron-ranked treasurer massacred their attackers. The group realized their mistake too late and were slaughtered to a man. The 3 broke out of the hut, immediately rallied their men and attacked the rest of the company. Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived at almost the same time. They arrived as the Baron was killing the last of the scouts. He had yet to find out who was attacking. Seeing their comrades' corpses, they returned the favor with furious gusto. The first squad to arrive couldn't match their opponents and lost quite a few men initially. The situation quickly stabilized as more reinforcements arrived and soon the tables turned. The 3 men were finally overpowered when about 100 more had arrived. Lieutenant Dulles's arrival was the final straw. A gold rank himself, Dulles ignored the Baron's attempts to surrender and beheaded him on the spot. The knight attempted to escape but was skewered by the just arrived ballistay. Out of all the men, only the treasurer was taken captive, barely alive. Gold Eagle Abbot. Lorist stared at the corpse. He recognizes the face in spite of its state. The old man could be considered an old acquaintance. Lorist's first paycheck was related to him, in fact. He, Charade, and a few friends had gathered some capital to have some modern rucksacks made and sold at the mercenary guild. Some rowdy mercenaries wanted to buy them at an extremely low price. Gold Eagle Abbot had stepped in and helped them. He paid a huge price to buy all their remaining rucksacks and also made an order for another batch. Lorist was out of contact with the house at the time and had to work as a lowly bronze-ranked mercenary for his semester fees and living costs. The rucksacks were one of the means he'd used. If not for Abbot's intervention, he might have been beaten alongside Charade. 2 decades later, because of a twist of fate, Lorist's benefactor had become an enemy and was now dead, killed at the hands of his beneficiary's men. A long sigh escaped Lorist's mouth, but he remained silent. He made sure Dulles gave the man a proper burial before leaving. On the 27th of the 12th, year 1786, Lorist's Tigersaur used the strong snowfall to occupy the whole of Anderwolf without Wesha's knowledge. Frederica was in a festive mood in preparation for the New Year's celebration. Given the surprising number of casualties in the operation, mainly from the Abad incident, Lorist decided to slow down and take the necessary precautions going forward. He reached Frederica only on the 21st of the 1st. "We've arrived, Your Grace," Potter Fang and Malak shouted as they rushed over. They were gathered in a large snow-made dome. It was indistinguishable from the terrain at a glance. Many of these mountains dotted the hillside, connected by ditches and tunnels dug into the white blanket covering the land. Men could move without anyone on top knowing any better. They would only be discovered if someone quite literally stumbled over or into one of their constructions. A large tent filled the inside. 8 braziers filled its corners, fueled by smoldering coal. "How are things coming along?" Lorist removed his furs, handing them to Genalio, before motioning for the rest to take their seats. Potter Fang brought out a map of the capital and lay it on the wooden table. "This will be a tough battle," he commented, his expression solemn. "How so?" asked Lorist. "Wesha completely reworked the city's defenses. Most of the layouts we have are completely useless now. We've investigated as best we can. The city is split into 5 districts. The center is the inner city district, where the palace is. It's now surrounded by a high wall. The eastern district houses the high-class residences, the southern district holds most of the city's industry and commerce, the western district contains most of the military, and the low classes live in the slum of the northern district. The city used to have 200,000 inhabitants, but after the king's attack several years ago, that dropped to 100,000. Most now live in the slums and serve their union overlords. Wesha clearly considers Frederica crucial. They use it to store most of their wealth, especially that taken from the region. They've split up the region up between 37 new nobles. We don't have to worry about their forces in the city as long as we take them by surprise, but that's the issue. The castle has several good lookout points that can keep an eye on most of the city and all the approaches to the castle. Wesha has taken Frederica's previous fall very serious and have made adjustments to make sure it can't happen again. We've noticed all their properties light torches every 10 days. It must be a way to check whether a place has fallen to an enemy. We've waited for your arrival rather than attack on our own when we can't finish everything in one go. The city itself has a 45,000-strong garrison. The nearby fortifications can reinforce the city with a further 18,000 within a few hours though. We've confirmed Sir Tarkel's report, they do indeed have 4 blade masters, though only 1, maybe 2, are in the city. One is stationed in the city specifically, the second protects the guild president, so his presence or absence depends on whether the president is in the city or not. Of the other 2, one is guarding the guild's properties in Moronti and the other is with the forces they've deployed to Jigda. The ones guarding the guild's properties are new recruits. We noticed most of the city's inhabitants are still active. Their clothes aren't as good as ours, but it's enough to let them move and work outside despite the cold. The city wall's defenses are also tighter than the castle's. The walls are patrolled every 2 hours, and each tower is manned. We don't have a good chance of slipping in undetected. We've set up camp so far from the city so we won't be discovered, if not for their tight defenses we would have done so much closer. We've sent out 3 divisions to set up positions all around the city. When we're joined by Tigersaur, we will be strong enough to attack. We don't have any elegant solutions to taking the city. Brute force is the only real option. I'm concerned even now Wesha might realize something's amiss and rally their 50,000 miners. If they do, we won't be able to take the city without a protracted siege. Is the secret path His Majesty used still an option? Can attack through there? Lorist inquired. Potter Fang shook his head. I've already taken a look. Lady Glacia gave us an accurate map, but Wesha found the tunnel and sealed it. It's not an option. Let's leave things at that for now. We'll discuss our plan of action after Tigersaur catches up. They should be here in 2 days. Chapter 465 Siege. A wall is not as strong as the stone from which it is built, but the metal of the men that man it. Unknown. The city of Frederica used to be a glorious settlement in the southwest of the Christian Empire. To its north was Cloud Snap Mountains and to its south Sunset Mountains. It sat in the great valley between these two mountain ranges. It was a rare location with rich farmland and plentiful resources. The city was in Badalger, one of the most economically prosperous and important provinces in the empire. It was approximately 5 kilometers across, its walls 9 meters tall in places, just half a meter shy of the imperial capital's. Towers dotted the wall at 100-meter intervals. It was considered one of the empire's most well-fortified cities. That reputation was shattered 2 years earlier. Auguslo crossed Cloud Snap in the middle of winter and stormed the city. One of the empire's jewels fell in a single night. Everyone realized, walls are not as strong as the stones of which they are built, but the metal of the men manning them. There weren't any secret passages leading into the city, neither were there any insiders who had contact with the outside. The garrison was on constant alert and the walls incessantly patrolled regardless of weather. Each tower stood 4 floors above the walls, each fitted with 3 ballistae. In effect, each 100-meter segment of wall could be targeted by up to 24 ballistae at any given moment. The soldiers on the walls could be dealt with relatively easily, but the ballistae were another story. A protracted siege. This was the only viable option Lorist, Potterfang, and Malek had. Even in this bone-white winter the walls were defended tightly. They could not assault the walls, only a fool would do that. But Lorist didn't want to spend the months, possible years here necessary to topple the city. Even just the few weeks it would take to pound the walls into collapse was too much. It was already the 25th of the 1st. The snow would have begun to melt by the time they had the siege engines in place. It was meaningless to pound the walls during this time. Even if they collapsed immediately, attacking over open, muddy fields was suicide. He had to take the city before the snow melts. They would attack at dawn. That was the moment the guard all across the city changed and the rising sun blinded half of the city's wall. Even better would be a strong snowstorm or blizzard. It would almost entirely mitigate the biggest danger of this plan, the approach to the walls. Lorist was entirely confident that the battle would be won if he could get his men onto the walls before they were noticed. Lorist had the almost entirely unique propensity to lead his men from the front, right where the fighting would be the thickest. This time would be no different. He brushed aside his entire council's counsel. He was determined to be the first Norton over the walls. He was the best man for the job of getting on the walls and slaughtering his way to the gate. If he let others do it, they might be discovered or killed. If this happened it would become a drawn-out battle they could not afford, neither in terms of time or casualties. His council eventually gave up. Apart from Blade Master Shuss and Reedy, who could match Lorist for a few dozen exchanges, no one could even come close to being in his realm. It was a knight's shame to have their lord charge at the front of the formation, but they had no choice, they could not do this task for their liege. Lorist, Shuss, Reedy, and Els would lead the charge. The first two would take the 2 towers next to the northern gate while Reedy and Els would hold the enemy off the gate itself while they waited for the rest of the force to charge through. Els would take charge once the main force arrived and push into the city while Jisk held the walls. Reedy would take a detachment and charge along the walls to take the other 3 gates. Firm Rock would then charge through them and join the fight in the city proper. Tigersaur's Lows would have the honor of being the first to set foot in the city. He was beaming about it. The first gate to be opened into the military district, so Els and Tigersaur would be charging right into the district to wipe the defenders out. Once the fighting moved from the walls into the city proper, Malek would occupy the walls with one of Firm Rock's divisions to make sure no one escaped. Potterfang drew the short straw this time. He would stay outside the city and lead Firm Rock's 3 other divisions from there. He could only enter the city once Malek occupied the walls. The inner district would only be assaulted once the rest of the city was secure. His hope was that its defenders would surrender before it had to be assaulted because, unlike the rest of the city, it would be on full alert long before the first Norton soldier even got close to the inner walls. The snow was light and the skies dark on this, the 30th of the 1st. The cold winds howled over Frederica's walls and around the corners of the city's building and down its narrow streets and dark alleyways. The army rested for the attack that would start at dawn. Genalio woke Lorist at 3. He had something to eat and donned his armor. Shuss, Reedy, and Els joined him soon afterwards, all clad in light grey fur. Black veils covered their eyes and white masks their faces. White capes dangled behind their backs. The skies were grey-black outside. The snow danced in a rowdy wind that howled down the mountainside into the valley and out onto the plains beyond. Every breath froze the lungs and men tough as tigers shivered like rattlesnakes in the cold. Lorist stomped on the ground and took in a few deep breaths. Looking at the figures moving about in the camp, he asked, "You ready?" His 3 companions nodded. "Then let's go." The 4 spectres slid through the white wasteland, heading for a pale grey horizon broken up every so often by pale grey protrusions that reached into the sky. They covered in half an hour what mortal men could only in a day and a half. The only upside to a winter siege here was that the moat was frozen solid and covered by snow. 2 months from now it would be an insurmountable obstacle to any besieger, but now it did not exist at all. It vanished beneath the snow and beneath the 4 spectres' skis and was behind them in a moment. The horizon had vanished now, replaced by a solid mass of grey stone that stretched into the heavens. Lorist listened for any movement, but could hear only his own breathing and heartbeat, and the lonely howl of the wind. The 4 removed their skis. Each took 2 short black daggers from their backpacks and prepared to scale the wall. A thin layer of ice covered the walls. However, the daggers infused with dark stage force dug into the walls like they were leather. A slight push was all it took to dig the blade into the stone. When they were about to reach the top, footsteps sunk into snow above. The patrol. Luckily no one was willing to expose his face to the cold in order to check the walls below, so the 4 remained undetected. They didn't even talk. They had just passed where the 4 were climbing when Lorist vaulted over the top and landed right behind them. He matched their march and followed onwards. The rearmost guard noticed the extra set of footsteps and turned to look, only to feel a coldness puncture his chest halfway through. His body turned limp, and he collapsed soundless. Lorist followed the patrol all the way to the tower, unnoticed. As the leader of the 30-strong patrol reached the door, Lorist dashed forward, felling a man with each step he took, to come up behind the man and his torchbearer as he opened the door. The floor was split in 2. The one in which Lorist was now, was a passage that continued on to the other side while the other spiraled into a staircase. It should have been guarded by 2 men, but the cold had bested them and they were off somewhere warm, napping. The pair thought nothing of the sentry's absence. They charged at the nearest brazier to warm themselves. "You guys should warm up, too. We'll continue short." The last word stuck in the man's throat. He saw none of his men behind him, only a tall, black shadow like death itself in the doorway. "You!" Swords flashed brightly as the captain and his compatriot rushed at the shadow. It stepped forward and hoisted the 2 bodies into the air before gently lowering them into a corner, careful not to disturb the others nearby. Reedy and Els showed up at the doorway as it did that. "Where's Shuss?" asked Lorist. Reedy pointed to the tower on the opposite end of the gate. Lorist nodded. "Let's continue with the plan." Both nodded. Reedy picked up the torch and followed Els out of the tower, twirling it twice. The grey abyss beyond the wall squirmed like a pit of worms. One shadow after another stepped out of the void and hugged the wall. Els dropped a rope down the wall and the shadows began to ascend the wall one by one. The first shadow to reach the top of the wall was Jusk, followed by 2 guards carrying 2 more ropes. Soon, 3 ropes hung down the walls and the number of shadows escaping the abyss grew. Lorist descended the stairs and exited the tower onto the walls, blood running down the stairs behind him. The 12 soldiers on the 3 upper floors had been snoring like dogs, the arrow slits boarded up. It would not be surprising if even lightning could not wake them. No lookouts mounted the roof either. The walls themselves were completely deserted, their supposed occupants clustered around the islands of warmth that dotted the edge of the world. The 50 Lorist had come across thus far, all went to Singway's welcome embrace quietly and peacefully. Reedy prepared to move on to the next tower and start his trek along the walls. Els was descending the tower to clear the gate. Hold on. Let me take the gate. Els, go with Reedy. Pretend to be a patrol so you can get in without issue. Reedy's eyes flashed, and he quickly gathered 40 guards and lined them into 2 rows. Torch in hand, he marched with Els to the next tower. Around 30 men remained with Lorist, whom he had take up positions in the tower. More continued to pour out of the darkness. None made a sound as they climbed into the wall. Silently, they continued into the tower. A shadow emerged from the tower at the other end of the barbican, twirling a torch twice. Lorist let out a relieved sigh. 30 of you, cross the barbican and take up position in the other tower. Also, ask Blade Master Shuss whether he'll attack the next tower. If he will, we'll send someone over to back him up, instructed Lorist. The 30 guards dashed across soundlessly. The guards were getting onto the walls too slowly. Joe, stand guard here. I'll take the gate now. Send the men down on my signal. Though his personal guards were far more capable than Tigersaur or Firmrock's men, Lorist worried that bringing them down the walls would alert the enemy. He planned to take the gate himself. He descended the spiral staircase within the tower. It emerged right behind the gate. He poked his head out carefully, but realized there were no guards, only a large bonfire. It was already dead, only a thin trail of smoke disappeared into the grey sky from the ashes. Hey, you, what are you doing, looking around as you get down from the walls? Rebuked a voice from the gatehouse. Ah, nothing much, Lorist said as he headed for the gate. The captain told me to get him something to eat. Oh, go check if there's anything by the bonfire. Maybe some sweet potatoes haven't been eaten yet, said the voice. Oh, and bring me some as well. Lorist made his way to the bonfire next to the gatehouse and peeked inside. Inside were 20 slumbering sentries. The one closest the door must be the one who'd just seen him. He leaned against the wall lazily, clutching a blanket to him shiveringly. A pretty decent idea. The garrison could sleep in the gatehouse warmed by the fire outside it while still technically manning their posts. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He slowly unsheathed his sword. The moment the tip left the scabbard, a horn sounded from the walls. The horn only blew for a moment before it was abruptly silenced. The soldier leaning against the wall started. The alarm! Get up, you idiots! Roared he. Chapter 466 From Attack to Defense. A great commander is not defined by his plans. He is not defined by how well he can come up with strategies. What defines a great commander are the moments when his plan doesn't work. When things do not go the way he wants. When he has his back against the wall, sometimes literally. And he has to think on his feet. A great commander as well as his legacy is forged in moments such as these. Unknown. Lorist drew his sword and dashed forward. A flash of his blade glow saw the garrison soldier silenced. The corpse slowly collapsed in 2 halves. Lorist's cut straight through him. The others, still only half awake, saw the flash and their compatriots collapse and froze. They couldn't cry no matter how hard they tried. The abyss soon greeted them as it did their comrade. Lorist stepped out of the barbican covered in blood. He lifted his gaze to the top of the wall to call his men, but a cry behind him interrupted. Enemy attack! Alarum! Alarum! Ugh! Lorist finished his jerk only to see the last moments of the figure whence the cry had arose collapse. An arrow stood proudly, rooted in his neck, its tip replacing his tongue. Moments later the buildings across the street's windows lit up, shadows dashed back and forth across them, and confused cries burst from inside. One door after another opened and soldiers poured out like hornets from a disturbed nest. Jisk first continuously, but could not keep up. His shots were soon ineffective as shielded combatants charged out in front. They spotted the bloody Lorist and dashed at him as fast as they could. His guards descended as fast as they could to join their lord, but would not arrive in time. Jisk continued to fire. Lorist yelled at the gate. Once he saw the archer nod and direct the men emerging from the barbican to the gate, he turned to meet his attackers. The city woke lazily to the alarms that spread across it. Dawn broke in bell chorus. Murder, death, and struggles for life chased away the darkness. Die! Lorist charged into the enemy's ranks like a dying tiger, slashing out ferociously like his death was certain and the only thing left to determine was how many would go with him. He didn't use his slaughter domain. He wasn't taxed even though he was using only his reflexes. Heads divorced their bodies wherever his sword passed. They fell wordlessly, only the clinking and rustle of their armor audible as they flattened on the ground. Though could not keep track of their reaper's movements. It could only be glimpsed in the last moment of life when death was already drawing the soul from the body. One continuous strike, felled the men like they were nothing, like stalks before the scythe. Those not yet on the other side froze like their departed brethren. A moment later, Lorist drew his sword from flesh and looked around. Everyone was gone before he'd even gotten to enjoy himself. How unfair! The new arrivals stood at a distance, staring at him. Behind him the reaped field stood empty. 100 stalks had been felled. The furrow was littered with head divorced of bodies. Red oozed out of the point of divorce, and a crimson odor hung sickly between the buildings. 20 unfelled stalks stood ahead, shivering in the wind. None had dreamt their harvest would come so soon. The wind, as if privy to the scene, quieted, and only the chattering of teeth remained, an eerie silence otherwise. Clang! A giant metal leaf fell to the ground. The shock rippled through the unfelled stalks. A moment later a second, then a third, soon twigs joined the leaves. The repeated din of the falling parts uprooted the stalks and they dashed away with the wind. Demon! Demon! They serenaded as they drifted away. The masses withdrew like autumn leaves blew by the wind. Their reaper was left speechless, standing alone in the empty field, rubbing his nose embarrassedly. Was I that terrifying? They actually called me a demon. Lorist couldn't bring himself to chase his victims. His priority was to open the gate and let the troops waiting outside in. Just as he returned to the walls, however, one of his men reported bad news. The gate is frozen shut, Your Grace. We can't open it. Also, the gate is entire wrapped in iron, so we can't set fire to it either. Lorist stared wide-eyed at the 2-3-meter tall doors that made the gate one. Usual gates were made out of wood and covered in iron or copper on the outside. Is Wesha boasting their riches? They actually used black iron to make the gates, not to mention the latches that were 30 centimeters long and 8 centimeters thick. Must be from the cold. Everything is frozen into a single solid mass. Putting aside pushing, even ramming wouldn't open them. Is Wesha insane? Did they intend to lock themselves in every winter? He suddenly realized the northern gates didn't have to be opened in winter. If there were any emergencies, they could leave through any of the other gates. He was just unlucky to have chosen the northern gate for his assault. The gates could technically be opened, but they didn't have the time needed. They'd have to fire the gate up first, then pour oil into the latches before working to open it. They couldn't afford to spend time on this. The men on the other side had to rush in immediately. Can't you cut the latches? No, Your Grace. The man pointed at the middle latch. The scratches on it showed they'd already tried. The deepest cut only struck through a few millimeters. Cutting would be no faster than the other option. Can't we just bash a hole in it? Lorist persisted. Since he couldn't deal with the latches, he would just bust through the gate itself. We can't, we've tried already. The iron on the gates is just as hard as the latches, and the wood beneath very hard, replied the guard as he pointed at a few scratches on the gates. Just like with the latches, the deepest barely made a dent. Lorist stared through the crack between the two doors. They were at least 20 centimeter thick, if not more. Beyond he could see Lowe's charging the final few meters to the other side. He turned his attention to the latches again. He could probably cut through it, but it would still take him at least an hour. He would need at least 5 all-exhaustive strikes, and at least 10 minutes of rest between each to recover his strength. Everyone inside the walls would be dead long before he finished. And if the city's 1 or possibly 2 blade masters showed up, he would have no strength to fight them. The horns of alarm bellowed every further away into the city. The enemy was deploying. Lorist's expression grimmed. Your Grace, the gates to the military district are open. At least a regiment's worth of men are coming this way. We only have a few minutes. Lorist laughed bitterly. Everything was fucked up the moment that single soldier managed to call out. Nobody expected Wesha to change the 2 gates. He checked his surroundings. He had less than 200 men with him when the mission began. Of that, only 6 had not left with Els and Shus. And, though more were constantly pouring over the walls, they could not match the rate at which the enemy could march men through open gates. He slapped himself and sprang into action. He had just sent word to Malak, Dulles, and Lowe's to find a way to scale the walls. He had the men on the walls prioritize turning the ballista on the city. He also recalled Els and Shus's detachments to the nearest towers along the wall. The plan was foobar, and he now had to do what he hated most: improvise. There would be no quick conquest of the city now, but at least they had established a foothold on the wall without any casualties, so the greatest hurdle had already been overcome. Victory was still far from uncertain, it would just take longer and be harder earned than was ideal. Worridge, take a few men and clean up the buildings nearby. Collect everything burnable you can find and pile it up by the gates. We'll melt the bastards if we have to, ordered he. Worridge was Viscount Ady's eldest son. He was currently a peak 3-star silver rank. Lorist predicted he would break through to the gold rank in 2 or 3 years. He'd joined Lorist's personal guards with his brother Sikos and performed really well. He climbed the ranks from a corporal to a lieutenant major. His brother Sikos was transferred to Jaeger and now a full major. Understood, Your Grace. Worridge took 100 men and started scouring the nearby buildings. Lorist had the remaining men build makeshift barricades with whatever they could find. They acted quickly and several barricades quickly blocked the streets. Some had even taken the initiative to pour water on the roads in front of the barricades. The water immediately froze and made it all but impossible to stay upright. The roles were reversed, the attacker was now the defender. An hour had passed since the attack started, and the first rays of sunlight were hitting the tallest towers of the castle that watched over the city from the hill in its middle. The enemy's reaction was far faster than he had anticipated. He could only admire their discipline. The battle ahead was going to be even more bloody than he had first feared. The soldiers weren't the only ones woken by the commotion. The peasants were also roused from their fitful slumber. The slum dwellers gathered at the ends of the blocks. Their weapons glinted, reflecting the lightning sky. Figures pushed them aside and reformed in front. The front row hid behind shields, but pikes stabbed through the gaps between them and an additional row jabbed over the first's shoulders. Pike men. Doubt flashed across Lorist's eyes. Looks like Wesha sent their elites. Worridge returned with his men at that moment. They piled their plunder against the gate. The oil was poured out of their containers and lamps were smashed onto the pile. Several torches immediately followed and everything went up in smoke-choked flames. Worridge. Form everyone up behind the barricades. Keep the enemy away from the gate at all costs. Don't follow or send anyone after me. Understand? I understand, my lord. Lorist vaulted over the barricades. He slid across the ice on the road and dashed on. His steps halted 50 or so meters beyond. His scabbard emptied, and he faced the oncoming black mass. The mass became regular slowly as it approached, its footsteps regular and uniform, unrushed. It eventually stopped 40 meters away from Lorist. Silence pervaded. A cry, and the battle was raging. That's one damn small gate for a city supposed to be as big as Frederica is. Plus, it's damn poor gate design. It's standard for gates to have at least 2 layers of obstruction in a barbican with a killing pit between. Each double layer usually has an iron gate dropped down from the barbican above, and either a single or double door several dozen centimeters thick behind it. The doors are not always there, but the drop-down steel gate is ubiquitous. Chapter 467 Danger. Who are you? Why are you attacking the city? Do you want a war with the Union? Yelled a high-pitched voice. Lorist laughed heartily. Who says this is the Union's territory? I only know this as Frederica, the capital of the Christian Empire's Baudalger province. House Norden has come to reclaim this land for the Empire. The entire city is surrounded, there is no escape, you foul dogs. If you want to save your dog lives, you will drop your weapons and surrender now. Everyone immediately felt something was off. What gave a single man the courage to yell such obscenities when facing an entire regiment of heavily armored men alone, in the middle of their lands at their headquarters, no less? A small commotion broke out in the enemy formation, but it quickly subsided when what must be their commander shouted furiously. Who, then, are you? The same high-pitched voice inquired. I am the Duke of the Northlands, the head of House Norden, Norden Lorist. Another commotion. He must be insane. Is he going against the entire city on his own? One voice murmured. Even blade masters have to run against such odds. Another chimed in. Does he think his title is enough to scare us? A third asked. Howling bastards! Attack! First company to the wall. Second company, sweep the neighborhood. Third and fourth company, reinforce first and second. Fifth company, forward. The commander's orders came. Bastard, did you think I wouldn't notice those men on the wall? You've shown your hand. They aren't enough to be from a full-scale assault. This must be a lead party to open the gates for the main assault. The fact that you're standing here, alone, means your men must still be trying to open the gate and you're here to buy them time. I'll take back the walls first, then slaughter you from above. Thought he. The men acted immediately. The formation split into 3 neat groups. One headed for the wall, the other vanished between the buildings. The third formed a thick wall of spear and shield and advanced on Lorist slowly, each step shaking the ground. Let nothing stop your advance. Wipe them from our city. The same, shrill voice yelled. As they closed the last couple of meters between them and Lorist, the clash on the wall began. Luckily for Lorist's men, they met the enemy as they came to the wall up the stairs, so they didn't have to face their set formation. Instead they fought them in a loose conglomerate of a line. Even so, this was not a fight his men could win easily. The enemy had the better armor, and the greater numbers. The armor, however, was both a blessing and a curse in this instance. Fighting on the steps was not easy when one's helmet and breastplate kept one from seeing the steps at one's feet. A single misstep sent the hunks of metal hurtling to the ground several meters below, or opened them to a fatal strike from their more nimble enemies. It was Wesh's mistake to send only close-quarters units to retake the walls. Archers could have massacred the Nordens as they fought on the steps. Lorist would have had no way to counter them. His men had neither shield nor bow. Jusk was the only one who could strike back. Since he was not occupied with enemy archers, his strikes also rained down on the turtles ascending the stairs. The enemy was already wavering, and, at this moment, their own ballistae in the towers, fired on them. Their morale could not take it. They shivered like children in cold wind. Their steps slowed and their footing failed them, but they did not retreat. The steps were wide enough for 2 men to walk side by side. 2 of the bulky spearmen could not fit side by side, but one could hold the front and a second strike around him. They abandoned this tactic when the ballista started firing, opting to hug the wall single file instead. The towers were never meant to fire on the city itself. They were positioned to fire outwards, away from the city, and to cover the tops of the walls. They could only barely catch the outer edges of the stairs. They also had to avoid hitting their own troops, so they were only a threat to the men walking recklessly close to the edge of the stairs. The ballista at the very top of the towers, however, could fire into the city. The buildings made it difficult to see the enemy, though, and they could only catch them in a few spots. The enemy responded by pulling the doors off the buildings and using them to block up the spots so the enemy could not see them easily. Even if the ballista simply shot through the gaps, most of the bolt's energy was sapped and it didn't pose much of a threat to the men on the other side. "Attack!" shouted the commander as he thrust his pike at Lorist, a lazy smile on his face. Like a peacock flaunting its plumage, near 100 pikes struck at Lorist. There was only one way to move, backwards. He took 2 steps back at the last moment, leaving the spears to eat the air millimeters from him. "Damn it, if only mine was a little longer," thought all men. Their miss did not discourage them though. They withdrew their pikes, stepped forward, and repeated. So what if their opponents withdrew? They could just keep going until they were cornered. Neither this insane duke nor his pitiful barricades could stop them. Their eyes swelled in terror and their pupils shrunk. Lorist moved forward with the pikes as they retracted. He held onto a spear tip and let it pull him forward like he were a feather stuck to it. They reacted too late. Lorist was slaughtering his way through their ranks the moment after they noticed him. They cried like a chorus, wailing in despair at their fate. Their pikes, so powerful at range, were useless once he was in their ranks. They could do nothing but watch him fell them like ripe wheat. Those not yet dead when they noticed what was happening dropped everything and ran. Some peeked over their shoulders to find the devil walking towards them on a road of corpses. The men at the rear glared at their fleeing comrades, then charged forward, through their compatriots. They had only one thought on their minds. Kill him. The front infantry snapped out of it. They died of shame and their furious corpses charged back into the fray. "To hell with you!" shouted the first to reach Lorist and was promptly beheaded. Countless others charged forward to replace him. Lorist withdrew another 2 steps to avoid the mass of spears, only to find another mass ready to meet him. This disorganized mass was actually more challenging than an organized, orderly formation. He could deal with it using his slaughter domain, but he wished to reserve it for the Blade Master. Battle burst out behind him. Woolridge and his men had finally met the enemy that had moved through the houses. Lorist flung corpses at his pursuers as he retreated and slaughtered his way through the enemy behind him. Jusk joined again with 3 arrows, clearing a portion of the steps. The steps were littered with arrowed corpses, as were the streets. He'd fired hundreds of arrows since the fight began. His shoulders were beginning to ache and his shots waver. He had maybe another 100 decent shots in him, after that he would be of no use. Had the enemy been wearing any lighter armor, he could just hand things down to his men, but that was not the case. The enemy's armor may even be comparable to House Norton's. Even his infused arrows could only do real damage if he hit thin or exposed areas. 2 of his silver-ranked men were already worn out. Only his arrows posed a threat to the enemies now. His greatest worry was that their new tactics on the steps left the Norton men dying quite frequently. They could not hold on for long at this rate. Wesh's heavy forces were mainly mercenaries. They were quite adept at single combat. Lorist's men were a match for their opponents man-to-man, but they were severely outnumbered. Even if they killed 2 for every one of their own they lost, their enemy would still have men to spare. Jusk was the primary inflictor of losses, so the enemy wanted to get to him and kill him as quickly as possible. The streets were paved in corpses, friend and foe alike. Lorist's bloody figure could be seen on the walls as he fought his way up the stairs. The men on the ground had been pushed back to the last few barricades in front of the wall, their numbers dwindling. Things weren't deteriorating quite as quickly as they appeared, however. Every moment the Nortons held out, 1 or 2 men joined them on the wall from outside. About 600 Tigersaur reinforcements had joined them by now. This angered Jusk, rather than pleasing him, however. Tigersaur's cavalry troops had no business in such a static fight, Firmrock's men were what they needed. Rather than forces that could turn the tide, or at least stem it until the gates opened, they were just more bodies for the roads. Jusk cursed incessantly as he shouted down the wall for Tigersaur to let Firmrock go first. The heavy armored soldiers on the left stone step roared loudly as tens of them gathered into a frantic, united charge. The guards were overwhelmed and their casualties soared once more. A good number of them were sent tumbling down by suicidal enemy soldiers that hugged them tight as they pushed. Fortunately, the guards on the walls rushed in to reinforce them. The two sides clashed on the 4th level of the steps that was nearest to the walls. Jusk could no longer spare any attention to the steps on the right side. The green longbow thrummed 10 times in succession, sending the 7 charging heavy pike infantrymen off the stone steps, successfully stabilizing the situation. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sword flashed brightly like lightning at the 4th level of the stone steps all of a sudden. The 7 guards fighting desperately at the stone steps fell from it. Terror struck Jusk. A Blade Master. Wesha didn't mobilize their Blade Master against Lorist and instead had him take the walls back. It was no wonder those tens of heavy armored soldiers charged. It was so that they could protect the Blade Master while he made his way up. The Blade Master that made his way up the walls was a sinister-looking middle-aged man clad in the same black armor as the heavy pike infantrymen. He wore no helmet and his face was still covered with a streak of blood of the guards he killed, making him look all the more savage. The moment he got on the walls, a flash from his sword saw tens of guards falling. Jusk's way was blocked by the guards and by the time they fell, the Blade Master was within 5 meters of Jusk. It's over. Jusk's limbs were stone cold. The Blade Master was too close, his arrows were no threat now. They were also on the walls and Jusk couldn't escape on horseback as he would on land. Chapter 468 Resolution. The spear's arm broke off with a woody snap. The cavalryman climbing the wall returned to the frozen ground the short way. 47-7, counted Dulles, shaking his head. They had planned the whole thing properly. Well, the whole thing except the gate. They had failed to take the effect of the cold on the iron into account. Instead of overwhelming the enemy before they could respond, their lord and his elite guard became fish in a barrel. No one was prepared to climb the walls. The plan was to go through the gate, so no one had brought anything with which to assail the stones now blocking their way. Even now the entire army only had 3 ropes by which to get into the city and save their lord. Of the 2,000 guards that went with the king, only half had ascended, and the rest were unwilling to make way for the other units. The Duke was their responsibility and they would be damned if they let anyone else take their charge. It took nearly 2 hours for more ropes to be readied. The men outside returned to their camp and brought any loose rope they could find, mainly from the sledges, and fashioned half-decent climbing ropes. Lowe's was chosen to lead Tigersaur's men onto the wall to relieve their lord. They flung spears with the ropes attached into the merlins. The spears were not made to hold fully armored soldiers, however, and 47 had snapped so far. Of the 600 who had made the climb so far, 40 returned to the ground outside. Most frustrating was that even as Tigersaur continued to ascend valiantly, they were ordered to stand down and let Firmrock take the lead. Furious, Luz and his men disobeyed and continued to climb. "How many of our ballistae were brought up?" asked Dulles. 37 have been moved to the wall. More are on their way, reported a scribe, his eyes still glued to the parchment on which he scribbled notes. Then why haven't they started firing? I don't care that our standard comportment isn't set up yet, help out our lord. We've only sent the ballistae up, sir. Their bolts are still down here. The ballistae have nothing to shoot. Fuck. This was not looking good. They could send up 20 soldiers at a time now, but it was still far from being enough. They were still slowly losing ground. Get the bolts up to the ballistae as quickly as possible. I don't want a single ballistae unable to fire. Keep them shooting until they fall apart. Send the 12th Brigade out to get us wood to build ladders. We need to get more men. His orders were interrupted by the 48th spear snapping. Fuck me. Hold on. Set up a few of the ballistae down here. Shot the bolts into the walls so the men can climb up using them. Dulles yelled at a passing soldier. Malak jogged up to Dulles. Most of the ropes in the camp aren't usable. They're either too thin or completely frozen in place. Heating up enough and making more ropes will take at least 2 more hours. Sir, why don't we pile up the snow and make a ramp? We have so many men just standing around, we might as well put them to work, suggested the scribe. You might actually be onto something. Malak yelped, we can be on the wall in less than an hour. A sharp cry broke the conversation. Everyone's eyes darted to the walls just in time to see a Norton soldier flung off the wall trough a crenel, a red rope trailing behind him. They're on the walls already? I have to go up and help. Yelled Malak as he dashed to the wall. Dulles. Start building the ramp. It's over. Jusk murmured. He barely held out by blocking with his bow. A strike or 2 more would end him, however. He could not match a Blade Master's battle force. The Blade Master rapidly closed the remaining distance. If this archer fell, he pretty much already had the walls. A golden sheen spear suddenly flew at him. He had to choose, kill the archer, and be injured, or protect himself, and let the archer get away. He chose the latter. He withdrew his sword and cut the incoming spear in half. Jusk retreated 10 meters and drew his bow again. Just as he was about to unleash his shot, Lowe's stepped in his way and clashed with the Blade Master. Lowe's could not win the fight either, but he could hold the old man back for a few moments. The addition of an archer that could strike at any moment, those few moments could be extended a little further. No one disputed Lowe's place at the top of the house's 16 gold-ranked knights. Even Potter Fang, who was the best of them all at defense, could only fight Lowe's to a draw. Lorist was also convinced he would be the first of them to become a Blade Master, probably sometime in the next 3 years. He had the experience and the technique, he just lacked the inspiration necessary to make the final breakthrough. The enemy Blade Master must be one of the 2 that had only recently broken though. While his technique was fierce, it lacked proper control. Lowe's suffered 2 light cuts in the first couple of exchanges, but quickly caught on to his opponent's style and now fought on equal footing. With Jusk drawing some of the Blade Master's attention, the man was actually fighting an uphill battle. The stairs were lost. The enemy mercenaries bubbled onto the wall non-stop and were pushing the Nortons back further and further with every passing minute. Tiger Soar's men were constantly pouring onto the walls, though, and helped to keep the enemy back relatively well. The corpses lay so thick on the wall that with each new death an older corpse was pushed off the wall. The corpses were beginning to form a small ramp to the wall's city side. The elite trio's fight took place near the gate. The Blade Master was frustrated by his current predicament. He'd come to kill the pesky archer, not to fight 2-on-1. This was supposed to be a quick clearing of the walls. Now, however, though he was confident of his eventual victory, he didn't know how long it would take to tire his opponents out and finally kill them. Several dozen soldiers rushed over to help, only to be cut down by Jusk. This volley pushed him to his limit, however. He was temporarily out of the fight while he caught his breath. Lorist was in a similar state down by the gate. Though he was uninjured at present, he leaned against the wall and heaved as his men fought around him. Of the 200 who had started this mission with him, only 50 were left. Woolrich himself, while still alive, was badly hurt. Of Wesh's 4 10,000-strong divisions and its 5,000-strong logistics division, one had been sent to clear the enemy out of the city. The other 3 were probably each at another gate. Reedy and Shuss had once again started pushing along the walls to relieve some of the pressure on Lorist and his unit, so the guild couldn't mobilize their other divisions yet. Damn this metal gate! Lorist cursed silently. How could he let such a brilliant plan collapse so miserably? He'd killed thousands already, but thousands were still standing in line for their turn at trying to kill him. His saving grace was that the slum streets didn't let the enemy make use of their numbers. Otherwise, he'd have been a frozen corpse for an hour by now. Another horn blasted through, the sounds of fighting echoing back and forth between the city walls. Another 300-man formation was attacking. His side was down to just 50 by comparison, and they were only a quarter of the way to opening the gate. Of the 4 hinges, only one was loose. They could not survive this next fight without serious reinforcement, and there was no sign of them getting it anytime soon. Lorist could still fight his way to the top of the wall and make it out safely, sure, but he would be leaving his dearest, most able men to die. As much as Lorist could let himself die, or worse, be captured, he couldn't bring himself to abandon his men either. The last attack's defeat had confirmed his Blade Master abilities to the enemy, and they were now using appropriate tactics. His exhaustion aside, this fight was going to far harder than any he had fought so far. Malak made it to the top of the wall. After surveying the situation briefly, he charged to his men. His addition boosted their morale and their slow retreat stopped. He fought there for a few minutes to stabilize the situation before heading for Lowe's and Jusk. The Blade Master panicked when he saw yet another gold rank coming to join the fray. If he didn't leave immediately, he would be done for. He could still win against 2 gold ranks by simply outlasting them, but his cultivation had yet to stabilize enough to fight 3. He swung his blade at Lowe's with all his strength. Lowe's was flung off balance and exposed his chest. 3 golden-tipped arrows charged in at that moment, however, and forced the Blade Master to retreat. Despite that, however, the Blade Master sighed relievedly. All 3 arrows the archer had in his hands had been fired, so he had a moment in which he need only worry about 2 opponents. He could now escape without. Putchie! He suddenly felt something cold thrust into his chest. He looked down and saw the shaft of an arrow dancing back and forth in the air, the tip vanishing through his clothing into his torso. How? How? There were 4. Damn it, Joe! You stole my kill! Cried Lowe's. Just collapsed onto the cold stone of the wall, slumping against the crenellations. His arms had no strength left in them. Even his jaw and tongue refused to obey his will. Malak's sword fell, and, with it, fell the Blade Master's head. Quick, bring the steel ballistay! He yelled down the length of the wall. Chapter 469 Triumph. So I have no choice but to use my slaughter domain, thought Lorist as watched the 3 100-man formations approach. The 2 towers on the walls could support him no longer. Not only were their ballistae firing slower and slower, the bolts were flying all over the place. They could risk hitting their own men, so they were forced to stop. The last volley was when the formations were about 60 meters from him, but only a single bolt hit someone. One of the other bolts hit a building next to the street, the other flew over at least 8/10 of the entire formation. Someone cried soon after, though whether this was from shock or pain, no one knew. The third, and final, bolt, punctured the ground in front of his feet, blasting away a bodiless head. The shots were becoming too unreliable and unpredictable, they were as much a threat to Lorist now as they were to the enemy a good time to stop. Warage! Withdraw with the injured when I make my move. The battle was souring quickly. Of the 2 possible escape routes, only one was still reasonably open. The tower to the right of the wall was swarming with enemies, still fighting his men somewhere inside. The tower to the left was relatively quiet, the enemy had taken it, but at severe cost. They would be easy to kill off with the 50 men currently by the gate. What was going on atop the walls was unknown to Lorist, nor did he particularly care right now. His first priority was getting his men down below up top. Whatever waited for them there could not be worse than being cut off from any possible escape down below. He would use his slaughter domain to keep the enemy at bay and buy time for Woolrich and the others to make it to the wall. "We can't just leave your grace behind. It is our sworn duty to protect you, not the other way around." Woolrich protested. "Now is not the time. Go." The enemy closed with every breath they wasted. The marching coffins approached at a constant, rhythmic pace, each step ringing like a funeral drum. Lorist could not hope for them to make the same mistake the first group had. They would not let him get into their formation again. He clasped his sword, the veins on his hands and arms bulging. He had to get in close to his enemies. As powerful as his domain was, it only stretched 5 meters away from him, his enemy. His enemy could strike at him from 3 meters away, no more. At least a few men in their first 2 lines had to enter his domain. "Fire!" he yelled. 3 shaft flew overhead and slammed into the enemy formation at random. While they could not strike the enemy accurately anymore, the ballista could at least still hit someone somewhere in a formation of this size at this distance. The formation broke up momentarily. Lorist closed his eyes. He could hear Wurdich's cheers behind. 3 more shafts whizzed by, the drums struck 3 times, and the choir began their lamentations. Ballistae deserved their reputation as the deadliest weapons on the continent. Each, in peak condition, could fire 10 times a minute, strike accurately, and hit further than anything else. They weren't omnipotent on the battlefield, but in tight, urban corners like this, and facing an unprepared enemy, they were the bringers of death. Sometimes just knowing the enemy had ballistae would make men and commanders alike think twice. The enemy's counterattack was doomed the moment the ballistae on the walls were set up. The fight might truly have been lost had Malak not forced his way onto the wall with his ballistae. Few, if any, of Lorist's personal guard would have made it out alive, much less in a state still able to fight. Fierce Tiger Lows was the best offensive gold-ranked knight in the household, Potterfang an unmovable mountain, he'd even been named after his legion, Firm Rock Potterfang. Malak could not hold a candle to them in a fight, but give him a legion and an objective, and none could compare. Where the first 2 were born fighters, Malak was a born leader. None could notice or make use of opportunities like him. He had a background in the military and many called him Old Iron Face. It took a lot to solicit an expression from him. If he frowned, the legion was likely about to be wiped out. He'd even ordered the slaughter of several thousand civilians during the aidless revolts in Siglar without batting an eye. That particular incident changed his nickname to Iron Face Blood Hands. Lorist had done his best to silence the name, though it was still whispered in unsavory tavern corners and dark alleyways. Malak's first actions once he assailed the walls were to push the enemy back and stabilize his position on the wall. He then helped Loz and Jisk finish off the Blade Master before finally finishing the ballistae setup. These ballistae were from House Norton, the ones usually mounted on chariots. This meant that they were light enough to be hauled up the wall, but also meant they couldn't readily be set up. Since they were designed to use the chariots as stabilizing platforms, they weren't stable when standing on their own on the stone walkway. The Menfist had to fashion makeshift platforms to which to attach them. This, however, would take too long. Malak's solution was to have men lay beneath the ballistae, hugging them, to act as makeshift platforms. While the ballistae weren't as stable, and thus as accurate, as one might want, it was good enough. The human platforms suffered moderate bruising, a few cracked a rib or 2, but nothing too bad. These new weapons quickly cleared up the walls and then turned their attention to the streets below. Loz led a group to retake the left tower and the steps within, while Jisk joined the defense of the right tower. Everyone else was put to work getting more ballistae on the walls and hauling up more ammunition. Dozens of ballistae soon lined the walls and rained death down on the streets below. Lorist opened his eyes to find himself standing on the edge of a forest. Bloody roots strangled the paved ground and thin, metal stems grew from them to about shoulder height, where they bloomed into metal leaves. The wind howled mournfully around the building and through the forest, carrying with it the dying echoes of moans and whines. Those on the other side of the forest quickly surrendered when the Blade Master's head was hung on the gate to cook over the fire. They were disarmed and quickly put to work cleaning the area of the dead and dying. Soon the forest turned into a mountain range. "I apologize for being late, Your Grace," Malak whispered as he and Loz saluted. Lorist waved his hand dismissively. "Worry about apologies later, the city is yet ours. First is this gate," he said, glaring at the stubborn mass of iron. "Oh, also, how's Reedy, Els, and Shus doing? Reinforce them as soon as you can." The final snow bricks were laid in place the same moment the last hinge gave way. "You're kidding me!" Dulles screamed as he collapsed into the ramp, his mouth almost foaming. The outer wall, and with it the northern district, fell. Elsewhere in the city, however, the horns continued to blare. Barricades were quickly taking shape on the outer wall near the edge of the sectors and in front of the gates between the sectors. The citizens were also chased out of key buildings, which were then turned into makeshift forts. The first responders got word out of the situation and some particulars of their enemies before their defeat, so the entire city knew what and who it was up against. The next wave set out prepared. Dulles and Loz pushed further into the district twice before the second wave arrived. After some fighting, their position stabilized about 2 streets in. They couldn't press any further because the entire district was set alight as the enemy withdrew. "We'll hold for now. Evacuate the civilians first, move them outside the city and build them some temporary housing. Wesha burns them without a thought because they don't consider them Union citizens. We cannot show them the same disdain, they are imperial subjects even if only former." Lorist ordered. Reedy, Els, and Shus returned soon after. Lorist's 2 disciples had taken the entire outer wall up to the northern district's edge. They couldn't push any further since the enemy was prepared and halted them where the inner walls that separate the district meet the outer wall. The alert Lorist had heard earlier was thanks to a soldier stepping out onto the wall to take a leak on the other side of the tower. He returned to find his comrades dead and sounded the alarm before he could be killed. Shus did not manage to push all the way to the dividing wall to the east. He didn't make progress as quickly as the 2 disciples, and was exposed by the alarm. After that, he clashed with the garrison soldiers of Wesha single-handedly to defend the tower. He made it to within the last 2 towers, but was halted by 2 gold-ranked knights. When he tried to push through the other side of the tower once the 2 were dead, he realized it had been sealed from the other side. The enemy tried several tactics to force him out, but he held until he received the order to withdraw. Reedy and Els had quite a few stories to tell. Reedy killed a rank 1 blade master. The poor fool underestimated the youth thanks to his blade glow and was bisected after a few bouts. When he stepped out of the tower on the other end, however, he was showered with arrows. He avoided most, but his shoulder and right buttock each caught one. On the 31st day of the first month, year 1787, House Norton launched a surprise attack on Frederica and conquered the northern quarter of the city's walls. The local nobility, from the Union's Wesha Merchant Guild, suffered heavy casualties, among them 2 rank 1 blade masters and a number of gold-ranked knights. The heavy troops they sent in to clear out the enemy were all but decimated. In a desperate, last-ditch effort to hold the invaders back until they could properly prepare, they set fire to the entire district. It burned for 3 days and smoldered for at least a dozen more. No one knows exactly how many died, but, whatever the exact figure, it was enough to make the guild and anyone associated with it, devils in the eyes of the survivors. Chapter 470 Fall of the City. "We have to stop the attack, Your Grace. Our casualties are too great," pleaded Malak. The northern district had burned for 3 days before it finally subsided. Even now, though, it still lay smoldering. With the ruins all around them still steaming, it was very hot, even difficult to fight properly, but they could wait no longer, so the men deployed. They moved the men in the city through the district and started attacking the district walls. At the same time, they marched the forces still waiting outside the city on the western and eastern gates. Wesha put up a determined fight, however. They buried the streets in barricades and manned much of it with miners and other militia. The northern attackers couldn't walk a single block without fighting several battles. Frederica was a large city. It used to be one of the empire's biggest city and a crucial hub in its south. Its size and importance meant it already had serious defenses, plus its continuous growth and renovation meant no map was ever up to date. This was confounded even further when Wesha took over. They renovated 3/4 of the city, everything except the northern district, and upgraded its defenses yet again. The city's western district housed all its military facilities. It also had entertainment for the soldiers, brothels, baths, medical facilities, and taverns, amongst other things. Wesha had indeed won its soldiers' hearts. The men fought loyally, they would not retreat or surrender unless ordered to do so by their bosses. The eastern district housed the miners and other skilled artisans. It was to be expected that the Union's military supplier would own many skilled in related arts. These, too, were treated well. The guild was not much different from the Japanese companies Lorist knew quite well. The various trades were passed down in the family, and each new generation worked for the same company as the last. Such people were incredibly loyal to their employers. They, too, would not let House Norton take their city as long as they breathed. Lorist's greatest fears had come true. There was no way he could poach these skilled laborers, they would die before serving him, and were doing so alongside his enemy's army as one of them. The fight in the west was particularly intense and unforgiving. The district had been turned into a citadel, an insurmountable fortress. The eastern district wasn't too far behind. It was littered with barricades and obstacles, in some places even the houses along the road were demolished, torn down and collapsed over the street to block it off. Corpses paved the streets and blocked the doorways. If only a single battle could be called one of attrition, this was it. The balistæ, so crucial in holding their foothold on the northern wall just a few days ago, was no useless. The streets curved and turned almost incessantly, and the few stretches of straight road was barricaded with furniture and rubble or blocked by a collapsed building. They were also prime targets and suffered frequent attacks out of nearby building or from nearby rooftops. A few days of this had forced Malak to pull the weapons back. A few more days brought everything to a halt. They stood at a stalemate. "We cannot continue like this, Your Grace. Even if we take the city eventually, we'll be too weakened to push on to our other objectives. Tigersor is down 4,600 men and Firm Rock about half that. All of this for barely any inroads. We haven't even taken half of the districts. Our best progress is in the eastern district, and that only because it's mostly rebel. We can do almost nothing with it and might as well not have taken anything at all. Our camp outside the city was attacked last night as well. We're still trying to figure out how bad the damage is. We're fighting blind and coughing while our enemy can see and breathe clearly," reported Malak. A large portion of Wesha's forces were mercenaries. They excelled at guerrilla tactics, and the ruined city was the perfect terrain as well. House Norton had no match. That the locals had taken up arms against them did them no favors either. They would usually take a city in a day or less, entirely intact. And the civilians would either be happy to have the Nortons as their new overlords, or be at worst indifferent. They had never faced a hostile populace before. Even the women, elderly, and children joined in the fighting. For the first time, House Norton was being treated as vile invaders, as the villains. The men's morale were not doing good. Lorist stared at the simple city map on the table. It had been drawn based on descriptions provided by the men and Scouts surveys. The southern district was almost featureless, only the inner, outer, and dividing walls, and a few landmark buildings like a church steeple were filled in. The eastern and western districts were far more detailed, but they might as well not be. The landscape inside changed almost by the hour. The map was out of date even before it was drawn. In total, only a third of the outer city had been conquered, none of the inner city, and half of that was still being contested. He had 3 Tiger Sword divisions and 1 Firm Rock division in and around the city at the moment. By his side was also 2,000 of his personal guard. His forces totaled 60,000. If the men were packed in like sardines, he could only fit 40,000 in the area of the city he currently controlled. Wesha, conversely, had suffered heavy losses to their heavy pikemen, but still had 30,000 soldiers. If the civilians who'd also taken up arms, many of whom spontaneously, they had 80,000 fighting bodies. The guild's extensive weapon stores were also still in their hands, so all 80,000 were decently armed. It turned out the guild had 3 of their 4 blade masters in the city. So far they had lost their 2 rookies, but their rank 2 blade master, which was accompanying the guild's president, was also present. No one knew how many gold-ranked knights they had left. The guild had double the Norton's fieldable forces and a stubbornness they had not encountered. Malak was right. They could not let this continue. At this rate they would have lost the fight even if they took the city. A Pyrrhic victory in this battle was a defeat in the war. The guild clearly knew this and were trying to cost him as many lives as they could. Every enemy they killed was a small victory for them. The city itself was a minefield Lorist could not take easily, and the guild stuffed the towers and walls it controlled to the breaking point with archers and ammo, so taking the walls go around the bogs that were the districts was not an option either. He'd planned to clear out the 3 districts in which he now sat mired before marching along the walls. Once everything there was under control, he would clear the southern district and force the guild to surrender. Once he could see the walls to the inner city properly, however, he gave up on the idea. Wesha had made the inner city a city separate from the outer city. Surrounding the inner city by taking all of the outer city brought him no closer to victory than surrounding the entire city without assaulting it at all. The inner walls were several meters taller than all the others, and could not be assailed from the others. They also had numerous massive ballistae that could cover almost a quarter of the way to the outer walls. No street within that range facing the inner wall was safe. Lorist's only consolation was that they were slow to fire and had to be refitted with new rope springs after only a few shots. Why not give them their wish, Your Grace? Since they wish to die in their city, let us burn it all, offered Loz. He was furious at Wesha for resisting his conquering fist. Who were they to want to not be crushed under his Norton heel? What right did they have to kill his men? Didn't they know the proper thing to do was to sit still and wait quietly to be executed? Lorist shook his head. Wesha could burn the northern district because it was made of flammable materials. But the rest of the city was built out of stone and ceramics, there was no burning it down. It was hard to even set something on fire there, much less have it spread naturally. At best they'd only be burning the houses at the edge of the ballistae's range. They'd actually be doing Wesha a favor by creating open space so they could see the Nortons coming. We have 3 firm rock divisions still being held in reserve, why not deploy them to the city? They will be much better at fighting in this environment than Tiger's Air, suggested Jusk. Not happening. Wesha still controls all the other city gates. If we move them out they can either escape, or worse, encircle us instead. The latter is obviously unacceptable, but we can't let them escape either. We have to uproot them completely. This stalemate is thanks to the machinations of the guild's leaders. If we can push into the city and kill the leaders, the enemy will fall into disarray and be easy pickings. Even better, if we can take them hostage, we can force the men to surrender. It won't be too late to execute them later. In fact, I would prefer it that way. I cannot sanction assaulting the inner city, Your Grace. We'll expose our sides and rear to the enemy. If they use the opportunity wisely, which experience says they will, they could force us out of the city entirely, or, even worse, wipe out everything we have in the city, Malak protested. We won't make our push through the 2 contested districts. Have the men halt their advance. We'll push through the northern district which we control completely. Potterfang will arrive with Thunderbolt Brigade in about a week. We can just smash the northern district's inner wall and barge in. As long as we capture the president and the rest of their high command, the city is ours. So it was done. For the next 2 days the Nortons made no pushes. The only fighting happened when Wesha sent forces out to try and retake some of the city or walls they lost. On the second day Wesha became very suspicious. This was not how Norton Lorist was known to operate. He was docile, but when he made his move, he finished it in one go. He'd never given up and accepted a stalemate. The president sent an envoy to figure out what was going on. The envoy was a well-spoken senior officer in the guild. He confirmed Lorist's suspicions. The guild would fight him to the last man. The city would only be his once he'd killed every single inhabitant. He even claimed that Norton would not take the city. Wesha outnumbered him. Even if they had to sacrifice 1.5 men for every Norton they killed, there would still be more of their men standing when the last Norton fell. The second month was coming to an end. In 30 days the first rains of the rainy season would fall. Neither side could fight. The side with the most supplies would win if the fighting lasted until then. If that happened, House Norton would lose without a doubt. Wesha was fighting on their home turf, in their capital, no less. They had supplies to hold out for months, even years. The Norton forces, on the other hand, were out in the field, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest friendly territory. They could not bring in any more supplies, and whatever they had with them would not last them until they could. The guild hoped that Lorist would accept his inevitable defeat and retreat. The guild would hold out until the rainy season ended one way or another, and would call for Union reinforcement the moment the rains abated. Lorist had no way to stand against the millions that would come marching down his throat if he still stood on Union soil. He might not even be able to hold out on home ground. If he was still in the city when the time came, he would not leave alive even if he tried. The man was not all threat, though. He offered Lorist an olive branch. He said the guild understood that he'd acted only because he could not stand up to his king and it would not hold him directly responsible if he withdrew without further feudal fighting. Lorist curled into a ball which shook in laughter for several minutes. The envoy stood, staring at him awkward until he recovered. "I thought you were an envoy, not a joker. We have only just gotten started with you. Do you think you'll still exist when this is over? Where do you get your confidence from?" "No, this can't be called confidence, it's nothing but arrogance. But, since you've made this offer, I'll return the favor. If you surrender immediately, I might consider sparing you. I don't care who you think you are, but to us you're nothing but another snake to step on. We've never fought a snake that could bite us, and you are no different." The envoy didn't retaliate furiously. Lorist had to give him that much. He was worth his salt as a diplomat. The man seamlessly switched tactics when his first attempt failed. "As long as you retreat and return the land you stole from us, we will pay you 2 million gold fords as ransom." Another bout of laughter. "Why do we need to give you the Empire's land for money we'll own soon enough anyway? You should surrender and save your lives. Blame yourself for crossing the Empire by occupying its rightful land. Learn your lesson well. You're free to go after whatever you want, but anything that belongs to the Empire is off limits. If you surrender immediately, I guarantee you can leave the city safely." The envoy finally snapped. "This is our city, our land, our people. The guild and its people will go to hell before we give you what is rightfully ours, and we'll pull you down kicking and screaming along with us. We've already prepared everything. If you break into the inner city we'll burn everything down, you will get nothing but ashes even if you survive." Lorist slammed the desk, which nearly collapsed, and jumped to his feet, furious. "If you set fire to even a single warehouse, I swear that not a single man, woman, or child of your guild will walk out of this city alive. I will hunt down every last living being with even a single drop of Wesha blood in their veins and slaughter them at the top of your castle. In no more than 10 years not a single Wessian will walk this earth and you will only be remembered in the curses of your subjects." The envoy turned around and stormed out, not even bothering adhere to etiquette and say goodbye properly. Potter Fang set Firmrock's Thunderbolt Brigade up in the northern district on the 7th of the 2nd. On the 9th, the bombardment began. The inner wall in the northern district, and the portions of the western and eastern districts still under Wessian control were all assaulted. The defenders could do nothing to halt the bombardment and slowly withdrew to the inner city. Lorist led his guards into the inner city in the afternoon. Wesha sent out its one remaining blade master to face him. The man died quickly. In response, the guild's leadership tried to retreat through the southern district, setting fire to everything behind them. The fire raged for 2 days and almost nothing of the city was left untouched when the fire was finally put out. A third of the storehouse's contents were salvageable, however. On the 12th of the 2nd, the miners in the eastern district surrendered. Nearly 10,000 Wessian soldiers withdrew to the citadel, however, and swore they'd fight to the last man. Wessian leadership made it to the wall on the 13th but were all captured when they left through the gate. The men inside the citadel refused several offers of surrender and were crushed on the 14th. All were killed. Lorist then executed all the Wessian captives, men, women, and children. On the 14th day of the 2nd month on year 1787, Andanax, Duke of the Northlands Norton Lorist's forces successfully took over Frederica and killed off 30,000 of the guild's officials and men, as well as their families. Soon after, the continent's second skeleton pyramid was built. Wesha ceased to exist as a member of the Union's Big Seven on that day. When word finally spread to the Union after the rainy season ended, it was tumbled into chaos for several days. When things calmed down, the remaining guilds called a crusade on Norton Lorist. They declared him and anyone and everyone even remotely associated with him their mortal enemy and swore they would not rest until his torn corpse was rotting over Morant's city gates. Chapter 471, The Coming of the Rainy Season. Your Grace, here's the record. Everything we got is in it, said Malak as he put a beast skin on the desk. The pair was in the mayor's residence in the middle of the city. It was now Lorist's base of operations. Wesha's chairman and some other officials had ordered everything's burning when they left, and half of the building was now ash. Only a third was saved. Lorist stared out of the window at the rubble outside. A few holes punctured the ground outside as the men dug for any buried treasure. He sighed gloomily. Today's the 33rd of the 2nd. The rainy season will start in the next day or two. Is everything ready? It'll be hard to stay in this ruin through it. Everything's ready, Your Grace. We've gathered the captives in the western district and have them under tight watch. Potter Fang is there, too. Jusk is watching over our defenses. And the refugees are being housed in the eastern district. They're calm and willing to serve us. Dulles is inventorying our supplies. And our men? Are they settled in? They are, Your Grace. Lowe's is stationing Tigersaur in the southern district and Firm Rock in the northern one. The temporary camps are ready. The rainy season won't be a problem. Well done. You've been very thorough. Lorist walked to the desk. He picked up a beast skin and scanned it. We only got 4 million gold fords. Yes, Your Grace. We found everything in the main treasury. The captured treasurers say it's Wesha's reserves. It was supposed to pay the soldiers' salaries. The leftovers were in case of emergencies. In total we have about 10 million in spoils. Most of the food couldn't be salvaged though. Most of the spoils are metals. It's all worthless to us right now. It was to be expected. Wesha was a military contractor. Most of their wealth lay in the materials they used to make weapons and the weapons themselves. Such things were useless to house Norton right now. And most of the value would be lost in transportation costs. In physical value they were worth something, but shipping back home would cost about as much as they were worth. As for the weapons, the house could make far better weapons, so they were only worth as much as the materials that could be salvaged from them. The best option would be to sell them immediately, but the territory to the south was enemy territory. Besides the fact that he would not sell it to them, they wouldn't buy it even if he gave them an offer. And his allies were either not nearby, or didn't have the wealth to make the purchase. Auguslo might seem like a good choice, but he would never pay what the weapons were worth. Most likely he'd make an empty promise of payment and Lorist would never see the money. I've checked all the documents over the last 3 weeks. I've found nothing about the alloys production, they must have been destroyed in the fire. Have Reedy and Els found any Wessian material engineers? Our best spoil would be the knowledge of making the alloys they used for the gates. I am not privy to such knowledge, my lord. I know nothing of their possible progress, Malak answered, his stoic expression still intact. Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't have asked you. Forget it. Too many unexpected things have happened recently. There is no chance we can catch up to our original schedule. At least we still achieved our most important objectives. I leave the logistics for this coming season in your hands. Lorist said, patting Malak's shoulder. Don't worry, Your Grace. I will not disappoint you. In that regard, though, our biggest issue is food. We'd banked on using the spoils to tide us over, but, as you know, that didn't work out. I've had someone run the numbers. While we can last through the rainy season itself, we'll be running on empty and won't last a week or two afterwards if we're not resupplied the moment the rain stops. Lasting the rainy season is enough. We'll be resupplied as soon as the rain stops and the winter harvests will solve all our problems. We can sweep the surrounding lands once the rain clears if we need a few more weeks for supplies to arrive. Potter Fang will head out to Kenbana with Firm Rock once the rain clears, it should also have some good stashes. Jaeger will arrive with the supply train so we can begin moving the refugees back home then as well. It should lower consumption so our supplies should stretch even further. Lorist couldn't be more furious that Wesha would spite him so much. All he'd been planning to do was wipe them out, it was no reason to spoil his plans this badly. The fight would have been over a few days earlier if not for the fires. He had to give up catching the leaders quickly so he could fight the fire and try to save as much as he could. But, in spite of his quick reaction and efforts, they only saved a third of the resources. It would be really tight to get everyone through the rainy season. Reedy and Els entered as Malak left. When Wesha's newly formed minor forces surrendered, Lorist left the two in charge of finding talented people. Their current confident gazes told him they had found a good few. Here's the list, Your Grace. We found 178 people. Most are technicians but a few are technical supervisors. None of their family died in the fight so they don't have a death grudge against us, Els reported. We found the master refiner who made the material used to construct the gates. He's called Madeira, 47 years old and single. His acquaintances all describe him as completely obsessed with his work, Reedy added. Oh? How'd you find him? Actually, he found us, Reedy laughed awkwardly, we were busy asking around when he suddenly grabbed a guard and refused to let go. He kept muttering incoherently. We initially thought he was attacking and almost killed him. Luckily we noticed he was staring at the guard's armor. He didn't pay anything any attention. He just stared at the armor as he muttered to himself. When we asked around, we learned who he was and about his obsession with metalwork and metal alchemy. Do you want to meet him, Your Grace? What's he doing now? He refused to let go of the armor, so we put him in a tent with a set of steel gloves. He's busy looking at the gloves. He hasn't even bothered to eat or drink anything. He just keeps asking for more beast skins and writing material. Leave him be for now, then. We'll send him to the factories when he goes back. Put him to work under Grandmaster Sid. Yes, Your Grace. The path up the mountain was a bloody one. Corpses were constantly rolling down the mountainside. We cannot press the attack, Your Majesty. It's too slippery. We can barely keep our footing even without the constant hail of arrows. We've lost 300 men already and we haven't even reached the castle. Ripolid reported. He was the king's most trusted knight and the colonel in command of Blizzard Blitz. His shame at being unable to accomplish his mission was unbearable. How could he not conquer a castle despite surprise and triple their numbers? His king's expression was equally grim. He'd launched his attack at the very end of the previous year and everything had gone smoothly. He wiped out Zitram's entire army and pushed deep into enemy territory, wiping out 30 Union noble houses only to be halted by this tiny fortress. He wanted to torture and eventually kill Duke Zitram, the traitor that had rallied 10,000 men against him and was the person behind his ambush last time he was here. He was made a duke when he joined the Union as a result. The bastard didn't stand his ground when Auguslo had Lorist invade last time. Instead he withdrew to a safe place and weathered the storm. He continued to rule over the lands he had left thereafter and never gave Auguslo an excuse to take action against him. He had yet to catch the bastard though. The Duke kept evading him at every turn. Auguslo underestimated how effective Zitram's defenses and alarms were. He was discovered almost immediately, and the Duke was ready for him when he got to his castle. He couldn't make a quick breach and had to wait for the catapults to catch up and batter down the walls. When he made it inside the castle, however, he realized the Duke had already escaped. He couldn't go after him quickly, however, because the late winter melt and rainy season slowed him to a crawl. Zitram made it to his nearby cliffside fortress with his remaining men. The approach to the fortress was almost suicidal. The constant rain made the road muddy and landslides were frequent. He could only send small groups up at a time lest their weight cause the soaked cliffside to collapse and make further attack impossible. These small groups, however, were easy pickings for the defenders' archers. If only the men would hurry up with the catapults. "We'll pound that thing into rubble and send it down the cliff," Rippled grumbled. "The roads are muddy and hard to travel," the king countered, "the rainy season is on us. We can't get the catapults up here quickly, if at all." "Don't worry. The bastard isn't going anywhere. Withdraw for now and set up camp at the bottom of the mountain. It won't be too late to finish him off after the rainy season." "Understood, Your Majesty." Chapter 472 Regroup. On the 25th day of the 4th month, year 1787, Frederica was occupied by House Norton, whose Tigersore legion immediately moved against Baudalger. Firm Rock moved on Canbana at the end of the month. Canbana was a strategic location in the empire, being a transportation hub that neighbored Baudalger, the two southwestern provinces, the northwestern area, and the province of Malivia. The western edge of Cloud Snap mountain range and Morrison River made it a crucial location, easy to defend and hard to attack. Whoever controlled Canbana, controlled all the surrounding provinces. Before First Prince Redlees saw his kingdom destroyed, Auguslo forced him to sign away the two southwestern provinces. The prince immediately started his preparations despite the treating, including a 5-year non-aggression pact. He built numerous forts all over the province, manned by over 70,000 men. Canbana was turned into a solid wall just as impassable and even more dangerous than the mountain range it bordered. Auguslo slammed an army of 300,000 against it but couldn't break through. The only strategy he could come up with would cost him 2/3 of his army, and he wasn't willing to break his back that way. His enemies would immediately bring up their reinforcements and drive him back to his capital. He might even lose everything. The prince had made sure the men would never dare surrender by putting all their families in Frederica. If they failed to defend the province, their families would be next in line for the pillage. He'd played his cards well, but nothing unfolded like he wanted. Rather than fight through Canbana and Baudalger, Auguslo had pushed through Egret Swamp in exchange for offering up 20,000 bodies, crossed Cloud Snap Mountains and Great Snow Mountain for another 10,000, and attacked Frederica directly. The first prince vanished on that day and no one had heard from him since. Fortunately for the military families, Canbana surrendered without a fight. In the end, the fortifications didn't see a single day's fighting. With the prince vanished, his kingdom crumbled and was quickly forgotten. Auguslo let his victory go to his head and got himself wiped out as well. He, too, vanished without a trace, though he did eventually make his appearance again. The 70,000 men in Kanbana's army had been put into the new army sent to Anderwolf, which left Kanbana's defences unmanned. Most of the local settlements didn't have the men to man the forts properly. At best they could put a few old men in them. Wesha took the province easily and cut Auguslo off from his kingdom. And were the ones to wipe his army off the map in the end. Auguslo escaped the city with a few thousand guards and moved to a secluded castle in the depths of Cloud Snap. There he ran into the first prince and his son. The two died in the ensuing battle, but wiped most of Auguslo's remaining forces out in the process. Unable to take back his now stolen throne, the ex-king was forced to turn to House Norton for aid, who put him back on the throne for a price. Wesha was enfeft Kanbana, Bodalger, and Anderwolf. Queen Carrie also ceded most of Hanstmost in the peace treaty, which was given to Lormo. The two southwestern provinces were turned into the Union's puppet state, the allied duchies of Brit. Together, Lormo and Brit became good buffers between the Union and Andanak. Wesha thought they would never hear anything from Auguslo again. They were quite surprised to hear of him retaking his throne with House Norton's help, given the two's notorious cold feud. They even wiped out the allied duchies of Brit and retook the two southwestern provinces before turning their forces towards Lormo. Duke Zitram didn't dare to take them on head-on, so he retreated to the northwestern area, allowing House Norton to take it back for the king easily. Auguslo reinstated himself as king and conquered the two southwestern provinces enhanced most. It was horrible news for Wesha. It meant the peace treaty they signed with Queen Carrie was now void. Truthfully, though, the two nations never stopped considering each other enemies. To prevent Auguslo from entering Kanbana and cut Bodalger off from the Union, Wesha provided immense support to the Union's nobles in the province. As expected of one of the big 7 guilds of the Union, they not only gained the Union nobles' support, but also constructed a rather cohesive defensive force. They also made good use of the forts the king left behind. Auguslo, to the opposite, was all bark and no bite. While he appeared rather audacious, with his claims of restoring the empire, he forbade Wittelian from approaching the border or making any ruckus near it. They couldn't even patrol near it. The king knew he was just a paper tiger after his ascension. While he looked impressive, he didn't have any power. Fortunately, his enemies were completely terrified by House Norton. The house had a long list of impressive exploits. They destroyed Madras, swept the whole of the kingdom, levelled the allied duchies of Brit, and even defeated one of the old empire's war gods and the 4 duchies. Together with their alliance they had become the only pillar keeping the Union from simply stomping Auguslo into the ground and wiping out the last remnants of the empire for good. The fox basks in the shadow of the tiger. How Auguslo loathed this saying. Wesha knew nothing of the true relationship between him and the alliance. They didn't know he was the smallest fox in the shadow of the biggest tiger. He needed to reorganize, so it suited him to keep his relationship with Lorist obscure. He could have attacked when the Union moved on the coalition, but he knew Wesha would expect just that, so he sat tight. He made his move only a year into the conflict, and not against the Union, but against the duchies. The move convinced Wesha that he didn't dare to attack the Union and lowered their guard. The Union had replaced the Christian Empire as the continent's superpower, after all. It appeared Auguslo had accepted this reversal and had, begrudgingly as it might be, accepted that he would not get back any land taken by the Union. Andanak played up this presumption by not moving on Anderwolf when he could have after taking over the duchies. He made every effort possible to avoid upsetting the Union. His decision to give Handra and Shabaj the lands bordering Wesha was also to assuage the Union's suspicions by not having any bordering land directly under his control. The Union's occupation on the other side of their territory also helped to hasten their forgetfulness. They were quick to accept that Auguslo had no more ambition because it was what they wanted to believe. That they now had a sword saint certainly made it a lot easier to think that Auguslo no longer had the guts to go against them. Unfortunately they all underestimated how determined or stupid Auguslo could be and fell for his ploy completely. As a result the Union lost one of its strongest guilds and almost a sixth of its territory. And, this was only the beginning. Not everything was down purely to surprise. However, Auguslo had to admit that Lorist's forces were even more formidable than he had imagined. They took Anderwolf in a matter of days and had Frederica within a month. Wesha was completely wiped out with the city's fall, and they had already taken Kenbana and Badalger as well. When the Union learned of this, they, as well as everyone else on the continent, collapsed in shock. This wasn't just a few slaps to the Union's face, this was stamping their face into dog's height. They had just surpassed even the Christian Empire at its peak, and now they were already a sixth smaller. Even what was left of the coalition began to drag on the negotiations. They were clearly trying their luck and hoping the Union would be forced to divert their attention, and forces, away from them, or, even better, lose the war. Auguslo had to give it to the Union, however, they were nothing if not decisive. They immediately recalled all their armies out in the field, and called up every free man, soldier, and mercenary in their lands. Within a few weeks 100,000 men were barreling towards the new front. Within a month they crossed the border into Kenbana. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Tigersor. Rumor was that Loz, one of Lorist's subordinates, was so happy he couldn't shut up for days. Apparently he didn't see the 100,000 men as a threat at all. It was better to describe them as juicy pieces of meat just waiting to be roasted. The two armies clashed in a single, massive battle, which Tigersor won, obviously. Auguslo knew of at least 20,000 dead and 60,000 captured. No more than 8,000 had escaped. Tigersor immediately moved into Malivia, and it fell within a fortnight, shocking the Union a second time in as many months. Lorist left Frederica for Kenbana on the 23rd of the 6th to join Auguslo, the dukes, and the various other minor nobles accompanying the king on his campaign. He couldn't take any of them seriously. Potter Fang had informed him on the way that, even as he swept through a sixth of the Union, the dukes were still dallying in their lands, they had yet to take a single step over the border. Auguslo at least tried to do something. He pushed into Zitram with Blizzard Blitz and caught the Duke off guard. He failed to capture him, however, and had yet to make any other gains. He lost a lot of men to take the Duke's castle, only to watch him escape and hold up in the next one over. He had finally, at least, cornered the Duke and was about to attack him now that the rainy season had ended, but lost the Duke again. The old man fashioned a number of simple boats from the wood in the castle and rowed across the river, running along one side of the castle one night. When Auguslo breached the castle gate, he found the inside completely deserted. On the 11th day of the 7th month of year 1787, Auguslo I of the Andanak kingdom conquered the province of Kenbana with an army 1,000,000 strong. From the fringes of the Union's province, Armenia, to Malivia, his camps could be seen from the fringes of Armenia to Malivia, their flags finally flapping over land lost to the empire for nearly 50 years. The Union panicked as the continent was thrown back a century to when the Christian Empire invaded Phalic Plains. Only, this time, they did not have any of the allies they had the last time. Strong as they may be now, they now had to face an enemy which, thanks to House Norton, was likely even stronger than the one they faced all those years ago. Chapter 473 Banquet. One must not count the magical beasts before they're slain. A popular Norton saying from the early days of Norton Lorist's reign. Are we really going to sit here and do nothing, Your Grace? Complained Loz. What's wrong? Can't sit still. Joked Lorist as he flipped through the documents on his desk. They sat currently in House Norton's main camp. They'd successfully joined up with Auguslo and the rest of the nobles. The entire army, 1,000,000 strong, was now encamped near Armenia's border, in the part of Malivia Lorist had conquered. The encampment was imposing, but nothing really happened. Auguslo even strictly forbade anyone from crossing into Union-held territory. It made for a weird atmosphere. They had not even been here for half a month, and Loz was already here to complain. He still thought the king's plan to pressure the Union into ceding Armenia and Malivia was just ridiculous. It would be much better to just take it themselves and then sue for status quo. The Union was at its most vulnerable, but it wouldn't last for long. If they didn't jump at this opportunity, it would be lost to them forever. Once the Union moved its armies into place, at best they could hope to keep what they currently had. Lowes did not believe they could gain anything through negotiation. Lowes, you know this was the plan from the beginning. It's not that the king doesn't know we have to conquer Folic Plains, eventually. He wants us to pressure the Union into negotiations, and they won't agree to it if they feel we're being too aggressive. The kingdom is in no better a position than the Union either. Any combat we can avoid is a win. We need time to rest and rebuild. If it bothers you that much, just think of this as a vacation instead. Even if it's just for show, we shouldn't prevent our forces and scouts from launching attacks at the fringes. It would put more pressure on them. A 1 million strong army not daring to do anything when there is no force in the area even remotely capable of opposing it is just farcical, complained Lowes. That is being done for a reason. The king wants to send a message to the Union. He's trying to tell them we don't intend to start an all-out war. We have a specific goal, and have no interest beyond that goal. They should send envoys soon. But enough of such tiresome talk. You don't fool me, anyway. I know you just want to make more money raiding. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Lowes laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I was only thinking of the house, my lord. Potter Fang swept all of Kenbana but didn't get much. The 100,000 youths only barely make us break even. I'm really disappointed with Kenbana's nobles. Malivia is different though. When we were chasing a few fleeing fools into the province, we took over a few castles. They're really rich. We took 38 castles in total and got about as much as half of Wesha's treasury from them. Lowes hadn't acted according to a particular plan when to took out the nobles in the province. It was just a habit he'd picked up from the previous campaigns. He did not expect these small fry to be this rich. Baudalger's nobles were brand new, given land and titles by Wesha for their contributions to the guild. While they had some wealth, they could not compare to noble families who'd occupied their fiefs for generations. Both, however, were rich compared to Kenbana's nobles. Their combined wealth was barely a fifth of the nobles in Baudalger. A Kenbana baron was rich as he had 5,000 gold forts in his treasury. But Malivian barons had near 100,000 gold forts in their treasuries. This was probably because the Malivian nobles came from rich merchants. The Union only got Lormo involved when they ran out of land to Enfef, so the poorer bastards were the one that got that land later on. Enough. Stay put obediently for now. You've already caused me enough trouble by pushing into Malivia in the first place. The king nearly collapsed when he heard about it. He almost made me whip you as an apology to the Union. He may be acting belligerent towards the Union, but the king is walking a fine tightrope. He really doesn't want to go to war with the Union. He just wants to raid the nobles and make more money. The problem wasn't really with Auguslo's ban on sending troops into Armenia or Malivia. Lorist was more concerned for Lowes' safety. Tarabo VII offered exorbitant bounties during the War of Glass, and many high-ranking mercenaries died, both for being the target of a bounty, and for blindly chasing bounties. Greed killed, even more so in war. Lorist had no interest in repeating those mistakes. Especially not with Lowes. He was a good general and a promising candidate for becoming a blade master. All the money in Malivia was not worth a single Lowes. Sigh. Lowes wanted to say something else, but was stopped by the curtains covering the entrance parting to reveal Genalio. Sigh. Lorist echoed. The army had sat still for just over 10 days while Auguslo kept hosting banquets like the war was already won. The feasts weren't extravagant, but their number made it quite expensive. Auguslo's harvest must have been quite decent. On the surface they were parties to celebrate their successes thus far in the campaign. In truth they were opportunities for Auguslo to talk about the policies he wanted to implement after the war. Chances for him to get everyone behind him and his plans. The brat's old habits are surfacing again. This was exactly what Auguslo had done after conquering Frederica. His ego went from being a hill to being a mountain, and he started bragging about what he'd do once the empire was unified again. His ego didn't work well with his illness. He made ridiculous decisions and gave out ludicrous orders, which led to his downfall. Now he was doing the same. He was certain the Union would cave in the negotiations. His behavior was again becoming arrogant. At least he had not turned his arrogance towards Lorist. He continued to act friendly towards him, though the traces of wariness were not completely gone from his eyes. Lorist was under no illusions, however. He knew this was all because of how much he had contributed to their current success. His military exploits had shocked the world yet again. It wasn't a stretch to say that his reputation was the real winner in this war. If he'd not made so many spectacular gains, he would have been relegated to the sidelines. Everyone else, even the king, appeared to be there just to cheer him on. The minor nobles, at the very least, were at best a waste of food. The three dukes couldn't be expected to do much. They had been wounded in their war with the kingdom and had had neither the time nor the resources and land to recover. Given their precarious positions, they were also not willing to take any risks. Most surprising, to outsiders at least, was the lackluster performance of Lorist's close allies. Without his forces acting as their backbone, and without him there to strategize and lead them, they were a sail ship without wind for its sails. If Lorist made the greatest contribution, and the king himself standing second, then Duke Fisibalin was third. He had a decent relationship with the king, and still had a bit to prove, so he made some efforts. He deployed 2 legions, 2nd Frontier, and one of his reserves. That the queen was from the house also spurred him on to do a few things. It had originally been suggested that he take on Kenbana, but he was quick to rebuke them. Who on earth was dumb enough to use cavalry to siege castles? No one really wanted to take on the thorny province, so they just kept kicking the ball at one another. It eventually fell to Lorist to do the actual work if he wanted to keep his rear secure. It had, at one point, been suggested that the minor nobles deal with the province, but they would have none of it either. No one minor noble had a force large enough to take out a castle, and none of them were willing to put their whole force on the line and possibly lose their chance to make any further contribution to the campaign. Potter Fang had initially thought he would meet up with whoever was attacking Kenbana somewhere in the province. He was completely speechless when he had to march through all of the province, and back across the border into the kingdom to meet a single friendly soldier. Auguslo's plan was to attack the province from 3 sides, but it failed for several reasons. One was that he overestimated his own force's capabilities. Another that he didn't take his opponent in his theatre seriously. Duke Zitram was far more capable than he gave the Duke credit for. While he did eventually gain control of his theatre, the combat part of the campaign was basically over already and he had no chance to contribute anything else. Lorist didn't let the opportunity to mock everyone else pass him by. Nor did he refrain from sneering at the king for his ineptitude. They were all pretty thick-skinned, though, and didn't really take his mockery to heart. They only cared about the end result, not how it was achieved. In fact, they were quite happy to have achieved their initial goals without having to do much. Lorist abstained from most of the celebration, however. He was too busy to waste time on merrymaking. He had to organize the transport of hundreds of thousands of captives and refugees back to his dominion. It was more challenging than the actual war as far as he was concerned. As much as Auguslo bled to see so much taken out of his hands, they were Lorist's rightful spoils and plunder and he could do nothing, even as the king. I will not attend tonight's banquet. Inform the king, Genalio. I have too much to do. Genalio left, but returned soon after. His Majesty asks if you want to meet the captured count. He chose to be the messenger to the Union. He'll leave after tonight's banquet to send our demands to the Union. Lorist waved him out, annoyed. No. His Majesty is free to do what he wants. What's so important about this count anyway? He's just a messenger. His Majesty's just looking to use my name to terrify the man. I have no interest in being his tool. As you wish, Your Grace. Chapter 474 Reply. Alcohol is the world's greatest thief. It can steal a priest's celibacy, a king's dignity, a soldier's discipline, and a warrior's skill. Genalio. On the 13th day of the 8th month, Lorist finally caught a breather after 5 days of work. The last batch of forced immigrants left for the Northlands. He could finally relax, so he rode out of the camp with Potter Fang to check on the Union Army's encampment. The Big Six guilds mobilized their main force to the front lines in the last 20 days and set up camp 15 kilometers from Andanax. The main force should be firmly entrenched by now. Similarly, the various smaller guilds, associations, and so on, also gathered. About 500,000 men in all. Most surprising was that Jigda had apparently sent a contingent of 50,000 to stand by the Union. Lorist didn't initially care about the Union's army. He was too occupied with moving his new subjects home. Unfortunately, it was not winter, otherwise they would have been far more obedient since death would be the only other option. But, it not being that, many tried to escape, more willing to take their chances in the wilds than submit to this invader lord. It took far more effort and men to keep the move going relatively smoothly. Their numbers were also much greater than Lorist had anticipated. He was only aiming for 400,000 people from Badalger, but Potter Fang swept Kenbana and Loz took tens of thousands prisoner after his battles with the Union. His subordinates had also cleaned out the part of Malivia they'd conquered, adding another 100,000 to their burden. 800,000 people, double what he'd prepared for, had to be moved. The Northlands would have a 3 million strong population by the end of this, even if they didn't move a single person in the rest of the war. This duke now had more subjects than many kings. With this increase came more work, though, way more than Lorist could handle, even with all the protocols already in place. He only had enough energy to care about the war again after everything was done and dusted. He immediately noticed something off about the Union's deployment when he turned his attention to it. Auguslo, in his usual overconfidence, hadn't paid proper attention and had missed it. It'd already been over a month since he'd sent his message via the Count. A reply was well overdue. He just kept on celebrating, however, and had yet to become sensibly suspicious. The Union's main force had been in place for 20 days already, yet Auguslo didn't make any appropriate adjustments to his own force's disposition. He did nothing as more and more Union forces kept arriving. While there were no skirmishes being exchanged, Union were patrolling the area incessantly. Odd. Is the Union really planning to fight us properly? Mused Lorist, the enemy camp staring at him through his telescope. How can you tell, Your Grace? Potter Fang asked. Lorist handed him the telescope. Take a look. Notice anything odd? Potter Fang stared at the camp through the telescope, slowly shaking his head. The camp is built lightly. It doesn't have any of the features or styles you'd expect if they expected it to be a long-term setup. Specifically, they have no ditches, no palisades, no watchtowers. The fence is just a few poles and stakes fastened loosely with some string. They just came out of a long war. Do you really think they'd either be this lax, or make such a simple mistake? Either they're going to march on us soon, or they aren't afraid of us marching on them. Potter Fang's face grimmed. You're right. This is as much a temporary camp as I've ever seen. They're either going to withdraw soon, or attack. Either way, they don't plan to stay there for long. The setup is designed to deploy the troops as quickly and efficiently as possible, but as such has no defenses. Maybe they are willing to negotiate and the soldiers are just there to put up a front. Hence their laxness. Genalio interjected. Lorist stroked his head. He had no issue with such interruptions, quite to the contrary, he enjoyed it when others voiced their opinions. That might be. But I wonder. Does the Union really want to negotiate with the king? There would be no need for so many men if they did. It isn't cheap to deploy 500,000 men, 100,000 should be enough for negotiations. It's also been a month since we sent the message, and yet we've not heard back. Whatever. I should pay His Majesty a visit. Lo's just left with the last of the immigrants. We only have Firm Rock and my personal guard right now. Pog head to the rear and set up a stronghold on advantageous terrain. A good general is prepared for any outcome. As you wish, Your Grace, replied Potter Fang. Lorist headed for Auguslo, accompanied by Genalio. It stood 10 kilometers from his. He reached it in the afternoon. As expected, the camp's security was all but non-existent. The gates were wide open and soldiers were free to enter and leave as they wished. The sentries in the watchtowers were nowhere to be seen, probably sleeping inside, and the guards along the walls strolled lazily. The sentries jumped when Lorist walked past. They and the 10 or so dangling around saluted hurriedly. Fear was writ large on their faces. Everyone know Lorist, and everyone know he was the kingdom's most powerful and feared man. Where is His Majesty? Asked Lorist. His Majesty is in the tent in the middle of the camp with the dukes and lords. Does Your Grace need us to announce your arrival? Asked one eagerly. Lorist waved his horsewhip. No need. Genalio, tip them. Genalio took out a pouch and tossed it to who appeared to be the group's leader. His Grace just bought you guys some drinks. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. The men bowed, the men on the periphery of this exchange looking on enviously. Duke Norton of the Northlands was known as a generous man. Whilst no one knew how much was in the black pouch, it was definitely not a small amount. It was probably at least a 1/12 of their annual pay. The camp was erected around a small hill, on which stood the king's tent. The hill itself contained a subsection of the camp completely cut off from it, separated by a thick palisade. The nobles couldn't mingle with the commoners after all. Especially not the nobles' families, who had come to accompany them. The inner sanctum also contained many captured noble females of the younger variety. The king's harem, in plain terms. Normally noble families were not involved in wars. It was shameful to involve the innocent, after all. If the family could not pay their captured loved one's ransom, however. Suffice to say that never happened, even if the family themselves became the ransom. Most of the Union nobles were in a bad position. They had nothing with which to pay ransom. Not only were their lands and wealth seized, even their families were taken as well. It all became part of what had to be ransomed, and nothing could be used to ransom for it. The few that had land and properties in parts of the Union yet unconquered could offer that, but many had sold their properties to purchase what they had now lost. The banquets Auguslo threw so lavishly was as much a show of his newfound riches and a celebration of his success as a slap in his enemies' faces. It was all the more sweet because most had to watch their wives, sisters, mothers, and daughters bear themselves for, and be ravished by, their enemy. Such vulgarity repulsed Lorist, however. It was just another reason why he didn't attend. His house had its own protocols for dealing with captured nobles. If they were cruel, they died in the gallows along with their whole family. He would rather kill innocents than let possible threats escape. If they were kind and upright, they were free to serve the house if they so chose to earn their freedom. Nobles were educated from birth, they were valuable resources. When they finally got their freedom, they had to choose whether to continue to serve the house, or leave and try to make a new life for themselves. Most chose the former. Lorist refused the guards of the inner sanctum's offer to announce his arrival and moved in without his guards. Ken Mays emerged from the tent just as he was about to step in, a noble lady in his arms, her clothes disorderly. Ken Mays shoved the girl aside when he saw Lorist. "Ha ha, Locke. What brings you here today?" he asked, open arms. "Don't come any closer. Go about your own business. I'm here to see His Majesty. I'm just asking out of curiosity." "Why come see His Majesty?" "Nothing worth neglecting your lover over. I suspect the Union is preparing to attack us. I am here to hear the King's opinion." Ken Mays sighed. You're too one-edge, lock. Come blow off some steam. There won't be a battle, they won't attack. We just got the Union's reply. They will send negotiators in 3 days. His Majesty is celebrating. Come, join us for a few drinks. The king was about to send you an invitation, anyway. Lorist was already inside. The tent was large, it could accommodate 100 people easily. A number of nobles lay passed out on the floor, other were hanging around tables with wenches, making merry. Some were even making merries in the furthest corners. Duke Visibalin, his face flushed, sat like a baboon on a bench near the king, his hands plundering a half-naked wench. Have some self-respect, you old coot. Auguslo looked no better though. He downed a vase of alcohol sloppily, letting half of it soak his clothes rather than fill his stomach. Lolock. Why you re-he? Come. See home. Cheers. Lorist turned and left immediately. Let's go. We're heading back. He murmured to Genalio as he passed him. Chapter 475 Envoy Krillos. 3 days passed quickly. Early in the morning of the 17th of the 8th, Auguslo sent a messenger to bring Lorist to his tent. Lorist took a simple bath and washed himself. After donning some fancy noble military robes, left with Reedy and Genalio and 1,000 guards. Auguslo most likely wanted to impress the envoys with military might. 2 rows of soldiers lined the road for 5 kilometers out of the camp. Their equipment shone like spit-shined cutlery. The people wearing the equipment, however, were less pruned. Lorist had no right to comment, however, feasting was a tradition and even a custom. The sludge called a road had been pressed and covered with sawdust and fine river sand. Lorist had no idea where on earth Auguslo got the supplies and materials necessary on such short notice. Or had he prepared it months earlier? The white dragon curled through the landscape. According to Lorist's education on noble customs, this was the highest courtesy possible. Its use was only recorded 7 times in all of history. The treaties signed in conjunction with its use were never less than 20 years long and often lasted much longer. Haha, looks like Auguslo really wants to have peace. He's pressuring them with his one hand, and offering a path to peace with the other. If this were anyone else, they might be touched, but our opponents aren't nobles in anything other than name. I don't think this means anything to them. The entrance of the path of peace was guarded with soldiers who blocked the way with wooden barricades. Lorist brought his horse to a halt. A sergeant ran over and explained everything. Lorist nodded and took the detour. He couldn't complain since the path could only be used by the envoys. He knew that if he insisted on crossing the path with 1,000 men, not only would everything be wasted, it might even make a haughty impression on the guests. He arrived 20 minutes later. Lorist knew the main gates were off limits too, so he headed to the other entrance. As expected, there was a smaller gateway not far away with people traveling in and out constantly. He finally noticed how prettied up the fence was when he got closer. Not only were the damaged parts filled up and repaired, even the uneven parts of the upper fence were trimmed to uniform level. Auguslo truly put lots of effort into this project. He had wanted to make sure the camp was in perfect condition before the envoys arrived. As for the outside of the military camp, it was clean. Hygiene was the baseline, and Lorist noted a red feather-wearing patrolman pushed to the ground and given 10 canes for spitting on the ground. The only thing that didn't fit with the atmosphere was the colorful flags all over. Their sizes were not uniform, and they were almost everywhere, making Lorist feel like he was in a children's theme park. When he arrived, he realized the colored flags outside were simple decorations in comparison. Other things aside, the wooden fences themselves were wrapped in multicolored silk and covered in a myriad of tones, just like a bouquet. As for the insides of the central areas, the tents were all taken down, replaced by a majestic and grand palace at the center of it all. Is that a palace? Thought Lorist, his shock. He squinted for a closer look. A breeze blew, and he caught the roof of the palace wave about slightly. Oh, so it's still a tent, it's just larger and drawn to look like it has a real roof. A royal guard came over. He dismounted, and a servant took his horse away. He walked to the huge palace tent with Janalio and Reedy while the guards behind him went to their respective resting areas while they were being briefed on what they could and couldn't do to not disrupt the envoy's visit. Upon entering the tent, Lorist saw that the internals were also decorated to make them look like those of a real palace. However, Lorist could tell that it was all looks. He was quite curious as to how Auguslo managed to convert the tent to look like a palace though. Auguslo was at the center of the main hall with many other nobles. The main hall really did look like a palace's assembly hall, complete with steps covered in black and gold carpets. On the carpet was one gleaming seat which looked to be the throne. Auguslo wasn't seated in his throne and was instead chatting idly with the other nobles beneath the elevated platform. As he was wearing a golden crown on his head, he stood out exceptionally from the other nobles who wore no hats. All the nobles within the hall were clad in formal attire with their ceremonial swords. That was a tradition left behind from the time of the Christian Empire. Formal wear accompanied with a ceremonial sword symbolized one's courage and remembrance for those that came before to build up the Christian Empire. There was also an unofficial saying that claimed that the ceremonial swords were carried around back in the day when dueling was very commonplace. That way, the nobles could respond to duels at a moment's notice to settle their disagreements. Seeing Lorist, Reedy and Janalio entering the tent, Auguslo waved for them to come over to him. After the greetings, Lorist noted Auguslo's bloodshot eyes. He looked rather fatigued, so Lorist asked, "Your Majesty, did you not rest well the night before? You don't look too well. Is that so?" Auguslo rubbed his face and said with a smile, "The mere thought at the envoys of the Union coming to sign a peace treaty with us and the realization of my ambition of the Empire would stir me from sleep. I haven't got any shut-eye for the past 2 days. However, that wouldn't pose to be a problem. I have more than enough time to rest after today." All things aside, Auguslo was still a rank 1 blade master, so losing sleep over a couple of days wasn't something that could affect him much, apart from making him seem gloomier than usual. Lorist advised, "Your Majesty, it's still rather early and the envoys of the Union might take another hour or 2 to come. Perhaps you might want to shut your eyes for a light nap during this time. That way, you'll look much better in an hour or 2. At least, your eyes won't look that bloodshot." Auguslo was convinced. "All right, I'll heed your advice and take a short rest lest the envoys come see all the veins in my eyes and get a bad impression. Go about as you like here and ask the servants if you need anything else." By the time Auguslo left, the nobles within the tent felt much more relaxed than before. Some found places to sit down at, some drank away as they chatted while others flirted with the maidservants beside them. However, they all knew that it was a momentous day and neither of them were willing to let Lorist see their debased states. Kenmaze and Chazan popped out of nowhere and made their way to Lorist's side. They shoved Lorist into a smaller partition of the tent where many small tables were laid out filled with food, juice, and other beverages. "What are you guys doing here? Where's Philim?" asked Lorist. "Philim hasn't arrived yet. I brought you here for something to eat." "You don't want to be hungry when it starts," said Kenmaze. "How did you know they'd be food here?" asked Reedy. He hasn't eaten anything yet before following Lorist, so he began wolfing down a roasted goat thigh without hesitation the moment he saw that there was so much to eat. "How did I know?" Kenmaze said gleefully, "I laid this out, that's how. It's no problem for me to get the kitchen to cook something up for us." "You're saying that you were in charge of this whole palace tent thing?" asked Lorist with surprise. Naturally. His Majesty had wanted to tear the main tent down to make a simple pavilion to receive the envoys, but he didn't have much time to do so. Seeing his trouble, I offered help as the representative of Salt Merchant Committee and rebuilt it into something more appropriate with the help of some designers and artists to make it look like a palace. This is good business. I actually earned nearly 20,000 gold forts doing this, replied Kenmaze excitedly. It could be seen from his expression that Auguslo was once more put onto a chopping board like a juicy sheep to be slaughtered. However, it was his own fault for liking grand spectacles. It's no wonder Kenmaze didn't hold back at all when it came to pricing. As they munched and drank within the small partition, Philim soon came to join them, followed by the thick-skinned Duke Fisibalin as well. Duke Fisibalin did complain to Kenmaze for not having prepared any good wine, however. An hour or so later, as it was approaching noon, a loud horn could be heard from outside, startling all of them alert. The envoys from the Union finally came. Lorist and gang hurriedly straightened their robes and exited the partition. Auguslo was also there. After a short nap, he seemed far more energetic and his eyes were no longer bloodshot. There was also a healthy glow to his face. He was listening to a scout's reporting on the arrival of the envoys. The scout reported that the envoys brought 100 guards with them and had already entered the path of peace in their luxurious carriage. It should take about 20 more minutes for them to reach the main tent. Auguslo then excitedly called for the rest to wait for the envoys outside the tent. Duke Fisibalin stepped forward and said that it was inappropriate for Auguslo to make the reception, as he was the king of Andanak himself, so he couldn't lower himself to do such a thing. The king should be sitting in his throne, waiting for the envoy to arrive, as is fitting for a king, and so on. Auguslo humbly accepted Duke Fisibalin's criticism. He gave it some thought and made a compromise to receive them at the entrance of the central area. After all, he wanted to show his sincerity and desire for peace too. So, the lot of them waited at the entrance for around half an hour before they finally saw the carriage before them. A thin and lanky middle-aged man got off from the carriage, followed by a white-bearded old man who carried a small wooden case in his hand. The tall man was called Krylos, a count of the Union as well as the vice-president of one of the big 6 guilds, Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild. The old man beside him appeared to be his attendant who followed him everywhere. Krylos's abilities were of the gold rank, but he mentioned that he was only training to keep fit and that he abhorred and feared jumping into a slaughterfest. He jokingly said that the ornate ceremonial sword he carried was only for show and that he hasn't even drawn it before. The old attendant on the other hand seemed to be a normal person who didn't train in battle force and was in charge of tending to the count for his daily needs. Krylos joked that since he was born in a rich family, he was used to being spoiled and required the help of his servants for the easiest of tasks. The 100 guards on the other hand caught everyone's attention. There were actually 4 blade masters and 10 gold-ranked swordsmen among them, with the rest being all silver-ranked. Auguslo looked rather happy about that, as the elite nature of the guard meant that Krylos was of high status. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about the guards causing any trouble. Other things aside, there were 10 blade masters of the kingdom there. Even the 4 blade masters among the guards wouldn't dare to mess around. Auguslo greeted Krylos really warmly and chatted to no end. The two of them even held hands like they got along exceptionally well with each other. In the end, Lorist could no longer stand watching that and he cleared his throat and reminded, "Your Majesty, shouldn't you talk after going into the tent first?" "Ah, that's right," said Auguslo as he snapped out of it and invited Krylos into the tent. He then asked whether the envoy would like the blade masters and guards to follow him in as well. Krylos laughed and said, "There's no need. Let the guards stay outside with the other guards. All I need with me is my old attendant over here. I'm here to sign a peace treaty, not to pick a fight. So, I'm quite confident in my safety here." Auguslo was all the more gladdened by that and hurried the two into the tent with incredible hospitality.